Go.
There we go. All right, feel free to queue up whenever you're ready.
I'm going to queue for support and ADC. The ADCs I play are Xayah, Ashe, and Ezreal.
Yeah, those are good autofill ADCs. They're very safe. Obviously, Xayah has her ult, and she's got good wave clear. Ezreal's got shift. Ashe has good utility with her, cross-map vision, and also her ult. Those are really good autofill choices. Many that I've selected in the past as well.
Chat. Let's go.
Yeah, and like I said, you feel free to talk to the chat all you want. Like I said, I'm just gonna try to mostly focus on you to hopefully keep the quality high.
And 100%, I'm willing to have chat ask questions, try to get people to be up into the coaching itself to get more questions answered, more understanding of what's going on in different heroes. Oh.
Yep.
I am running the standard runes for Glacial. Future Market is still way too strong for. I normally hit not Rabadons. What is the Radiant?
Yeah.
Radiant as my mythic. Since most of the time I need to be the engage, and I also need to make sure my ADC can get some help healing back while I'm not on top of them.
Yeah.
My main bans are Zeri and Rel. Oh, let's go.
Yeah, honestly, they're both fair bans. Do you see a lot of Zeri? That's my major thing. Is usually Zeri tends to be more of a high elo pick, and like you said, you're not like super duper. You're not like in like that Masters Plus kind of area. So do you see a lot of Zeris?
I've personally seen a Zeri out of 5 games, so 1 out of 5. Every time I've had a Zeri against me, they dominate my team, and it doesn't matter how well we play early on. I can make the Zeri 0-5-2, and be 2 deaths to the support, and my ADC can have 6 kills. It won't be enough because the rest of my team, for some reason, doesn't understand how to handle Zeri.
Fair enough. And also, if you're playing a lot of Rakan, you can have issues with her mobility in relation to like locking her down. And obviously, right, like a flash engage can sometimes be really excellent to lock down somebody, and sometimes it won't be enough because your teammates can't cross the distance and follow up within that time that the CC lasts for, of course.
Yes, flaming does count as engagement. Chat, my favorite flame, before we get into the game, is, was your window on the short bust the cleanest? Because of how awful they are playing, or how awful they are acting to us. Real Zillion. I dislike Zillion.
It's definitely not a good matchup. You can have issues, because usually his movement speed counters you pre-6, and then post-6 his ultimate is debatably a lot stronger than yours. Zillion's ult is phenomenal.
I'm probably still going to stick with Rakan. If Varus is going to grab some AP, that'd be great.
Yeah, obviously play whatever you'd like. But yeah, this could be good, but obviously you do have a bit of a rougher matchup into Ezreal, Zillion, and definitely Lysandre as well. But you could do decently versus Jarvan Nasus here.
Cosmic is really Dark Star.
Classy choice, classy choice. And yeah, definitely sticking with the Glacial until Wednesday when it gets nerfed, and then obviously we have the alternatives, which I've kind of outlined that I think are definitely the best options.
Oh, I should have went to SSG. I agree with most of them. I'm so saddened that I see so many players still doing. Why do they have the emeralds and I get the golds? So sad.
So usually why that can be the case is because it's trying to balance out the average team MMR. And your MMR is probably a lot higher than your actual rank at the moment, because you only have, I would say, like 4 wins on like your profile. You probably get to play a lot of games, and your MMR is probably a lot higher than your actual rank. So they're probably using you actually as a way to kind of balance out the MMRs per team. So it definitely looks unfair, and it may actually just be a little unfair, and you're kind of like the anchor for the team, which definitely a lot of pressure, seeing as you're in counter picks. But yep, good invade path. Obviously, you can also go in through like the dragon pit, and then like W over the wall as well. But this also works, assuming they're not paying attention, which this could work. Yeah, I mean, I was going right now. No reason to like wait too long. Nice, that should be a free kill.
Let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't like the ward because obviously if she's gonna flash, she's going to flash that wall anyway, so there's like no point in warding it because you know you have to flash that wall. But honestly, I'm probably nitpicking, so it's probably just fine. But obviously, like that, you could save that vision, but you do get it on the red buff, so it's not like it's bad vision either. Because Jarvan usually starts red anyways.
Are you really gonna steal this?
You can try hovering him. I don't walk into Tribush quite yet, I feel. Because they could have been in there, and that's kind of an issue if you can walk into them and take a lot of damage. I think this is mostly him just trying to steal. I don't think you really back this up, per se. Unless Varus is going with you, in which case then feel free to walk in. Keep in mind, you might come across people here, so just be ready. Yeah, don't go in quite yet. Don't go in quite yet. You don't want to do this, because you're alone. Because Kayn is...
Oh, he's up there.
Because Kayn is not going in, and your Varus isn't either. That's okay. Okay, this guy's crazy. Probably should have kept walking up there, not down, because now you're walking into their bot lane. Yeah, probably good call on the flash. It's okay, pop a potion, you can still stay.
But the best thing about it is we got him over here, so he's missing out on farm.
That is true, unless he goes into your bottom side, which that's not really something that you can contest at this point, but... Yeah, so the lane's going to be quite rough. Most Rakan lanes are usually this rough. Obviously, level 1, you might be able to potentially do things. But even then, Ezreal has quite a strong level 1, so that's going to be quite tough to do that. Especially considering you kind of walked in lane with like half HP. So this lane's going to be a lot of you to sit back and you scale and you try to roam, because the lane does kind of lack that pressure in lane, just because he is an enchanter with relatively inconsistent CC. Or at the very least, it has very low range. But on a mobile champs, obviously his E-slow into double Q-bomb is fairly consistent.
It's so upsetting.
Considering there's really no opportunity to engage now that he's level 2 and he's Arcane Shift, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Just grab the Q to start spamming this thing. Gorgeous. I wouldn't path directly to Varus there. You could have gotten auto-attacked by the Ezreal and lost all of that health you were about to gain. Because he doesn't need the healing anyway, so just kind of like walk backwards through after that so you don't get auto. Good to kind of adjust pathing so you don't get auto-attacked. Or you minimize the amount of auto-attacks you have to receive by people in lane after you walk up. Especially considering you have to like dive in with like your body, like, you need to kind of minimize the time they can kind of auto attack you to make it easier. So probably don't want to engage there. Biggest reason is you were down a level. You had no E at the time, so if you jump in and you have no E to jump out, then the Zillion could have very easily just like E'd and then double bombed you, and then you actually could have died because you don't have flash either.
Yeah, the moment I saw him Q for Varus is the only reason why.
That's a fair reason. It's good to try and engage whenever their spells are down. But seeing as you were down so many base stats and also that extra ability, I think it still leans towards the side of, like, probably just don't. This is definitely a lane where you don't really get to do anything until 6, and even then, level 6 can give you issues with the Zillion in this case. And even then, roaming mid can be hard because it's Lissandra and she kind of directly counters your W with her W. This will be a hard game for you.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
I'm mostly relying on their misplaying.
Yeah. That's pretty much going to have to be the case. Unless you, like, gank, like, top with your jungler or something. A lot of this will be you making plays with your jungler in regards to going elsewhere. Usually around objectives or maybe into the enemy jungle.
Ha! I'm G to the D. Gold and diamonds, boy! Woo!
Hey, Pookie's shell is here.
I so badly want to thin the wave out, but I don't know what his goal is right now.
Nice W. Watch out for bomb. So in that case, you'd rather E to the Ezreal, so then you don't get stunned there. Just because you're at risk, you're back up right now. You have no mobility. You have no flash. You do have Futures Market. So you could get Lucidity Boots here. Honestly, I would greed for them personally.
Yes. No.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Nice. Yeah, this will be a very slow game for you. Which is disappointing because you were last pick, and yet they still kind of drafted to counter you anyways. Obviously, in situations like this, you could just draft differently. Like, they don't have, like, the greatest dive in the entire world. Like, obviously, they have Nasus, but they don't really have much else. So, an Enchanter could have been a good choice here to combo with the Varus, but I also like Varus Rakan. I think it's a very solid combo, so... But just, yeah, they counter you pretty hard here. So this will be a pretty slow one, but that's okay.
And powerspikes. All right.
Yeah. I would have W'd that wall behind you there to grab that ward if you're going to use the sweeper to check that river bush. Might as well translate into getting that ward as well.
Okay.
See your Kane's in the top side jungle right now. Probably go to him just in case. Because Jarvan has no fly, he just used EQ. So just in case the Nasus starts going and the Lissandra starts going, you want to be there to cover him because you're not missing anything. Okay, he's dead. That's okay. You can start backing up now. You can't kill her. You can't kill her. If she ulted, you would have died there. So definitely don't do that. Not the end of the world, though, because obviously didn't really get punished for it, but good to be careful.
Kane, I don't think so. Ugh.
Yeah, this Kane's being a psycho. Just kind of watch him, but don't... Yeah, go help him. Oh, she didn't go. Okay, nice.
Okay. Should I continue forward?
And unfortunately, a lot of things I'm going to be saying are going to be very, very quick and in the moment, because that's just kind of how League goes. Yeah. Sometimes in 1/2 second, it's the right move, and the other 1/2 second is not the right move. Yeah, be careful here. They definitely have a big numbers advantage. He doesn't out of that ignite, unfortunately. I don't know about this. Okay, nice.
I so badly did want to flash Q him.
Yeah. I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
I think you made the right move. Just let him go. You already have like a 3-kill lead here.
Yep.
And then you'd be using flash, yes, to kill him, but then you don't have it for when you get your ultimate relatively soon. Yeah, that was good restraint, though.
Why am I so fat?
I blame Elderwood. Skin's so fat.
It's the stylish cape. All in. We got Kane, though, not yet. That's also something I need to work on, is if anytime someone says go in or all in, I don't really pay attention to where my jungler or whoever just pinged is, and I just go all in right then and there.
Better yet, I would give it a second opinion, a second sober thought from yourself before following up your teammates' play. Because a lot of time people are quite stupid. And so if this Varus is calling out a play, but you feel like it's not a reasonable play, then you don't have to go either. There could have been a good opportunity, but also it's not really your call, because if you W towards Zillion or Ezreal, they're going to use both of their spells and just dodge or knock up straight up. He needs to initiate with his ultimate first, which obviously isn't super easy either, because once again, they have that mobility. But that is also on him in this case. You're definitely not a champion who can force very hard pre-6. Level 6 you can, but pre-6 you basically have no ability to, versus anyone with mobility.
And that's something else I tend to fail to do, is even in poor matchups like this, I always want to go in. I want to fight, I want to be useful.
Yeah. I mean, that's very, very common. People pick, a lot of like experienced Rakans pick Rakan to go in and engage. But a lot of the way he's designed lately is mostly just about scaling.
Yeah.
So you could ult in a bush, wait out the 1/2 second, and then go for a flash W, or just flash, wait out the Arcane Shift, and then try to manual him afterwards. But obviously it's a bit sketchy, because pretty low on HP.
Aw, Zillion. How did he move?
Because honestly, the Varus could lead very easily, but he's not. He wants you to.
He wants me to go in so bad. Aim better.
At this point, I don't think this Varus is at any risk of dying at all. Honestly, I would almost be tempted to reset and go towards Rift. But I'd get one more minion beforehand so you can get your ward quest unlocked, so you can get wards on your reset. Because definitely you can sit down here and get all this experience, but at the same time, it's not like you're doing anything.
Super beneficial.
The benefit is that... Yeah, nice. Definitely don't overlap the CC with Varus out there.
Varus, do you have this? I don't have anything.
So
I really wanted to hit my W to cancel his R.
Yeah. Well, that's actually what I was going to bring up. You actually can't do that. Jarvan ult is unstoppable. So even if you perfectly time that, he was still going to get it through. So the only option there for you to do is W away and then live.
Okay.
Hopefully. Because then at the very least, it's like, okay, their jungler came down, so 1 for 1 when they have an additional person. Also, that has -3 or less. You can actually leave the base and it doesn't go in debt, which I only found out recently.
It doesn't?
Yeah.
Oh, yo.
Interesting, but... Yeah.
Kane did get rift while we were fighting.
That's good.
I need a roam mid.
But that was good. You had good mechanics there. I was skeptical initially on the flash and the Ezreal just to get the charm, but ended up being quite good. That was nice.
I think it's literally just how cautious we're being, so they're not expecting stuff to be more fortunate for us.
So it was hard to notice. You'll notice there was actually a little particle that was in that bush that shouldn't have been there. That's how you know there's someone in there. Little things like that they're almost like visual bugs, but you can use them. You might have seen a very common one on Baron, where in Fog of War you can hear people hitting Baron or see visual effects on Baron.
You see the purple that's on the ground, yeah.
That's right. And you can use that exact same thing to see if they're on Baron or not as well, in some cases. I don't find it to be a consistent strategy. Obviously, you still want good vision, but it helps. Yeah, this is definitely a matchup from hell. This is definitely not something you can do. Definitely don't do that, because if Jarvan was around the corner there and then you have no W to leave on your own, they could just kill you. Because I would definitely not bank on the Varus. I have a bad habit of doing that sometimes too, Wing out of combat. It's better to not do that, just to hold the cooldown just in case you need it, and then just walk around places, even though it feels a bit slow from time to time.
Yeah. The only reason why I wanted to go for it is because I knew our J4 in this elo is not going to stay.
Good CC chain. Although I'll be honest, I'm shocked he didn't just Q away. But that was quite good on your end.
Varus, why? Why are you betraying me like this?
Now, I would be careful, because you don't really offer too much without your ultimate here.
Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of the time we'll see these plays that ordinarily should be punished or shouldn't work out that kind of do because people kind of play sloppier at lower ranks.
Yeah.
And for me, during coaching sessions, those are always some of the trickiest moments because I want to encourage the most optimal thing, but at different ranks, optimal can mean different things. Or at the very least, like, you won't get punished for the same mistakes. Usually I tend to encourage still like, hey, don't do that. That's typically a common mistake. But I think it was alright. But really, like, if I was in your shoes, I would not have ulted the Jarvan, even though it was actually a really good CC chain. So that was a really nice, like, mechanical thing from you there. Just because he should have queued out to his flag that he put down, and then he would have been within Zillion's range, and there's no world you kill him, then you kind of use your ult, and you don't have your ultimate for Dragon, and then that can kind of be an issue. It worked out because the Jarvan misplayed, but I think you should expect him to do the obvious thing, and in that case, just leave. It worked out, so it's like, obviously it ended up working out better than if you had not gone for it, but good to be wary that, like, as you get higher rank, people will start
playing better and not making those mistakes.
That's right. So in the moment, while it's not an issue and it actually ended up helping you, it's just good to be wary of that as you get higher rank, because the typical strategy will change to be more effective and more clever.
Yeah, I don't want to give myself traps and falling myself into bad habits.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're looking to do. So just like a little small disclaimer, but still it was good. And like I said, your mechanics are looking quite good, so very nice.
Oh, that's cool. I do fall into the category of, but if I had a better team...
That's an easy one to fall into. I wouldn't feel that bad about that. Like, I'm guilty of that all day, every day.
Like that. It's mine.
Some people could have called that a mistake, not ulting the Zillion, but honestly, I think you made the right move there. Because I would have expected the Varus to use his WQ and then kill the Zillion, and then you would have had your R as soon as he gets out of his eyes revived. I think you actually played that very well. I just, only in relation to your Varus doing the correct move, which he didn't, which sucks. But once again, I don't think that makes it any less of a correct move just because your Varus made a mistake, making it not the correct play anymore. So actually, I'll say nice restraint, good patience there. I
so badly want to flash R the Zillion.
He doesn't have all, so that is true, but keep in mind, Varus is quite far. He likely won't be able to follow it up. Plus, he's probably trying to bait you, hence the recalling.
I
would not have done that.
I was hoping my R stayed so that way I could charm her.
I see what you were going for, and if you did land the charm, you would have been able to eat your Ezreal, but my biggest thing is your CC does not last a crazy amount of time. And so after it ends and you eat out to your Varus, which will far side you into like the long wall, she can kind of just close the gap on you and then land a Q, or a W even. I think that was a death sentence for you regardless, and maybe could have killed Lissandra, like before you die, but I just don't think that's realistic with just Varus and you without Varus having his ult and such.
I forgot I had stopwatch. I could have saved myself.
Maybe?
I would have died down the road regardless, but I do feel that I could have,
I think you could have stalled your death. I don't think Varus had the damage to outright kill Lissandra immediately. Maybe if you had the charm active for another 1/10 of a second, you actually got that RW off, and then you Q'd, and then you, as soon as the CC ended, then you used stopwatch, and then blocked, like essentially dodged her W and her Q. Then I think perhaps you could have lived. But obviously, we're dealing with hypotheticals here. There's no way to know. Ultimately, the better move was probably to not dive in. I respect the play, of course, but the safer move is probably just to not do that. And usually, what we're going for here is we're trying to like go for the most consistent safe moves possible, because then you can do that consistently every single game. Which that's the great part. If you know that a consistent strategy works every single game, then you can do it every single game. But as soon as a strategy becomes inconsistent, that's when you just can't find any sort of ground for climbing and winning game after game, because you just don't know if it's going to work, per se. And that's why Rakan can struggle in solo queue. Not to go on any Rakan rant here, but definitely he's a very inconsistent champion because he relies so much on his teammates enabling him. Also, one thing I was already talking, the control ward you place down here in the river, good spot, but make sure it's a little closer to the edge and towards the bottom. Here? Actually, be a little bit lower. Yeah. So the reason for that is they might place down a ward along the wall. Ooh, nice.
I'm flashing. Fuck you. Oh.
You probably actually saved your Varus' life with the flash. Oh, unless he walks back in.
Oh, but he stayed. He needed to leave.
In regards to the flash, I do like you're trying to save your teammate there and get the extra charm off. But the way I would have done that in Civ, if you really wanted to get the charm off and the CC off on Zillion Ezreal to prevent your Varus from dying, the play there is to not stand on Jarvan. You came once again pretty dangerously close to timing it while your Jarvan still had the unstoppable effect on his ult, and then your W would have done nothing, and then you would have been really toast.
Yeah.
Because Varus is immobile, so therefore you can't like jump out of it, because unless he has flash, but he doesn't have flash right now. So I think the idea there would be you stand outside of Jarvan ult, you wait for Jarvan's ult unstoppable effect to end, and then you E to your Varus, which will then charm the Jarvan, which is great. And then also afterwards, then you would W towards Zillion and Ezreal, CCing them as well, preventing them from following up in that small space where they can easily land their stuff. And then you'd E once again back out to your Varus. Hopefully by then, the Jarvan ult will drop relatively soon. It only lasts for 3.5 seconds. And then you would be able to leave afterwards. Also, I just noticed the Q after. Is that just to clarify, is that an error? Or is that you would max Q afterwards?
I max Q. Oh, I'm moving. I do max Q after. I try to actually go 2 into E. I go 2Q, 2Q, 2E, and then I max Q. Oh. Since this is a poke lane, I felt I should always max Q against poke lanes. Try to get more healing for myself and Varus, or just myself, since I'm trying to take all the aggro from it.
Right. So that's not completely unfounded. I disagree, and I'll kind of get into why. But generally, I think with the Q max, obviously, you are lowering the cooldown, so you do get more uses of your Q, which does help you sustain up a little bit more. But obviously, it does not directly increase the healing in any way, and that's really the part that matters.
It's the healing's level, not it's only damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And once you get a lot of ability haste, because in reality, your Q does go down 1 second per point you put into it, but the more ability haste you get, the less effective those extra points become. So Rakan is a champion whose main strategy is stacking ability haste. You're actually not getting 1 second flat reduce on your Q. If you want to hover over your Q here, you'll kind of see how much does 1 extra point lower by. It goes from 6.13 to 5.52. That's only about 0.6 seconds. That's not even like a full second. So the ability haste is already kind of nullifying the extra value you would get from lowering the Q cooldown, which would be the only benefit you'd get in increasing the amount of healing you're getting in a lane like this.
Okay.
So you definitely don't want to go for that Q second or Q max really ever, just because it is based on champion level, which allows you to prioritize your other abilities, which is fantastic because that's very, very valuable, especially seeing as the healing is so high naturally now.
Yeah.
Definitely more important, I think. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
That's the thing. I did completely forgot that we did get a buff a long time ago for our Q to be a part of the healing to be based on level scaling.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it, okay? It just allows you to more so optimize your cooldowns otherwise. Instead of getting only, like I said, about 1 second reduced per level on your Q, you actually get 2 seconds reduced per cooldown or per level on your E. So it's a lot more valuable in terms of decreasing the cooldown per point. And also then it's prioritizing your mobility, which is obviously very, very important and the most, like, crucial part of your kit overall.
Kane, are you here yet? Go. There's no way I'm that bad.
So it's obviously a lot of unluckiness, right? You kind of got 50 charm range, which is obviously not really your fault per se. I mean, obviously you could have been slightly more accurate with the W, but I think that's mostly like if the champion's charm range was more realistic, that would have landed. But I think ultimately the biggest thing to point out there is probably not just going for RW, because Kane is so fast and he can close that gap so good. You can essentially just RE to him and then kind of close that gap even faster, and that's what you did there, which was fantastic. But after REing, it's good to not W immediately, because Ezreal can, worst case, right, buffer Arcane Shift, and then suddenly your knockup actually misses, and then the charm will run out, and then he kind of starts walking away, and then you don't really have much to offer in the fight after that. So the idea there is you want to RE and then try to land the charm first, because if you want to go for the charm first, then if Ezreal Arcane Shifts, then you can W to where he Arcane Shifts away, assuming that your ult doesn't last long enough to then walk right up to him and do another manual combo. So, yeah, definitely there, don't REW immediately. RE, try to bait out the Arcane Shift, bait out those mobility spells. So always very, very crucial in that. And then you can cast W afterwards to kind of close that gap. I say this a lot, but yeah, Rakan's W is not the biggest range. It definitely has some range issues, but it definitely has more range than Flash. And I like the idea of you going bot side here to try and, like, catch out the Nasus, right? This is definitely a big thing about Rakan in the mid game that I think a lot of people don't really do enough, is they just kind of sit mid lane with their ADC, and that's a pretty big issue because he's actually phenomenal at picking up people in side lanes that are split pushing. Assuming that you actually have the damage to kill them, which is why usually Rakan doesn't really enjoy playing with tank top laners too much. He mostly prefers those higher damage bruisers. Because yeah, in mid lane, right, you're still versing Ezreal, because he pivots over to mid lane as well. And the issue with that is you still have no shot of killing this guy. And he's even, like, the lane of mid lane is shorter than the lane of bot lane, so it's even easier for him to go back to his mid turret. Honestly, I think this is quite smart. I like this a lot. Good vision setting up for this Baron, and then immediately making the call while they go for Dragon. It's very smart macro.
I'm glad I was able to see where Lissandra was going.
Yeah. You had good vision there. Nice job in the vision. That was very good.
I doubled E for no reason. Sad day.
That's all good.
And that was just the bug.
Don't R this quite yet. Now go.
There's that root. Come here.
Nice
Let me touch
job.
you.
Nice job. Nice job. Good
Let's
stuff.
Go.
They're going for Nasus. Probably go contribute. Yeah, go cut him off. Very nice. Very nice. Don't. Nice. Well, I honestly would have left him to die. Good call there. Oh, come on, W. W over the wall. I like the idea of trying to peel for the Kane there with the W. But Kane is a lot more mobile. I would have W'd over the wall because he has no mobility spells to be able to follow you.
Okay.
Because I think you could live there. Because then if you want to go back over the wall to try and like chase you down, then your W cooldown is so short at this point you could have W'd back over once again.
Yeah. I did forget to check the levels. He's at 15. I'm at 11. I assumed he has level 2, not level 3. Next level's 3. So his R lasts 5, 6, 7 seconds, I think.
His ult? NASA?
NASA's ult?
I think it lasts like 12 seconds? 15 seconds? I'll double check that for you because I don't want to give you wrong information, but I'm pretty sure it lasts quite a long time. Let me double check. 15 seconds, yeah. Yeah, the issue is, like, yeah, nothing feels comfortable in this game. It feels like you can't pick off Cho'Gath because your team doesn't have the damage, plus, or the Nasus because you won't have a Cho'Gath, so it doesn't have, like, tons of damage to be able to kill the Nasus, and Lysandra counters you when you're engaged. Nothing really feels super great. But Varus still isn't really under any sort of particular, like, fire. I mean, obviously, like, if Jarvan happens to EQ from a bush and then ults him, your Varus is probably dead unless he flashes, but obviously that's not good for you guys, speaking of which.
I really wish he didn't miss. But that is okay.
Yeah, that could have been a kill had he landed that. That's okay. Good restraint not preemptively alting there as well, because that could have been something that people done, like, or people do. They see the Varus ult animation, they go, okay, we're going, and then they just pop it. So once again, good restraint. Having patience.
To be fair, if I had flash, I absolutely would have jumped in. I have to override my brain power. I keep maxing Q.
That's okay. I saw the third point, but it's not the end of the world. It's something to get upset over. So that is quite dangerous because you don't have vision in that bush and you're kind of just blindly Wing in. Yeah, don't peel.
Off,
don't
please.
Peel. Oh, wow.
Psych! Oh, no, I pressed 2! Come on! I didn't perfectly time anything!
Alright, so, first thing, I actually commend you, because I think I would have just left the Varus to die, assuming that, like, it would not work and then you would die afterwards. But you actually ended up saving his life, so really nice job there. That was a really good judgment call that I didn't even really think that was possible. So nice job there.
Yeah.
And then, kind of on the back end of that, after saving his life there, instead of kind of timing the stopwatch, which I know is what you were trying to do, your W was off cooldown for about a solid second. You could have just W'd away from the Nasus, worst case, and then he still wouldn't have been able to get you. Because he's not going to dive that far in, and if he goes to, like, the Varus, maybe you can use Q and then E as a combined way to save Varus from that initial, like, that empowered Q, like that auto attack.
Yeah.
I do the same thing sometimes. Typically I would not go in debt for a cloth armor, and also that does to override the control word slot that now you don't have because you have, like, that last slot. It is kind of awkward because you're holding stopwatch, so you will want to use that eventually, but definitely control words will take priority here over something like a cloth armor, just so you can still secure objectives.
Okay.
So if you have, like, your boots, your support item, and then your mythic, and then another item complete, and you still haven't used stopwatch, hold on a stopwatch, and then have control words be your last slot. And if you literally don't use stopwatch for the next 1,000 gold, that's okay. Just upgrade to watchful wardstone as your 5th item. It's okay. As long as you're holding on a stopwatch and still prioritizing that you have your control wards for objectives, it's really important this late into the game, because one Baron can mean the game, or Soul, or Elder can mean the game.
Bears, please, thank you.
So, obviously it's a bit dangerous face checking bushes when you don't necessarily have vision.
Darn it.
So what I would do to kind of circumvent that and to give yourself more of a heads up is definitely get vision that's a little deeper. Like, go into the dragon pit and then place down a ward over the wall from the dragon pit. Not into tri-bush, just like directly behind
like
the wall.
here.
A little, yeah, like right exactly there. Because then what that allows you to do is you can see them kind of pivot towards the tri-bush from the most common area. Most of them are not going from bot to tri-bush, they're going from, like, that middle raptor area into tri-bush by pivoting downwards. So that ward allows you to counter common control word spots, and then also see them pivot downwards, and you don't have to, like, face check. And also, obviously, right, like, if you... Because I think you W'd in the bush as well, right, I think. And obviously then you didn't have any sort of mobility to get out, and you had to use your ultimate to get within range, and also had to use your flash to be able to leave. And obviously using defensive flash is something I talk a lot about. It's very hard to get, like, that habit out, but it is really, really important to knock that defensive flash habit out, because you do get so much more value. Like there, right, you did live, you saved the 300 gold that they would have gotten from killing you, but like I said, an offensive flash, especially this late into the game, give you, like, easily 2 to 3 kills, and then you get, like, Baron, which is, like, game winning, or you get Dragon, or, like, a turret, or you get their jungle camps. You get exponentially more gold by using offensive ults, and, like, or offensive flashes with your ults, rather than using it defensively. Okay. And what you'll notice even in that situation, right, your R gives you quite a bit of movement speed, right? But
yeah, I was still slowed when I procced it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Because Nasus slow is so strong, And this is just a good rule of thumb in general. Slows tend to greatly override speed ups. So if there's like an equal slow and an equal speed up, the slow will always win. Very, very much so. And this is when a control ward could be quite useful. Even though your jungler's not really here, Varus Q actually does a lot of damage and could potentially steal, as it almost did, actually. Not, I mean, you had vision anyways, but in the event that they weren't hitting you and you didn't really have that vision, obviously that's when control wards are really useful. Much more useful than just a cloth armor.
Yes. I do wish Arcane didn't go Assassin, though, with Nasus. That's too strong.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with that. I don't know if I like this Shadow Assassin pick here.
And since they have a Zillion, even if he assassinates one of them, Zillion's just going to R.
That's exactly right. It's a good reminder to do the Emax here when you get that level up. Just kind of help nudge that new habit, because I know that can be tricky.
Oh, yeah. My brain still wants to do Q.
Oh, of course. Same kind of deal when I was switching from like the full Q max to like 3Q Emax on Braum. I kept like full Q maxing for like many games. It's just so force in nature. You don't think about it at all. It's definitely a very odd game. And it's also a very difficult game for you. This isn't exactly like a go-to game where we get like a lot of really useful information. At least in terms of like matchups, just because you are in like perpetual losing matchups across like their entire team.
Yeah.
You can do pretty well versus Nasus, I think, for the most part. And also you can outplay a Jarvan, for sure. But the other ones are very, very difficult for you. Yeah, I would take a reset here. That's good. Because you need to get more awards. And a good rule of thumb, any turret that is not your inhib turret or closer is gone. If they have Baron, right?
Yes.
Like this turret, gone. Just assume it's theirs if they have Baron. There's no point in contesting those things. It's too far out. This is definitely a really big thing that a lot of players really struggle with. Yeah, be careful here, because you don't want to die. Nice. A big thing that most players really struggle with, and I think is a really big difference between like low elo and high elo, is people learning to give objectives. No one wants to give their opponents anything, but sometimes it's better just you don't take disadvantageous fights where they have like vision set up and they already have an advantage on you, because in that case then you're asking to lose again, then it get even bigger of a deficit, and oftentimes losing one ocean dragon isn't the biggest deal, assuming it's not their soul, of course.
It's the same thing with wards too.
Yeah, learn to give wards, also good habit. Yeah, ult that. Beautiful, nice job.
I missed my W. I'm so bad at the game.
Well, one, I want to say I really love that you didn't W the Lissandra afterwards. I love that you charmed her and then translated that charm into engaging on the Ezreal afterwards. I love that. You get that extra movement speed to help you gap close, and then it helps you engage on the Ezreal. So that's fantastic. I love that. The only thing that I think would have made it a little more effective would have been if you had waited for the Arcane Shift and then W'd afterwards. Really difficult to have that level of patience, especially as your R is like about to run out, right? You only have so much time to play with there, but definitely waiting for it.
Exactly. I really wish that I would that Rakan's R would refresh every time you hit somebody, so you get an additional 4 seconds, or it just refreshes to 4 seconds. That'd be such a nice thing.
Something that's actually interesting that I don't talk about very often is it actually does have some sort of refresh mechanic to it. It's never actually stated. It actually gains an extra quarter-second duration per champion that you get. Yes. Yeah, which is interesting.
I think that's going to show up in the extended tooltip. Why are you so fast, you POS? Get out of here with that freaking dead plate. Cho'Gath, hurry up, please. Look, Nasus, I'm so Cho. I missed. I'm bad. I'm touching you. I'm out.
Yeah, good call to leave. I wouldn't go back in either. Yeah, patient. Wait for the res. W and then E out.
3.
Good timing. Nice job.
Oh.
Nice job.
Isn't his R... Yeah. Zealand's R is supposed to be 2.5, and I still count the 3 to do it. Let's go. Still
Yeah.
did well.
It's a good enough count. It's consistent enough. Obviously, you can more so fine-tune it, but it's not the end of the world.
Well, I don't want to miss.
And this is a pretty late thing to say as well. But in relation to you trying to knock up that Nasus a little bit like a minute ago here, when you went for the max range W, obviously you do open up more opportunities for your opponents to be able to dodge it, even with just higher movement speed, which we know he has because of the dead mans.
Yeah.
So good in that case. Wait for the Cho'Gath to try and land either his Q first if he's not going to be patient, wait for yours to CC chain, or just E to the Cho'Gath and then W onto Nasus. Because then you're much closer, way less travel time for your W. It's much more consistent that way. And thankfully, you do have like a bit of a frontliner, so that is nice. You can kind of use him as that launch pad to jump into their team, oftentimes, or even just to like get closer, so your raw W can be more useful, which is great. So Nasus is bot lane. I should have encouraged you to recall and get more vision before this. Oh, there's the TP. You might want to try punishing this cautiously, but try. Yeah, wait on W.
I still am not using my stopwatch. I just need to sell that thing.
That would have been a good time to use stopwatch for sure, as you're stalling for like your W cooldown. Because even if you got like another round of abilities, this could have actually turned in a different direction, because this actually is quite a close fight.
Oh yeah, and then I would have so much shielding for my team to keep them up.
And obviously, good to try and remember to use the Mikhails as well. Obviously, you're probably waiting for something like the Lissandra ult, but it's not always appearing as you want it to. A lot of the time, I do the same thing where I purchase Mikhails, and it just doesn't... The optimal situation I purchase it for never arrives, and then I just never end up using it.
Yeah.
Apparently, your Varus is dying with stuff up, but...
It's so upsetting. Literally, I would have been better with, what is it, Redemption.
Yeah, probably.
Just to get the healing on.
Yeah. Unless it's a very long CC, it's very easy to like see it coming and then to cleanse it. Usually I would opt in for Redemption over Mikhails. Especially in games like this, right? You'll notice that like you group up people, the Kiana groups up people and CCs them, right? Even Varus R to some degree has that AoE CC to group up people. So definitely you'd get some really good redemption value in this game. And it's not like you couldn't get good Mikhail's value. As we kind of said, cleansing a Wither could be game-changing for your Varus, or cleansing Lissandra ult could be awesome as well. But obviously that's more like wishful thinking, and those situations don't always arise. And also it tends to help your Varus the most, because he's the least mobile and the most likely to get caught out by these abilities. But
yeah,
obviously he's not exactly the most useful person on your team. And so because of that, it can definitely be better to try and itemize more so for just general team fights and the strength you have and the synergies of your other allies who are performing better.
True. Like, I wanted him to be so much stronger for us since he was going to go the AP route, and then we had two assassins for some reason upsetting.
And actually, it's shocking that he's not doing more. He's got a lot of items. He's actually quite strong. He was a little maybe off base on that. I'm just shocked he's not doing more with that.
Yeah, he said earlier in chat that if he can land some R's, it would be just dunzo.
Careful, don't W in here. Good stopwatch. I think you might still get stunned by Zillion.
Yeah, damn.
But at least you used it. In situations like this where you're like literally full build and like accept your stopwatch, good to basically just like throw it out at any like half decent scenario.
Yeah.
But obviously there, right, like your Kayn is very mobile, even more mobile than you are, debatably, right? Just kind of let him go, like, get out. And if he really needs help, then you can dive in last second. But I definitely would not, like, go out of my way to try and help him.
Oh.
Thankfully, everyone will respawn here before Elder spawns, and you still have your flash.
Yes.
So hopefully you can go for a bigger play. But obviously it's not completely guaranteed or anything, because it is kind of a difficult matchup. Kayn grab the wave, but they might just end the game.
That's real. Yep. Ugh.
Yep. It happens. Honestly, it was a solid try. So definitely,
it was just all from Nasus being able to snowball.
Yeah, Nasus definitely got to scale. The game went on for quite a shockingly long time, actually. Which is crazy, because you actually got, like, a really awesome early Baron call. Like, that was definitely a highlight. Because a lot of people don't recognize how easily you can do Baron. And so for you, you recognizing that, placing down vision and setting up for it, and being like, okay, they're going to go for Dragon here. They go for Baron, well, like, before Dragon spawns, then by the time they kill Dragon, move over, we've already killed Baron. Like, that was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely, like, there's a lot of little things, right? Where, like, here and there, it's like, oh, yeah, we should improve on this and that and this and that, right? Biggest thing is just being more cautious about the way you approach getting vision. There's definitely a couple times where you're kind of going to get vision down, and then you're dying, and then your team actually is still surprisingly, like, almost winning the fight, even with you really not being there.
Yeah.
So in the event where we had approached getting vision more carefully, using just easier spots to get vision down that don't require you to, like, face check bushes and such, definitely perhaps you could have turned the tide. But also, with respect to the fact that you're still in a bunch of counter picks, right? Like, it is very difficult for you to do a lot versus, like, that team comp. Like, that's just a not very optimal Rakan game, period. But with, like I said, with that being said, there's definitely a lot of, like, things where we can, like, definitely, you know, rough around the edges that we can definitely fix up. Vision, I think, was a big one. There's definitely several times where I think the wards can be placed slightly more optimally. There's, like, that long bush with Ocean Soul, and there's also the one in River, where I was like, oh yeah, feel free to keep going, by the way. I'm just talking while we're in queue. Actually, wait, I can just go into a game and kind of show you what I'm talking about. That's even better.
Cool. Because, like, I know for a fact the only reason why like, if I messed up with placing a ward and getting damage dealt to me, we won the early fights simply because we had lethality, and they didn't have the armor to back it up the tankiness.
Yeah.
Later on, it didn't matter. They got tanky. I should have just paid more attention.
Okay. So I've booted up the stream, or the stream on Discord for you.
Yeah.
So let me show you what I'm talking about here. Because definitely the biggest thing. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to get my quest complete because this mode has no way to complete your support item.
Yeah, I just grabbed two control wards and then the support, or to get the ward.
Yeah, good idea. So this is generally what I'm talking about. So here you're kind of on red side, right? And you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
So you're placing down control wards like here, right? You'll notice that the vision does not cover along this wall here. When they're on blue side and they're playing a very defensive lane as they will be placing down wards from right here over this wall right along there. And if you place down your control ward right here, which this is generally an optimal ward, because then it sees further into the river, so you can see the jungler coming from further away. But if you're on red side and they're playing a defensive lane, they're not getting that deep vision, and also the jungler's not likely to come from the river, you know, all the time, then it's better to place down a control ward right here. You lose very minimal distance in the river, but you gain so much advantage because it allows your jungler to approach Tribush a lot easier, because then these wards get removed. There's a very, like, small difference, and it almost sounds like I'm exaggerating, but sometimes it can mean the difference between getting 2 kills and winning your lane and not, just by being able to deny that vision to help your jungler set up for ganks. Also, when Dragon was kind of spawning, I know this isn't... Can I trigger the Ocean Soul map? I probably can't, eh? Or can I?
It should be on the 3rd. Yeah, it's on the 3rd.
Is that right?
So if you do 2 Infernals or 2 whatever,
like actually kill them? That's fair. A lot of the time you're placing down wards right here as well. This is not very optimal, because you'll notice that, like, all of the vision, you don't get anything like here, right? You're only getting, like, a little further down, true, but you definitely lose, like, that circular vision to the left here a little bit, and that means they can actually slip by right here and then go like this, and see how they can, like, kind of sneak by this wall and sneak into, like, the mid bush. So it's good to optimize your wards by placing it, like, right here instead, which allows you to see them sneak by both of those spots. And then also you see them coming from a little further away, which is awesome as well. There's definitely, like, it's just a couple little... Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I think the only reason why I got too used to putting it at a lower angle is going to the Dragon Pit itself and casting it from there.
Totally.
So I got super into the bad habit.
Totally. And, like I said, that's totally okay. But generally, also, because you at one point you had walked into this bush and you, like...
To Tribush.
Yeah.
I knew it was warded, but I didn't know if... And then Jarvan had a particle in the bush that I could have paid attention to.
Yeah, well, there was that, but honestly, like, that's pretty inconsistent. That was just something I was pointing out, so you might notice those irregularities and be like, oh, I think there's a guy in the bush, and you kind of walk away. I won't even like get mad at you for that, because that's like very inconsistent. It's not a consistent thing I can kind of share with you that you can utilize. I was talking more so about later. I think that was actually even on like their soul, where you kind of like you W'd in the bush like this, and then all of a sudden there's people there because you don't have vision, right? Yeah. So I mean, good rule of thumb is to not use your W for like mobility like that if you're going in a zone where there could be people. But also, as I was kind of saying, better to kind of go into the pit here and then place down a ward right here. You'll notice this is outside the range of a very common control word spot that goes here, and also the control word spot that could go here. It's perfectly outside of both of these like spots, and also allows you to see them pivoting down from mid here down towards the bottom side.
Okay.
So like this is extraordinarily safe, and you'll notice I do this a lot. It is all about pathing to get safe vision. Like let's say like I'm here. I can get rid of minions so we can lose the vision. Right, I have no vision, but Baron's up. Okay, how the hell do I approach this scenario, right? I don't want to face check and die, because I could die, right? And like in that game, if you walked in and there's Lysandra in this bush and she just presses W and R, you're dead. So how do you approach getting vision down here? Where, like, how would you approach this in terms of getting vision down while trying to approach Baron?
If my wards was already completed, I would have warded the river bush in, but just... Words. I would have ward in the river right there to the right as I'm walking up to words.
And you can also show me on your screen as well. I'll take a look at yours.
Yeah, because I would have placed a ward in the bush right there. Like I did. I missed the place, but I would have placed it there to get vision there, and I would have immediately walked over here to and then. And you already said you don't want a W, but I would have W'd and then got my vision onto the Baron.
Yeah, the vision on the Baron's fine. Like I said, don't W. And also, if you're on blue side right, good reminder to not place down a control ward like directly in there. Obviously, you can place down a regular ward in there, and that's great. But obviously, if you're like on the defender side, like you don't have the advantage on Baron, you don't necessarily want to be dumping down like a control ward there, or even just like a vision, even the ward like in here. Like sometimes you see me do this quite a bit. You can place down a word right here, which is fantastic because this counters the very common control word spot found right there. Obviously, this word is absurdly good on blue side if you're getting Baron, but if you are at a disadvantage and they're on Baron, obviously placing down a control word here doesn't do much for you because they already occupy the area. So it's better for you to place down unorthodox wards that they're not expecting, right? A lot of the time, that's this spot. This counters this control word spot and this control word spot by existing right here. You'll notice that some range champions will hit Baron like this, right? And this actually sees them. You'll see I'm within that vision range, so you can see them hit Baron from further away. So this catches some sloppy range champions. This one counters this control word spot, and also some lower level sweepers, because sweeper does get bigger the bigger level you get. So this counters most common sweeper paths, right? You'll notice once again, if I'm an ADC and I'm hitting a Baron from here, this will like see me.
Okay.
So it's about getting sneaky vision. I like what you were saying, right? If I have no vision and I'm kind of approaching this is what I would do, right? I would walk in and place down a ward here. And if I'm really nervous, I'd place down a ward here as well. That's very true. But you notice how we're placing it down over walls, so if they don't have vision here, they can't punish us. That's exactly what you want to be doing, right? This is great. An alternative, right, is going actually this way, upwards, right? Another thing over the wall, just like I was talking about with this ward, placing down a ward right here, right? Right? If they have no vision over this wall, they have no idea you're doing it, counters the common control word spots, gets really safe vision, no need to use W. They hop over the wall, boom, you W away, no big deal. Always hold the W when getting vision.
Okay.
Like obviously sometimes there are some exceptions. Like there have been times where I'm like, my W cooldown's like 6 seconds because I have a bunch of ability haste and I have level 5. Maybe I'll W over the wall here, hit this control word 5 times, then by the time I hit it 5 times, then I can W back out. Obviously that comes with risk. If they turn the corner and I'm doing this on my own, I could die if I get CC'd. Or I have to pop my ult, and then I'm not very useful for like the Baron fights and such.
Okay.
Anyway, there's a lot of talk about vision, but like things like that can help a lot, right? With Dragon as well, same deal, right? Placing on a ward here to common control, like counter common control word spots, catch them on rotations where they're not expecting, and also counters those common sweeper paths because usually they're wanting to disable like this spot, this spot, this spot. But they're never expecting this spot, and this isn't really going to be control worded because it's not a very good control word spot. But they do need to remove that vision, but they're also not likely to sweep it, which is why it's so fantastic. So a lot of this is about finding angles over walls that you can place down vision, because that's very, very safe. If they don't have vision, right? If I place down a ward here, and even let's say they do a vision in the pit, right? And I don't realize this yet, even though in this situation we could like control ward if we're on like red side and we're trying to get vision here for like their blue side jungle, right? Yeah. I mean, like say like you're versing Jarvan and Lissandra, they'd both have to hop the wall to try and kill you, right? But that does leave you with opportunities to like potentially still W away. They have to close that gap and jump the wall to be able to kill you. So at least they have to invest spells, and then they could die afterwards. So placing it down over walls allows you to get safe vision down. Also forces them to have to use spells if they want to try and kill you. Plus it counters those common control word spots and counters common sweeper paths, which is why doing this is very important. So placing down these very safe wards over walls is very much the strategy for vision, right? Entering bushes like these, if I'm red side, I'm trying to get vision on blue side, right? Yeah. And I'm over here, and I'm like, okay, I have no vision of here. How do I want to approach this, right? Same deal as we kind of said for the Baron side, right? This ward are great. As soon as I realized that they're not in this bush, which I would walk up and I would use Q to check. And keep in mind, you can do the same thing for this bush as well, but obviously it's just a weird angle. You want to get like a Q angle here. Obviously, this doesn't work very well, but this works great because you can cover for the whole bush, but then I'm literally face checking practically.
Yeah. That's the other thing is I really want my ADCs the moment they hit 9 to have Farsight so I can get safer warding going on.
Yeah. Usually those are trying to cover their own ass while they're like trying to like farm mid, or they're usually reserved in higher elo for checking objectives when you don't have that vision. Usually they're not going to throw it in bushes like this, although they can still to help you. But I wouldn't bank on your ADC helping you out with vision. Try to do it on your own. You can try like I hate warding this bush. You frequently refer to, or I refer to this bush, like the ward in this bush, as like the insecure ward, because it's like it's such a small insignificant bush, but yet they could be cheesing in there, and so that's why it's important to like know if they're in there or not. But the vision sucks. You'd so much rather have this spot here, which once again covers them going into this mid bush as well. This is a very good bush to ward. Anyway, so you can use Q to check bushes, and if they're not in there, then you can kind of just walk in. Alternatively, this is another phenomenal strategy for getting vision down in areas that are unsafe, and this is great for like Baron, right? This is a very, very common like ward spot, right? So what I would do here is I would sweep to check for this ward. But then what I would do is I'd walk close to this wall, because then it would detect if they're in this bush as well.
Yeah, because they'll show up red.
Exactly. And if there's nowhere in this bush, right, then I could also use it and turn the corner, right? If I like walk around like this, then I'd be able to get close enough to see if they're in this bush. That's exactly right. And so you can use Sweeper to check bushes for you, while also removing those those very common wards, or at least confirming that they don't have those common wards there. Because obviously if this is warded, and I'm turning the bush to try and get a ward there, then they're going to see me coming and I'm going to die.
Yes.
So anyway, this is all very like rambly, but all of it's very important. It's about getting safe vision down using Sweeper and using Q and using these ward angles over walls to make sure you're not face checking people. Because even though you're Rakan and you're very mobile, these tips and tricks are obviously much more helpful on non-Rakan champions, because Rakan is very mobile and can get away with a lot more in terms of vision than most other supports can. But in general, if you get CC'd, you're still going to die. So these are still very crucial tips to be able to learn, just to make sure you're not face checking to your death when they have CC. But so yeah, we're going to be focusing a lot more on getting safer wards down in your games. A lot of the time the wards are either in like slightly unoptimal spots, right? Like right, like I gotta get
like that one right there.
Yeah, like this one right here, or this one right there, right? Little things like that are like that could be slightly more optimal and could make the difference. They're not like, I'm not gonna lie to you, is having the ward like right here instead of right there really gonna win you the game every single time? No, it's not. I won't lie to you, but there could be a situation that arises from time to time that could make the biggest difference. And the thing is that like if it does make the difference, then it can help you get like 2 kills, get turret plates, snowball your lane, win the game. Like little things like that, these little things that I do all the time. We do all of them because every now and again one of them will appear and just be enormously useful.
Okay. A real quick practice tool, if you auto refresh cooldowns, it'll let you have your ward every second. And I literally just found that out.
Right.
Okay.
But that's more or less it. Like, because like a lot of the problem with that game, I think, was just like you're getting caught out too much. And obviously, right, we could say, okay, maybe you go for Radiant and that could help with that problem. But I think that you're a good player. Your mechanics are very solid, like very, very good. So I'm like, I think you will get a lot of value from Shirelius. I just think you need to be a little more careful with your wards and how you're pathing and placing down these wards to check these blind areas so that you don't die.
Yeah. The biggest reason why I took Shirella that game was Nasus and Lissandra being able to move and group people, so I wanted to try to move people out of that area.
I mean, Shirley
Which
is in
didn't work
general.
too much because I just kept using it for engaging whenever Kane was going in. But yeah.
Yeah, Shirley's in general is just extremely versatile and obviously enormously high synergy on Rakan. It's okay if you want to go that literally every single game. Yeah, just in relation to respecting that when you're going Shirelias, you are quite squishy. Like if you do opt in for like this full Enchanter build to maximize the amount of utility you have, if they catch you out, then you do just die. Like one mistake in a general engage does usually spell out your death as like an Enchanter build Rakan. And that is no different when you're trying to get vision down and then you kind of face check to people. And a lot of the time, right, like for example, like when you checked and like W'd in here and then the Nasus was there, is like, right, so many different ways to avoid that. Not Wing in immediately, warding over the from Dragon Pit over like here so you can see him rotate downwards. Right, because then you had to pop R, which did nothing because the slow overrided it, and then you had to use Flash defensively, and obviously like that's a big no-no, as I kind of describe all the time, because of how much more effective it is flashing offensively than defensively. So like for me, that's the biggest thing. I think a lot of like things that look like different mistakes actually all kind of congregate under one problem that we saw in that game, and that's just the vision. I think if you just had if we could hone your understanding a bit more in terms of the better angles to get down vision that avoid those control word spots, avoid those sweeper paths, then it would be a lot safer for you to maneuver the map. But also, obviously, good rule of thumb to adopt, don't use W out of combat. Especially when it's like, there could be people, or B, you don't have a lot of ability haste or level 5 W yet. Like I said, there's some situations where I'm like, if I see they're on mid lane, and I see there's a control in the pit, and there's no blast cone, I will, like, sometimes, if I know it's only, like, a 6-second cooldown, and I know I'm not gonna die, especially if I have, like, a ward right here to cover my ass, I'll W the wall, and then hit this ward 4 times, then walk up here, and then W over the wall again. And you can get away with that because you're Rakan. But, like I said, even that's, like, extremely risky, but I'm kind of, risking it for the biscuit in terms of getting good vision for Baron, because we'd be on the red side in that case. Anyways, so I think a lot of the problems that stem from that game could seem like a lot of different things. I think it's mostly just... I think mostly the vision could help a lot with that.
Okay.
Like obviously there's some things where I'm like, oh, like don't W in, or like don't do this, and then you would, and it would actually work out. And like in some cases I'm like, oh, that wouldn't be the most optimal consistent strategy, but it worked out in this case.
And it's only working out because they're making mistakes in return.
yeah, pretty much. Like the Jarvan thing was a really good example of that, right? I would not have ulted there because I would have assumed, oh, he's just going to Q it to his flag that he already placed behind him. If he E'd forwards to try and jump on your Varus, and then Varus ulted him, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, maybe you can kill him now because he can't jump out because his flag is already forward, so he can't jump backwards. But anyways, yeah.
That's the other thing I'm trying to continue to pay attention to. J4, who else? Renekton, Echo. Every time they use their dash ability, I'm trying to knock them up right after, which I've seen sometimes I've stopped damage that way, but Renekton R, J4's R is unstoppable. Yeah. The unstoppable R's are so irritating. Scion R. Ugh.
Yeah, and all those will come with matchup experience, right? Like the more and more you verse these particular champions, the more and more you'll be like, oh, like even just from that game alone, right? Like you learn a lot about even like the Jarvan matchup, for example, where I was like, hey, don't try to W him, he'll go unstoppable, and then instead wait for him to R your ADC, so stand outside of the range. Like if that's my ADC, I want to stand like here within E range, but then outside of the Jarvan R radius. So then in the event that like this would happen, right? And this is Jarvan. I guess I should get like a word for this. Hold on. Right, and like that's Jarvan jumping on your ADC, and then like you have like right there 2 guys following up. Then very easily you can just wait and then go like that, and then be able to like E backwards.
Okay.
And so waiting for Jarvan to like ult and then R, Eing, and then Wing those guys and Eing back to like stall this time is better. It may seem like you want to W the Jarvan because he's got hitting your teammate, but these two will be following up assuming they're ranged, which in that case the Zillion and Ezreal were.
Yeah.
Anyways, a lot of this is like very little things. Like, of course, you'll understand the matchups more intuitively as time goes on. You'll only get better and better at that. So we won't dwindle on that for too long. Because it's like, well, we'll know, duh. Like, I'll give you tips on the matchups as we kind of go. But it's not like, oh, dude, you need to understand how to outplay Jarvan. Because it's like, you're not going to come across Jarvan every single game. And he could be on your team if he is. And yada, yada. Anyways, that's more or less it. Obviously, there's a lot of, like, little things in that game. Like, a lot of, like, little moments. But I want to try to focus on, like, the big picture stuff most of all. Because, yeah, there's a lot of little things where we're like, oh, like, you shouldn't have done that. Or, like, oh, why'd you use W, like, Like at max range, it's not going to be as consistent, but like those are little things. I like to focus on like the big tangible things I feel like we can make a really big improvement on that make the biggest difference. So I think the vision is definitely the biggest thing, focusing on those safe vision paths. So then it can aid you in how you kind of maneuver through the jungle within objectives.
Yeah.
So that's what we'll kind of focus on for like the next game. Obviously in relation to you still playing. Great.
Yep.
But otherwise, feel free to queue up, and otherwise, like any questions you got in regards to like that kind of stuff or anything on your mind.
The things that I have to stop doing is I do always want to save my ADC. I want to save my team. I don't mind dying if they live and get kills.
Yeah.
I have to reprogram my brain to realize they're not going to immediately die. They're not going to get super bursted from one champion if that champion's not fed.
Yeah.
So that way I can make better plays using my kit. I've only seen this champion in ranked once, and they played mid, and they dominated, and it was great because they were on my team.
Now, to answer a quick question from the chat here in terms of pick order, because this is relevant for drafting, and drafting is very important. As you get higher and higher rank, drafting becomes more and more important. I definitely think that, yeah, it should go like jungle. I think it goes jungle, ADC, but I think the mid lane matchup's more important than the support matchup, personally. So I think it goes jungle, ADC, support, mid, top, in terms of least to most important. Like, obviously, support's pretty important, but I think the solo lanes are more trapped in difficult lanes. Top especially. Mid's a shorter lane, so it's not as bad, but yeah, I'd say mid and support could be interchangeable. Typically, I try to say that like mid lane is more important because a winning mid means they can roam top, they can roam bot. Support can have a hard time roaming towards top side and Rift Herald sometimes, like top side jungle stuff. I think mid has an easier time roaming there, so like mid takes a bit of a higher priority. But obviously, support could also be interchangeable. I think that's acceptable too. So keep in mind that is a Melio ban, right? So we do think that's going to be a Pantheon support.
Pantheon support.
That's right. So get power for my bin in chat. Select then. Wait and see based on their draft. If they haven't picked their support or mid yet, then yeah. Depends on how counterable his champion is. Is he hovering his champion? Is his champion very easily counterable? If it is, then yeah, switch. If it's not, then yeah, who really cares? Some champions are easier to counter than others. Based on the champion, whether or not you see their draft. Yeah, a lot of the league stuff is like within context, which context changes a lot. So this is a bit better than the last time. You can definitely do some damage to the Katarina. Hecarim can definitely give you issues with how fast he is. And Pantheon can also give you issues in bot lane here, but then again, you're not really a champion who's trying to fight in the early game anyways. So, he's a champion who wants to fight in the early game and then falls off, and you're a champion who doesn't want to fight in the early game and scales. So, generally, as long as you don't fight, this is looking quite positive for you.
I have to click rescreen.
That was great. Feel free to boot it back up. To answer another question from chat, would Braum be good in Pantheon support? Yep. I'd say Braum would do good. But obviously, yeah, Rakan can struggle if you make mistakes, right? But generally, yeah, you can play safe, you can run away and such. Pantheon jumps in, you W him, you eat away. Also, I don't know if I already said it, but we can't see your screen. I think it stopped the screen share.
Not letting me get back. Alright, well, I'm just going to do the actual screen then. I do have to worry about my computer just freezing on me whenever League happens, because for some reason League doesn't like Discord.
Yeah.
Alright. Oh.
So, obviously you could have a strong level 1 in relation to Ahri starting Charm, but it also hurts her lane quite a bit. You could try Wing over the wall. I don't really see any super big harm in it, but obviously, if Pantheon happens to be there, that's an issue, and if your team's not grouped, that's also an issue.
Yeah, we just saw Singed and Cat there.
Yeah.
Oh,
looks like he's going towards the top side. You might be able to start walking in. If you'd like, you can try pinging to, like, in... Oh, no, here they come.
Hi, how you doing? Oh, there's 4. Oh, I should have flashed immediately.
Yeah, probably. It's okay for, like, the first flash of the game to be defensive, because, like, Rakan has a really hard time forcing things pre-6 anyways, even with flash. Well, obviously, like, against the mobile champs, if you can get their flash, then you can flash W on them. That's not always going to be the case. So it's okay if the first flash of the game is defensive. I just think, like, level 6 and onwards, or as you're going to get level 6, definitely important to prioritize the offensive flash. But, yeah, definitely the biggest thing there, obviously, like, right, do see that, like, you have 3 teammates, including yourself, and then you see only 2 of them. Usually, if they're going to be full-on invading like that, I wouldn't assume it's just 2 of them.
Yeah.
Usually what I assume is that if it's too good to be true, it probably is, and that helps me not get into really sticky situations. In the very odd occasion, that can definitely hinder me trying to make a play on someone making a mistake, but usually, way more often than not, it'll actually prevent me from getting killed.
Yeah. That is something I need to fix on, because I do constantly. I see 2, and I'm like, oh, look at that. I'm gonna make a play. We're gonna get 2 of them, because there's 3 of us. We outnumber them.
Yeah. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. It's a good attitude to adopt, which sounds very cynical, but I think I also find it to be very true in a game where people are very scared to make moves, and they want to make moves if it's a surefire guarantee success. Yep. Good acknowledgement of the level 2 power spike and respecting that. Very, very good. That's one of the most important things you can understand in bot lane is when they're going to get level 2, the 3rd melee minion of the 2nd wave, assuming they haven't missed any prior experience. That will save your ass. Very much so. So it's good to know that.
Saw Pantheon go up here.
It's okay. Your VA goes on the top side of the map, right? He can't be doing anything up there.
Which is cool. Yeah, we did help him with blue, so he moves that way.
And as, like, Rakan gets pushed more and more away from, like, engaging, and definitely becomes weaker in lane in terms of, like, full-on engages by losing things like base armor or, like, W base damage, more and more Rakan is just becoming a champion where you don't do anything pre-6, and then post-6 you can start making some plays. Definitely if you're going to be
hit? Wow.
Yeah, sometimes Rakan's Q is an odd hitbox. Sometimes it feels super short and awful, and other times it feels like there's, like, this random, like, balloon at the end that hits people.
I so badly just want... I want one more Teemo unit of range on his Q. That's all I wanted.
Did you play him on release by chance?
I did. The moment he got released, I bought him, bought somebody Xayah, forced them to play Xayah, and I was like, all right, no, Rakan's my champ. That is who I'm playing.
Because I was mostly referring to his release Q range, which was 100 less than it is now, and right now it doesn't feel very good already.
Right? I enjoyed the speed of his W getting increased on his movement speed. It made me want to buy items that had movement speed on them. It was so nice.
Yeah, it was nice to have it scale. And obviously one more thing I kind of forgot to mention that was pretty important. Obviously not the Q max after W. WEQ is what you're going for skill max, always. Always the best way to go about it.
I'm gonna go make the bad boy real quick. Oh, hey, look at that.
No, it's a good word. Right, and if you're not super sure where the jungler is, obviously good to pay attention to whether or not your bot lane leashed. They could fake leash, but most people don't fake leash. So what you can always do to kind of know is if you see their bot lane didn't leash. I'll be quiet for a sec.
Ooh. Thank you, Kaisa.
Careful, no spells. You need to wait on W. Careful.
He didn't keep walking. I'm stupid.
That's okay. The max range W, yeah, it does hurt to you sometimes.
Ari missed her charm. I did sincerely believe he was going to keep walking. I thought for sure he was going to walk more to Hecarim.
That's weird. The glacial command didn't work. Uh-oh. That's not good. Here.
Diego, that was not Kai'Sa.
Yeah, definitely good to be, as soon as you kind of use your W and you have no spells up, you don't really contribute much as a champion. Yeah. So like in that situation, like Pantheon's cooldowns are definitely lower than yours. Good to be careful, right? Because if you're kind of staying in combat with no spells up, even if they're like 3 or 4 seconds off and you feel like they're going to be up relatively soon, their spells will be up before yours will, almost always. So get good to be careful.
I'm going to just look at... Ooh. Okay, it's not there. Yes, Katarina. Plat is the new gold. You are not wrong. It's not.
Yeah, this could be good. Obviously go for the Varus here if possible. Careful, he could kill you.
Oh, I should have flashed.
Probably even instead of flashing, more so just better to respect Varus' damage. It's always a lot higher than you probably think it is, because his max health damage is blight.
W.
Yeah, he's got a lot. Obviously, big thing there is to not W through people that have hard CC, because they just open up opportunities for your W to get cancelled. That's usually why we try to emphasize the point blank W, so they're more consistent and they don't get cancelled. And that not only just goes for like Pantheon, right, but like any other like support, like Nautilus is a great example, or like Thresh, right? If you're trying to like W through them onto their ADC, very commonly they will just CC you very easily. Yeah. So either wait out those abilities first, or try to make sure you're not like Wing through them. Wait for them to use the spell first, and then you use yours. Nice last up there.
Fair. Pantheon is up there. Okay. Hello, Pantheon. How
Nice word. Nice word.
Cat was bought last time.
Your jungler's there. Just kind of keep an eye on him. Oh my gosh.
Stun.
What?
Just stun him.
Don't max range. That's okay.
Wow.
But especially versus Hecarim or anyone with an increased movement speed, really, those max range Ws will never ever work. It's just one of the, it's just one of those things.
I do bank too much on them making a mistake and like seeing me and immediately wanting to back up instead.
Yeah. Yeah, and as you get higher and higher rank, that'll only become more and more inconsistent, like the max range Ws.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, anyone with movement speed or anyone with mobility, I would never attempt max range Ws versus. Usually they will just kind of dodge it.
Let me auto riot, seriously. I do wish Rakan's attack speed would be higher early on. Like, Amumu's right now at level 5 would be 0.72.
It's funny, because I believe he gets that because that's like a jungle buff, where they give him extra attack speed level 1 to help his clear be better, and then of course he pivots to support and keeps it anyway.
So irritating.
So obviously seeing as it's like 10 minutes, right? A minute or so ago, or even like now, you could pivot towards Rift Herald. If your ADC's recalling, that's what I would do. It looks like your Viego's going for it too, which is great. And also your mid seemingly has Prio, so that could be good too. Yeah, and that's what I was about to say too. Make sure you're not getting seen on these roams when you're rotating. Because you want them to think that you're recalling. You don't want them to know you're here, so then they take a disadvantageous fight, but they don't realize it's disadvantageous. Because if Pantheon and Hecarim walk in thinking it's a 2v2 and they win this because they're fed, and then you appear, Nah, that's what's best. Instead of walking up and showing yourself, I would have hidden the pixel bush with Ari, actually. So see how the Pantheon didn't know? You could have, like, comboed with that there. Good ignite on him.
Nope, that is not my teammate.
Okay, nice stopwatch, nice stopwatch. Okay, nice job, nice job. Got ults. Nice job, nice job. Ah, you got the flip, damn it. Great mechanical fight. Nice job, nice job.
I leveled, I remembered stopwatch this time because it was on 1, not 2.
Very, very good mechanics. Nice job.
Oh. I've eaten so many deaths for stupid stuff.
That's okay.
Assassin, this is going lethality.
It can be good. Also, feel free to steal the stopwatch. No need to hold on to it at this point. Yeah, I definitely like going for the Aegis first. Just because it does give you that ability haste that you tend to lack a little bit with this with the Radiant build. So I like to go for Aegis first, personally.
I still dislike that Kindle Gem is not part of it.
I completely agree.
That didn't hit right. Come on, love me. just a little bit of love.
So you'll see, right? We kind of talked about this. You have no vision on Dragon. Dragon's up relatively soon. So carefully approach.
Hi, how you doing? I W'd and they didn't get knocked up. And it was way after this W. Right.
I think, like, unfortunately, he pressed it as you pressed it, like, just super unlucky.
Oh.
But yeah. To be fair, I wasn't expecting them to be that far up either, so I don't really blame you for that. Yeah. Typically, I wouldn't go in debt if you only have to wait, like, 15 gold. I would just wait out the 15 gold. Or even in that case, like, sell your potions so you don't have to lose the 50 gold for getting the Aegis there. Not the end of the world, right? But somewhere down along the line, if you needed an extra 50 gold for an item, you'd be like, oh, shoot, if I had that extra 50 gold, if I didn't go in debt earlier, then you could have an item. That item could be the difference between you staying alive and dying, and that could help you, like, win or lose the game. Those little things do tend to snowball pretty heavily in League a lot of the time. So good to maximize as much as you can. So Singed is top lane, but you don't have a Viego. Good to keep that in mind, because he's a lot of your teamfight power, but you do also have Cannon, right? So in the Katarina matchup, pretty important. A lot of time you want to hold your stuff for Katarina, right?
Golden diamonds, boy! Woo!
Much better. Forgot Twitch cancelled all my subscriptions.
Was not prepared for that damage still.
Yeah. Varus damage is always higher than you think.
Tracking.
That's a bounty, though.
Go.
At least it should be. There it is.
I am definitely blessed with better teammates this time around. Diego, I'm coming. I'm super slow, but I'm on my way.
Yeah, I don't think Pantheon kills him if you're here. Nice. You do have very good mechanics, but you may find that you have a much more success with a tankier Radiant Virtue build, just because you do go in a lot. And yeah, the margin for error on the Shirelius build is so low. Like, if you make any error with Shirelius in a team fight, you will just die instantly.
There are definitely a lot more plays I just live because I...
Oh. Nice W. Nice job going behind him to get the extra damage there. And she outspaced your E. That sucks. I wouldn't flash, despite the fact that it sucks that your teammate basically lets you die there. I would just take the death. It sounds bad, and it sounds, like, lame, but I think it's genuinely better.
Okay.
You get a lot more value from those offensive flashes. And like I said, that's okay. It took me even, like, a very long time to stop doing that. And there are still some situations where flashing defensively can be good. Like, if you're worth a bounty, or if you die means they get Baron, and then Baron means they end the game. If you die, then they do just straight up end the game. Those can be situations where flashing defensively is still okay, even though generally it's way better to do it offensively than defensively.
I'd have to let this fall. Thank you. Hello, Viego. Why do you have a shield? Oh. Nope, no thank you.
Yep, good call. Don't be afraid to W away if you need to, especially like this late into the game, because your cooldown's a lot lower. So I like the idea that you're using alt there to peel for the Viego, but also important to realize that Viego's actually a lot more slippery than he seems a lot of the time. With his ult being unstoppable, he can get out of a lot of situations very easily. I think he would have actually been okay. If they kept chasing further after he ulted away into the turret range, then that's when you would want to ult, because then they'd be taking more damage and then you could threaten the kill afterwards. I think being a little more patient with the ult could have either led to potentially a kill on that turnaround, or you wouldn't have needed it at all if they just backed off.
I want to know why my team is still inside our jungle where all the enemies are.
Nice, nice. Ah, Katarina.
All those. Why is she taking tower? What? Right. Hi, how you doing?
Nice, nice, nice. Careful, you are running out of mana here, yeah? Oh my gosh, that damage. The forest.
Like, and like he's not even full AP, so I don't. 1W.
I believe you should have Radiant here, yes, with Futures Market, I believe. Beautiful. Yeah, I like going Radiant a lot versus Katarina. A lot of the time I find she snowballs, and when she snowballs, she kills you in half a second. And sometimes that will not be long enough for you to get your CC off on her, so I love Radiant in the Katarina matchups in particular, because usually they're engaging into you, and when they're engaging into you, you definitely don't need Shrelius as much as you usually do, because they're already closing the gap onto you, for you, which is awesome. Alright, Kai'Sa.
She really just said, hey, I'm going to stand here. Oh!
Whoa. That's pretty close. Oh, careful, careful, careful. I like that you place down the ward in the wall and then let it bounce to the bush instead of you directly walking up to the bush. I like that a lot. That's definitely part of those safe warding patterns we talked about. It's great. Because even though in that case it's not on like the optimal spot, because it was the safe ward, it's okay that's not in an optimal spot because it's just there to make sure you can see them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Katarina is bot lane. This is a 4v4. As long as you pick off one person, Viego can reset. This could be very good for you guys. And you also have the cannon follow-up. Your flash is coming up here soon. It's okay.
Flash gun.
Nice job. Also, once again, like, good to be careful. If you're approaching without your teammates, you do risk dying. Less so with the Radiant build, of course, but still, good to be careful. Nice.
Viego,
Nice
I
job.
had
Nice
same
job.
brain.
Nice job. It's good cannon follow-up. Oh, wow. Varus didn't die. Wow. I really like the engage, though. I think that was a good judgment call, honestly. In fact, if anything, I would have said alt, like, a little bit sooner. Like, half a second sooner, and that could have been a bit better. But obviously, because you used flash to cap close already, it ended up being just fine. But obviously, the Viego didn't really have the damage for it, and the cannon wasn't within range to follow up, and yeah.
Like, Viego even had same brain because he flash W'd.
Yeah. Yeah, going for a lot of these really offensive plays when you're behind, you'll find that, like, a lot of the time, even if it's, like, a good engage, it's just not successful.
Yeah.
And that's kind of an issue with, like, Rakan if his team doesn't get ahead, because Rakan can land a really big ult, but you just won't be able to translate it into any kills and come back, just because you don't have the damage to follow up Rakan's stuff, and he doesn't have the longest CC in the world, and obviously he doesn't really contribute much in terms of damage. So it can be tricky. Hence why it contributes so much to his, teammate reliance.
Yeah. I was so stoked because I had a Ari who has R, so I can just follow up on that. Right, please give me back my 14 AD. I'm level 9. Let me have 100.
Yeah, he used to have absurdly high base AD before they gave him his 9.9 mid scope.
Like he was the he was the highest AD champ at level 1.
Yeah, he was. It's kind of silly to think about in hindsight.
Want to go the Baron. Want to kill. Yes, I just mixed up. Someone's here. Probably Varus. Varus.
They actually got a pick, which is great. I would recall right now, though, with relation to watching top lane to make sure it goes fine, which I think it will. Nice. Well, actually, wait, hold on. Sake, go for Baron, probably. This actually might be the play. I think you guys have to go for something desperate, because I think you guys will probably lose otherwise. I think they're both bot side. I think 2 of them are dead. Don't hit that. Don't give away that you're doing this. I would have placed down the controller in that pixel bush you just walked into instead, because obviously, like, they're not going to have vision, like, there when they've already been occupying the map. Much more likely for them to have, like, casual vision in, like, that pixel bush, but this is a really good Baron call. Because, yeah, 2 dead. Singe is bot lane. Hecarim was bot lane. He's probably on his way now, but I think this will be okay. But obviously, see how, like, you've no vision, like, the deeper parts of the river? You don't know if they're coming or not. That's why the pixel bush in that bush would have been more important. Ah, and then he buffers his R during the charm. Lame.
So upsetting.
I would not have ran that way. I like the W to try and help him instead of just continuing your recall. But afterwards, if it missed, I would have charmed Pantheon at most and then ran. If not, just run, but not even ult. Still good, though. Even if 2 of you die, you got Baron. That's really big for you guys.
The moment I saw Hecarim after R'ing the Pantheon, I wanted to run through him to stop his R before he cast it, so I just kept running.
Fair enough. Like, definitely not, like, unfounded in terms of, like, what you're trying to do. I just think that in practice, it's probably not going to work just because they have too many people there.
Yeah. That was not supposed to be there. I think I ward. I wanted to go further.
Okay, nice.
Probably ignite. Probably ignite.
That's okay. Yeah, you're probably going to want to start entering the river, going towards Dragon here. Just make sure you're playing around Kennen. This guy is everything to your team. Generally, this is a good thing that you should do. I should have mentioned this earlier. Is like as soon as like laning phase kind of like ends, like 14 minutes-ish, you want to start identifying your win condition. Hold alt for Katarina, hold alt for Katarina. Nice, nice, nice. Nah, Varus ult, that's okay. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Kaisa, Kaisa, Kaisa. Nice, it's a dead guy.
Can you finish it?
Beautiful.
Yeah, Kaisa
Nice
can
job.
finish it.
Don't go for Echo.
No! No, you die! Fuck, I wanted it!
Yeah. It's very tempting, but like I said, on those movement speed targets, it's usually not going to work.
Diego, we are alive.
Also, just another... Oh, yeah, never mind. I was going to say the Q thing, but I see the point in the E, so yeah, just shaking off. It's okay.
Yeah, I did it again. I immediately sat there and no-brained in the queue.
That's okay. I should have been there to remind. Just to kind of shake the habit. But that was good, though. Really good patience on holding the ult there. Because that's fantastic. Because when you don't use your ult, that prevents Katarina from being able to do anything. So when you use just the W and you held the R there, beautiful. Stops Katarina from being able to contribute. And then as soon as you saw them jump in, then you R-E'd and then use that extra movement speed to try and translate onto the Katarina afterwards. That was beautiful. That's textbook stuff. That was awesome mechanics. Obviously later on, the flash max range W on the Hecarim. Even if you kill him, right, you flash and you got 1 kill, you're probably still not going to win the rest of the fight, right? As you saw, your teammates kind of died without you really being there already. So even
and it would have been bad. It would have been bad to take his bounty away from my team.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say next. Is like even then it could be like a detriment because then you are taking away that bounty.
Like I so badly wanted to get him out of the fight, and then I'd be able to get redemption now. But it is a lot. Just like when we do tower plating, we should be giving it to our carriers.
That's exactly right.
I didn't get seen by that.
Right, as I was kind of saying before the team fight kind of happened. Good to identify your win condition in the mid game. Very, very important stuff. Because Rakan is a champion who tends to not synergize with a lot of ADCs. In the early game, he can synergize very well with a handful of them, but that's only if they know how to play with Rakan. And in the mid game, usually that synergy completely falls apart unless their name is Twitch and they know how to play it. So usually, you kind of don't really have great synergy with your ADC post laning phase, if in laning phase at all. So usually that means you want to kind of identify who to be playing around. A lot of the time that's your jungler, because you can make plays together where you both kind of are unseen in the jungle, and you kind of sneak up on one guy and you kill him together. And most junglers have a minor CC ability, lasts for usually like, at lowest 3/4 of a second, at most usually like 1.5 seconds, right? And then usually you can land your W pretty consistently off their CC, which is awesome. But in this case, actually, it's not going to be your Viego. Even though you have really high synergy with Viego, because you and your kid is designed to pick off one guy really, really well, and he gets a reset off one person, then just like murders their whole team, you actually want to be playing around your Kennen here. Because he has a really big AoE ult that can follow up your AoE ult, or vice versa. A lot of the time, Kennen will just E, R, and then flash into their team. And then it is so crazy how quick it applies to everyone, because he's on top of them instantly, with huge AoEs.
We saw them walking there. Dragons in 2, Barons in 37. Wow.
Nice. That's okay. Good job not ulting there, because yeah, chasing Singe is not usually the best idea.
Rule number 1 of League.
That's right.
Hello, Varys. How you doing?
Yep, nice ward behind the Baron's head. Very nice. So any of your ranged champions can actually hit that ward over the wall, which is fantastic. And this is why we have a control ward. You can place it down on top of your other ward. Oh, I guess there's already one in there, but like if that one dies, you have another one. Right, come on, Viego. Good luck. Well, good try.
Okay, right. Thank you for that. Really awful.
The buffer happened?
Yeah.
Ah.
I am rooted, so I can't move. Wow.
Yeah. Unlucky on the buffer. Shitty bug.
Like, I pressed E once, I W'd in to try to charm the hack room and help Viego go in,
Yeah.
and then, at least it E'd me out of the pit because Viego got out of the pit immediately.
For me, I think the biggest thing, even though the buffer is obviously very unlucky and that sucks, I think the biggest thing is I wouldn't have gone in there at all, actually, instead. I think it's better just to let Viego jump in and try to get it, because, right, you want to be playing around your Kennen, not necessarily your Viego. Obviously, if your Viego happens to reset off someone, that's awesome, but it's mostly... Oh, there's the 1K. But mostly it was about playing around Kennen there and just kind of getting big ults with him, and then when he kind of went in, he was a little bit out of range, and you having your ult for that moment would have been really, really good.
Better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's tempting because he jumps in, you're like, oh, there's a bunch of people there, but you need to wait for your engages in relation to your win condition.
Exactly. I keep getting too hyped for the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, that one there's not like too much that I'd have to go into practice to like show or anything. That's more so just like a concept thing. I think a lot of this game was spent not playing around Kennen. I think that was the biggest issue. Because everyone on your team was kind of just not super useful, except for Kennen, and you have really high synergy with Kennen. I think much earlier, and this is also my bad, because I should have said this earlier as well, but I think it'd be better to play around Kennen all game and sooner prioritize that win condition and identify that win condition so then you realize what you should be doing. Because like by like a certain point, it's like, okay, I've been playing around Kai'Sa and Viego for too long, and they're not doing anything. It's mostly about waiting. Mostly about waiting for them to make a play on Kennen, then you can turn it around. Like if Kennen wants to split push and then they want to send 2 for him, then you turn around and you're there hovering him, and then you 2v2 with Kennen and he gets 2 kills. That can be massive. So I think that game, that was mostly a macro thing. I think that was mostly we should have been playing around our win condition sooner. We should have identified our win condition sooner and then made plays only in relation to Kennen being there. Like the Viego pit thing at the end was a very good example of that, right? We don't, even if it's like a 4-man ult, we can't make it unless Kennen's there because he's the only person that matters. Playing Rakan from behind is very tricky that way because you are heavily, heavily limited in what you're allowed to do in it, like for it to be successful.
Yeah. I need to drill into my head that players behind are not the players I need to be playing with, even if I want to try to help them get back into the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's about extending leads, not trying to help teammates come back. It's an uphill battle if you're trying to help them come back. It's typically just not worth it. But finally, you will get a good ADC synergy here. You'll get Twitch. This could be very interesting. Because suddenly, because you have Rek'Sai already, who you have very strong synergy with due to the double
we have
knockup.
a Crime City skin?
These are the questions I stay up at night thinking about.
Like, every time I see certain skins, I'm like, why don't we have a Blood Moon skin? Why don't we have a, what's the Corky skin? The Red Baron skin? I forgot what it's called.
Red Baron, yeah, that's right, Red Baron Corky.
Why can't Rakan Zaya have a Red Baron skin?
Yeah, the comeback of Red Baron could be a big anticipated event.
It's like, this is one of his legendary skins, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Oh.
It's one of the worst legendary skins in the entire game, but it sure is a legendary. But right, as I was saying, you have really, really high synergy with Rek'Sai here, so you have a really good opportunity to be able to roam around with your jungler this game, but also you have Twitch, who is definitely like a top 5 ADC synergy for Rakan, and uniquely with Twitch, he has the best mid to late game synergy with Rakan out of any ADC in the entire game, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
Because he gives you those stealth engages, and then Twitch just obliterates their team. Obviously, like, right, Samira is also up there as one, because she dives in with you, but Twitch, I think, is the top-notch one, assuming they know how to play it. Right, so a lot of this is going to be, I'm assuming what we're going to be talking a lot about this game is macro, whether we're playing around killing people with Yone, which is very possible, comboing with Twitch, which is very possible, or roaming with Rek'Sai, which is very possible. Really, you could roam and play around literally anyone. I wouldn't, not so much the Aatrox, because you have synergy with the other ones a lot more, but there's a lot of different options for you this game, which is great. And also you're laning versus Nephilios, a champion you generally counter. So this is good. And then I just got to
make sure I don't ever give Twitch away when he's trying to make a stealth.
That's exactly right. That's what I was going to say. That's exactly right.
But you're silent. Did you mute yourself?
Did I mute myself? No. Oh no, I think he DC'd. Oh no! Oh no, his internet.
Is it my internet?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it's your internet. At least I think so.
The internet?
Chad, is it me? I think it's him, because it says something has gone wrong on his end. It's not me, right? Just to confirm it. Anyone in chat? It's MK, great. Well, while his internet comes back, I will eat my egg salad sandwich.
Your connection could not be recovered. Please exit client and queue up again.
No, it's okay.
What?
I think so. That's okay. Hopefully no remake, just for his sake. That's okay. No wait. All good. An eating stream, yep. I got a 2-hour-old egg salad sandwich. It's nice though. 1 kiss for 2.5k. Reset my router? No worries, take your time. I love egg salad. I'm huge on egg salad sandwiches. I'm huge. I can talk to us now? Yeah, I'll talk to you. I'll acknowledge my children for a sec. Hello, children. Let me ask you guys, because this is the first time I've ever done a coaching stream. I only ever do this privately. I never do this online. This is something you guys enjoy. This is good. Right? Ask you guys directly. Yes, it's a vibe. Chilling, cool. Yes. Yeah. Rest assured, I'm still reading chat, but I'm just not responding to anyone because I'm trying to focus on the coaching. So for me, that's a very big thing, and that's typically why I don't do this on stream. I really want to make sure I'm very much focusing on the session. I don't want the person I'm doing a session with to feel like they're second fiddle to the stream, because they come first, because this is a service, and I want to do a good job for them. But anyways, thanks for the feedback. Appreciate you guys. Emotional sport banana. Good luck. Oh, I'm in here alone. That's the reason I thought I might still be in here. Is there a pasta pot? Nope, I only have a plate. You guys will be so proud of me. I have a plate to hold my egg salad sandwich. Trying to get Valley to respond to stream as well as when able. I want to focus on you. That's the important part for me. Oh, that was egg salad. How much is a session? Definitely more on the expensive side. But for anyone that's in the stream all the time, there is a channel point discount I offer, which halves the price. So normally it's 100 Canadian, which, as a reminder, for most non-Canadians, that then is like 75 American. And then if you have the channel point discount, it goes down to $50 Canadian, which is like 37.50 American. The discount's definitely pretty heavy, but that's because I appreciate people that are in my stream all the time getting the points enough to actually do that. Because it's not like it's a cheap discount or anything. It's like 20,000 points, I think. Yeah. So it's not like you've watched me for a week and you get it. It definitely like takes like a month or probably something like that to be able to get that amount of points, I think. I don't know. I sent you a clip. 5 minutes was just too long for me. No worries. Most of it I was saying, Lemony, is that I'll make a 5-minute clip out of whatever length clip that you send. Is the idea. Because yeah, 5 minutes straight of like League gameplay is pretty hard to clip and send, so I will make a 5-minute clip out of it, but you send me whatever length. I will try to make it at least 5 minutes, is what I'm trying to say, to give you that information. To be able to, like, you know, thank me about kind of thing. I have these gobstoppers. I was going to save them for my girlfriend's mom for Christmas, and I realized that Christmas is like 4 months away, and I was like, these are going to be like, they're probably not nasty, right? Because, like, it's just hard candy. It can't, like, get bad. But I was like, I'll go to, guys, because for those of you who don't know, for some reason, every, like, corner store in around the area I live has no gobstoppers. There's none. So I need to, like, go, like, an hour and a half to somewhere, like a bigger touristy kind of place to get gobstoppers. And so I was going to give them to her, but I'm like, oh, I think I'll go, go and visit somewhere that sells these again before Christmas. So I'm like, I don't even know what gobstoppers are. You know, jawbreakers? Those, like, things you suck on for, like, hours, and eventually you get to, like, the center, and, like, it like, each layer tastes different and such. Yeah, they're like tiny jawbreakers, you know, like, you know, so I get one out, and it's like, oh, this one's purple, so it's going to taste purple, but I can't bite it right away. Like, I'll break my teeth if I, like, try to bite it right away. So I suck on it, and then eventually I can bite it. Kind of like lifesavers? Kind of. They're stupid hard. Like you don't want to chew these. You have to suck them. You know, so Foxrun, if you can hear me, because I see you in chat, this obviously is not going to cut into your coaching time. I'm not going to let an internet disconnect cut into our time, so don't worry about that. feel bad. It's gonna be like they're gonna remake and it's gonna be a loss for you, but it's not gonna come to our time, so don't worry. That's okay. Like I said, I literally just hang out. I don't. It's not a big deal to me. Just let me know whenever your internet comes back on. Or like absolutely worst case, if it doesn't come back on at all today, we can just reschedule the last like 3 hours on another day. It's not a big deal. Yeah, because like definitely the biggest issue with like the coaching is that I don't have any public sessions for people to watch. Let's go. Oh, nice, he's back. Just because like I said, I really want to make sure I'm focusing on the quality of the session. And also, most people are not comfortable doing it on stream, is the biggest thing. Most people feel like they're being like ridiculed by like a peanut gallery, and that's just not very comfortable for them.
Let's go.
Oh, come back.
My internet, like no one's home right now, so it's the perfect time, and my internet's just like, my internet provider's just like, nah, you don't get that.
Not a big deal. Feel free. Rock and roll.
I did get a penalty from the disconnect. It did go through. I'm so sad about that.
Yeah, it sucks.
But that just means I get to work harder.
Oh, low prio queue. All right.
Let's go. So that is something that happens to me every so often. My internet just says, "Nah, we're not working right now. You're not going to do whatever you want to do for the day." What? Who is my provider? What? I'm gonna look real quick. Who is my internet provider?
Would I recommend coaching for someone in silver? Yeah, I say this. I've said this to whoever asks in like DMs and such. But I think the lower rank, the easier it is to coach. Because right, if I'm coaching like a Masters person, they're already doing like 99% of the things correctly. That's why they're in Masters. It's just like that last little oomph, which I can definitely help identify and help them focus on. But it's easier for me to like coach a silver player, for example, and be like, oh, dude, there are these like major issues you have that there are very clear, easy solutions to solve. Because then it's like they're the easiest to identify, and also they're the easiest to give solid advice on. It's like, oh yeah, dude, like you can very easily solve these common mistakes you make by doing these things, which are very easy to remember to do and to like just do and be effective in. So the lower the rank, the easier coaching is, and the more effective I feel like it is, because there's more major things to focus on, and those major things are like the easiest things to focus on, instead of me being like focusing on like tiny little matchup things or tiny little minuscule mistakes. Focusing on big mistakes is like the easiest way to help people improve. And lower elo players just make bigger mistakes more commonly. So yeah, I think the lower the rank, the easier the coaching is.
My internet provider is Farmers Telecom Cooperative. So technically speaking, they're really good because they do offer a gigabyte fiber internet, and that's what I have. The problem is it's still Farmers, so the area I am in is all farming.
Right.
So maybe they're not going to properly monitor everything going on. Goal. First pick, I don't like that. Hey, Jungle, would you like the first pick for me?
Yeah, good roll.
I would love it. Yeah, oh my god, what a fucking hero.
Huge.
So, like,
oh, we got the Twitch again. Nice. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Let's go. That was the Aatrox, man. Were these the kids in my last lobby?
It's crazy, because it's been like...
like 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, you would think they would have found a game by now, but...
They're over here doing exactly what I do. No, we had someone AFK and I had a remake. I'm waiting like 20 minutes. Oh boy. But yeah, no, coaching on stream. I definitely want to like get you out here a little bit more because we hear about you coaching a lot, but we don't see it too much. And then I know that you have a following. I keep saying we because I'm here. You have a following and you're starting to put stuff on YouTube to get bigger, which I'm hoping everything's going super well and you can just, I keep saying we, God. You can just translate that into more so that way you can do more of a career around coaching if you want. Rel. Awful Rel.
That would definitely be the way to do it. Because like, yeah, like, at this point in time, to be like honest with everyone, just streaming is not cutting it in terms of like financial, revenue? Yeah, in terms of like financial anyway. So, and like that's not anyone's fault that's here, because if you're here right now, you are the reason why it's somewhat financially feasible. So it's not that anyone here needs to do better. You're all doing more than enough for me. But also, yeah, it's not something that I can make a career out of, and like, you know, within like the housing crisis in Canada and everything costing a crazy amount of money, it's like I just can't live.
Yeah.
I just can't live is the big thing.
I get that for sure. I am very fortunate that my folks have let me be in one of their rooms at their house at the moment. Oh. Alright, yes. Heckram, can you go away, please? I'm glad you banned Evelyn. I don't like dealing with Evelyn. But Heckram, can you like be on my team instead of having the Zac? Well, I know the Zac's gonna be really good. He's gonna be able to W over walls and start fights for us.
That's right.
Twitch goes invisible. I wait on Zac to W over a wall or from a bush, and then I go in with them. It'll work out super well. And I get a Katarina. Let's go.
Yeah, this is a pretty good team comp for you.
I want to battle Academia Rakan skin. I just want all the skins for Rakan.
Thankfully, he's very marketable in terms of skins, even at times where he wasn't play rate popular. Still get a common amount of skins for him, which is nice.
And like August is coming up shortly, so the release of the Rakan Zaya Hobby Lobby statues are coming. And
oh my gosh, yeah.
I'm so stoked. Like I pre-ordered it a year and a half ago, and then I kind of like ADD'd for a bit, and then realized it never came. Sent a message to figure out what's going on. They're like, "Oh yeah, no, this is a pre-order for like 2 years." Oh.
Yeah, but it's almost up. We're gonna get those in like I think they start shipping in like or September, I think.
Yeah.
Because I ordered mine also about that time ago.
So whoever was in the first batch of pre-orders should get it around August 16th to August 26th. If you were part of the second or third batch, it's going to be September 18th to the 29th. And if you're part of the third batch, it will be after September.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know what batch I was on, but I'll check later.
The more emeralds. Let's go. I want emerald. I mean, I don't. I want diamond, but I want emerald. So the original statues, they're amazing. I love them. They are great work, but they don't really connect together. And the Hobby Lobbies do, and that's the literal reason I was like, oh no, I'm gonna buy them. It's Zaya's R, Rakan's W, and they interlock. It's gonna be so nice.
Yeah, it's gonna look gorgeous. So in terms of this laning phase, this is usually a pretty like common thing where you just like don't fight a whole lot, but it's gonna be a lane where you don't fight a whole lot. You may feel like you. Yes, I go ahead.
I need to be able to time my W to her W.
You can. I wouldn't bank on that. It is fairly inconsistent. You can do it, but usually it's more like they make an error more so than like you predicting them, because it's pretty easy for them to see your W coming and just wait out the spell and such. So it's fairly inconsistent, so I wouldn't bank on that as a general strategy, although definitely look for those in certain situations where you know she's going to like freak out and just use W to try and run away and you can cancel it and such. But in this lane, a very common misconception, because Twitch is such a good lane partner with Rakan, is that you want to be fighting in the early game. Twitch is not a super duper strong early game like fighting champion. He likes his time to scale. He needs Bork. Bork is a big power spike for Twitch, and once he gets that, he becomes immensely stronger. I don't think I super like the ward in that bush, just because if they were in that bush and you ward it, I mean, they already saw anyways, and the sweeper would have already checked the bush if they were trying to sit in that bush and get you guys. But honestly, like I said, it's fairly nitpicky to get mad at the first ward, because usually most people full clear anyways.
I don't ever see somebody bring Oracle Lens, and my brain did not process that he actually used it right here. So my brain immediately said, word this just in case they're there.
Yeah.
Top's missing. Okay, Top's there.
Also, this is a small thing about the Wing the camp for leashing. That's not really a huge problem, so long as you don't anticipate them to level 1 cheese you in Tribush. That's the biggest thing. Because then you might have like a second or two where your W isn't off cooldown, and then you could get screwed really bad. But as long as you don't think it's going to happen, that's completely fine to do that in the leash if you prefer. Most of them just trying to say, like, be wary about like them trying to all on you and cheese you, because you need that ability. Also, in some situations, obviously, you don't start W, because W in level 1 is usually suicide. It can be better to start something like Q instead, just to try and sustain if they have, like, a poke lane.
Yeah.
So it's not always going to be W start.
The Ezreal Zillion would be a Q start then, right?
Yes, that's right. Because Wing them on level 1. I mean, like, right, if you had, like, a Draven, then I would actually W level 1, because you want to force that before he gets Arcane Shift. But ordinarily, if you have, like, most other ADCs that aren't super duper strong level 1 early on, then I would go for a Q start and just try to, like, do that. Because especially if it's, like, an Enchanter, like, they don't have tons of, like, pressure to be able to jump on you and kill you, so you don't really like, need W, but also they're going to be safe, so you can't really kill them either. So yeah, Q-Star would typically be the way in those like enchanter lanes where you can't kill them, but they're not really gonna be able to kill you. Also,
something we haven't talked about was oh no, brain, don't lose the thought. Come back. I can't remember.
That's okay. Whenever it comes to you, just let me know. Very nice, very nice.
That is you, Twitch. I'm going this way now, Twitch.
Nice, nice. Good disengage. You should be able to kill her. Nice job, dude. Careful, careful. She could kill you.
Oh, I wanted my Q to hit. My Q hit to heal Twitch. He would have lived long enough.
That is true. That was a good attempt. Mostly what I was worried about is that if she like recognized that you were walking up and then Q'd you, a Q auto would have killed you.
Yeah.
Good to be careful.
Hey, Rel, you're full health. You totally want to dive me. That's not diving me, Rel. She's trying so hard to push this in.
You can hold, just carefully, carefully. If she tries to kill you, you need to be careful. And also, yeah, if you go too high there, then the casters don't grab it either.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Twitch, Twitch, Twitch. Okay, I see. Thank you.
Yeah, pop a potion, pop a potion. Nice.
I missed. I am so bad at the video game. Twitch, I don't have anything. Alright, we got RA Flash.
So definitely we see there again, like those max range W's just don't really work. Whenever possible, always good to use that E first. You can go E and then a point blank W, which are much, much more consistent. So in that case, you had a Zac. I would E to the Zac and then W off of him onto hopefully both, but they're probably not going to group that much, so it'd probably just be Ashe would be the one to go for. Unless Hecarim's lower, and then maybe you can burst him first. But obviously, getting rid of Ashe's permaslow is probably the best move.
Yeah.
But either way, that's besides the point. The point is definitely make sure you're doing EWs to use the point blank W more so than max range Ws. That's a habit that takes a long time to, like, you know, get a hold of. And
yeah.
Yeah. Especially, and also, like, the flash thing.
Does Rel's Q still break shields?
It does, actually, yeah.
Okay. So I know it stuns now, which is super amazing. And literally what you were talking about for Rakan getting his Q to stun, if you land your W, is literally what they gave her, except her Q just stuns.
Yeah. And also, like, the big difference there is that hers, you can use her Q first to combo into the W. Whereas my pitch for Rakan was he needs to still land W and still use that risky ability that has that counterplay, and then you get more of a reward. But Rel has a more consistent engage now, hence why she became so strong once people realized how to actually play her properly.
I got super lucky. I got super lucky early on, and when she was first released, I played her, and then got her level 7 mastery as fast as possible.
Yeah, everyone thought she was really bad after her rework, and then she got hotfix buffed like crazy, and I was like, as soon as it happened, I was like, gosh, she's gonna get nerfed. This is crazy. And then she got nerfed like 3 or 4 times. Nice. And unfortunately, it's hard to roam mid lane because Katarina doesn't really have any CC, and you don't have ult yet, and Ahri does counter you. Her W movement speed makes you just kind of nullifies your W uses at max range, and even if you have your ult, she will definitely have her ult before yours, and she's got those 3 dashes that really makes your life a lot more difficult.
I do wish Zac would have pinged at Baron pick, because I could have followed Zac. Twitch, come here, let me jump to you, thank you. Alright, we did Baron.
Good to get down that deep vision.
Ekram's top. Lowly's not gonna win. Oh, let's go. Lowly didn't win. Renekton, you can do it. Alawi Tentacle still hit.
Oh, come on, Twitch. Don't press E. The minion. No. But unfortunately, Rel has a much stronger laning phase than you do. And also, debatably, she outscales you too.
Yeah.
Because her engage typically overrides yours if you happen to go at the same time. So that can be a bit of an issue.
Yep. On top of the fact that she can get a shield just from W, whereas I have to wait for a passive.
That's right.
Yeah! Spin that needle. I wanted to go in so bad.
Also, right there, as the Ashe was continuing to chase, but the Rel wasn't as close, that was an opportunity to do a very quick EW onto the Ashe to take a quick trade. She was walking up to hit the Twitch, and the Rel wasn't close enough to be able to retaliate, so you could have gone for a very quick E far side W onto Ashe, do your quick combo, then leave before Rel could retaliate, and then still get a lot of damage on the Ashe there. Assuming Twitch was there to follow up. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's really good. The Igniter, nice job. Yeah, good job staying on the Ashe. Pretend to walk back towards Twitch, and then you can hopefully W her later. Nice. Good job.
Give me that. Come here, Twitch.
Nice.
Let's go.
Good job.
Heckler, what are you doing here?
I don't understand what's going on here.
I don't have mana.
Yeah, no mana.
I'm sorry, Twitch. Hi, how you doing?
He's fine. Nice.
Take a tower shot. Where's our jungler? He's mid. Thank you, Zach, for listening to my call.
Does your Twitch have cleanse by chance?
Ghost.
Yeah. I don't think I'd go for the No Magic Mantle. I think I'd go for... Yeah, that's probably fine. Typically, I wouldn't really go in depth for Ruby Crystal, but this could be fine, considering... Could be a Rift Herald fight here. Yeah, I think that might be okay. Rel's not there. Rel's gone. I would start hovering towards Rift Herald here. Just in case they try to contest it. Worst case, you lose minimal CS.
Yeah, and I'm 6, so it's fine.
That's exactly right, yeah.
Ah, shit, 6.
Because the issue is, once again, this is like, in most of these games, you're either versing, like, top and mid laners that directly counter you so you can't gank them, or you are playing with, like, teammates that just have zero follow-up to you at all whatsoever.
Give me a break, give me a break.
Probably back off. I don't think this is going to be a win. I think this is going to...
My art's coming. Oh, please!
That was pretty close, but nice job.
Oh, Ari, how are you doing? Bye, Ari. No, I pressed 1. I swear.
That was really close. Even just besides the stopwatch, a quick W to the side, not directly backwards, then you can avoid the RAQ, also likely would have saved you. And then if you tried to R to dive you, then you would have stopwatch for later.
Twitch, why? All you had to do was stay back.
I think it was a good roam. Obviously, it's a bit risky roaming into Alawi, and that's what I was kind of bringing up, is that, like, it's hard to, like, roam and gank Alawi, and it's hard, or really impossible for you to gank Ari at all points. So it's kind of difficult. You're getting a lot of these games, you don't really, like I said, you have, like, pretty unfortunate enemy matchups in top and mid, or just not very good ally synergies in top and mid, so you have a very hard time roaming in a lot of these games, so... Unfortunately, we really haven't had like a game where you get to focus too much on early game macro. We definitely talked a little bit about mid to late game macro in terms of identifying win condition and then playing around them, making plays around them, positioning around them to hover them. But not lots of early game macro talk yet, because we really haven't had a game that really works so well. Also, you already know this, but be careful on like the Relic Shield. You kind of like give away Twitch a little bit. I think he's stealth a little too close to the minions already, but just a good rule of thumb. Because you do give him away when he's in stealth.
And I saw Ashe leaving, and he doesn't have movement speed yet. He didn't even buy boots.
That's okay. That's pretty proper for the most part. Because he just wants to rush Bork. As soon as Twitch gets Bork... Nice job, man. As soon as Twitch gets Bork, then you fight over and over and over again. He becomes incredibly strong with Bork.
The health he gains... He steals or gains speed?
He does steal speed, I believe.
You got...
Oh my gosh, jungler. Oh no, did his internet cut out again? Mid-fight? No, 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 not mid-fight! No, no, no. Because that could have been like an RE. Drag these two. Manual both of them. Twitch turns around because he's got alt. Oh, it could have been. Oh, it could have been good too.
That's so upsetting.
I'll come back. Also, be sure to grab your sweeper here. Your quest is complete. Yeah, nice. Oh, no, no. Yeah, this is pretty unfortunate. Like overall in these games, because they've been losses so far, and I don't think that's like necessarily just 100% his fault. Like I said, there's definitely some things to work on, and we're improving on them or calling them out as we kind of see them. A lot of talks of just like general patience is always very, very important on this champion. But a lot of these games, it's a very bad draft for Rakan. Very unlucky draft in a lot of these games. Like many of these games, as I was pointing out in that game, I think it's just me in this call again. Yeah. As I pointed out in that game, or yeah, in the game a moment ago, very unlucky drafts. He's not getting very strong ally synergies, and if he is, it's only like one champion, and so it's very limited. And the people he's versing are like hard countering him, like Ari mid, Lissandra mid. Just not fantastic. Not fantastic enemies. Most of them just kind of hard counter him. And then, of course, then his teammates tend to be losing in the early game. And, of course, Rakan is a win more champion who greatly, greatly struggles when his team falls behind. Very, very rough. Sorry, I'm eating another gobstopper. Ooh, yes, yeah, cracked it. There you go. Well, you're still in game? Okay. At least you're still in game. Okay, if it's not Discord's not working, then where are you? Am I stupid? That's odd. Because I'm not seeing you. Maybe he's not in the stream section for some reason? Stomp on men. This is not the time. Is he in general? No, he's not. Well, that's odd. You're not appearing on my friends list. Can I get gobstoppers in the US? I don't know. I've very seldom been to the US. I'm not really quite sure. You can get everything in the US. The answer is probably yes. There's no way it's not. There's no way it's a no. Yeah. Well, we'll wait until the internet comes back. I'll enjoy more of my gobstoppers. Down the hatch. Yellow flavor. Yeah, I've definitely had sessions with people where it kind of share the stoppers. Toblerone's pretty killer. I love the nougat. Yeah, he's just not. Oh, there he is. He's back.
Let's go.
Welcome back. Oh ho 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 ho! In the mouth, in your mouth they go.
My internet is being awful. This is so awful.
That's okay. Like I said, won't let that cut into our session. Still make sure we get like the full amount of time. Yeah, whenever Discord allows you, give me an old share.
Alright. Please, internet, just stay good.
Oh.
I can't tell if it's streaming or not.
Let's see. Currently loading.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. Back in business.
Lol reaction for you. Thank you, Twitch.
That's okay. He's fulfilling his caricature of being a Twitch player. He's saying the line. There you go.
I wanted it so bad. I want to say it so bad.
As long as it's not affecting the gameplay, you can say your quips. This bush there on the river could be a good spot to ward as well. Gotta get some vision down here.
All over here?
Yeah, it's a good area. One in pixel and one over this wall could be good. Oh, actually, this will be a zombie ward. Oh, you actually clear both of those. That's fantastic. Typically, warding over this wall as you clear that ward, just to make sure they don't CC you as you're trying to clear it, is a good idea. Also, to debunk anything you might be feeling in regards to this Twitch, you did go for a roam on Rift, and obviously, like, it was mostly a hover roam just to see if your jungler needed the help in case they came and contest it. That's okay.
Mm-hmm. It's literally just there's ADCs that need their hand held the entire game or their babies.
Yeah, that is quite true.
If they're not the main character, then they're not going to do anything for you.
Yeah. Because obviously Twitch is a hyper carry, and we do have high synergy with them. Could have been a good idea after Rift Herald got taken, just to stay, like, go back towards bot lane. Obviously, you probably didn't anticipate that Hackram was going to be there, because I frankly wasn't really anticipating Hackram to dive bot lane.
And then literally the fact that he's just like, hey, I need to go farm, and then immediately there's Hackram. Twitch, you're not coming back. Roger that, it's fine.
Yeah, always good to CS while your ADC is gone. Just maximize the amount of gold for your team. But mostly, I do think he could have played safer. But I think that potentially, just because ganking Alawi is typically a pretty inconsistent idea, just due to the fact that she does so well versus several people, because she gets more tentacle slams, she gets more healing then. As soon as Rift Herald got taken, typically better just to go back towards bot lane. You're mostly just hover roaming towards mid lane in case there was trouble, then you keep roaming. Otherwise, you'd kind of just go back towards bot lane and play around Twitch.
Okay.
Could he have played safer and then negated the fact that he roamed? Yes. Could we have also roamed back towards bot lane after the Rift Herald got taken? Also yes. And that would probably be the more consistent play, just because, yeah, ganking Alawi is pretty difficult.
Okay.
So that was good. It was good. A couple quick things, though. One, using R without W is typically not a good idea, just because then the whole point of the charm is just to kind of lead into the knockup, and if they have tenacity, the charm really just doesn't do a whole lot, especially only on its 1 second duration. And otherwise, just kind of raw flashing just to get the charm, once again with no knockup follow-up, typically also is not worth it, because like they already didn't die there, right? She didn't really even come close to dying, and then you kind of invested your flash into that, which is a pretty heavy investment. Nice WP there, reusing that E for the last couple seconds you could have. That was good.
Let's go. Twitch, you can literally just
Yeah, Twitch players definitely do tend to have a bit of an ego. They definitely want everything to kind of be about them. Typically, it is usually best just to kind of play into it, just to not piss them off so they don't like grief games. And obviously, in this case, you do actually have really high synergy with Twitch, so it is typically a good idea. Like, right now, he is Bork, so he actually is a pretty substantial threat, because Bork is a massive power spike to Twitch, no matter how behind his score may make him look. But also, additionally, you do have really high synergy with Katarina for the most part, because she's mobile, and so are you, and if you land a big ult, then she can land a big ult and follow that up as well, which is great. So identifying those win conditions and those synergies on your team in relation to how they're doing and how fed they are is quite important. Nice job.
and I walk away. And I don't mess up my, Oh, I have the Katarina. Right, Katarina's my team.
Very nice job.
Turn yourself into the bait if you're gonna play bad.
So I think that was another... This should be a Baron here, by the way.
Twitch, please come back. Thank you.
So that's definitely another one of those scenarios where ordinarily I think that would be a mistake and that would be bad for you, but because they kind of misplayed it, ended up being very advantageous for you. And like I said, for those things, like I said, while we want to celebrate that that went well and that you played it really well in relation to their mistakes, we also want to acknowledge that nice W there. Nice W, man. That was really, really good.
Twitch, 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 Twitch. I must take charm.
Nice job. But we also want to acknowledge that ordinarily we should have done something a little bit differently, even though the situation went well and you did capitalize on their mistakes. Ordinarily, you should be expecting something else. In that scenario, right, you would have lost half your health for free, and also debatably you could have died if their teammates kind of followed up sooner. Right, because you kind of face checked around that corner and then Hecarim was there. It's a really, right, as we talked about, safe vision, right, while you were in like that river brush. Good to place down a ward over the wall so you can see if they're coming, because it's a very common spot for them to rotate to.
Yeah. I definitely relied too heavily on believing Hecarim wasn't there. Because I saw 3 of them mid. I saw Ari, Ashe, and...
Yeah. And obviously, right, it's okay, because it ended up being a good thing, because you kind of took Hecarim's mistake and you capitalized on it, which is great. But ordinarily, like, a better team might have been able to capitalize a little bit sooner, and you might have gotten picked off without the possibility of you turning it around on them. Because really, he kind of R'd underneath turret and missed his R, and then you charmed him underneath turret, which is great. That was really awesome from you. But just once again, good to, you know, incorporate that safe vision. Make sure you're not kind of face-checking people.
I'll have the ability to help that.
That's okay. Well, watch Twitch. Watch Twitch. You might be able to engage off him. Yeah, see?
Let's go, Twitch.
This guy may be an asshole, but he's also quite fed. And also playing pretty well for the most part. Frustrating, because, you know, I hate him too. But... yeah, good to not be too close, because you don't want to make sure you're giving away the Twitch. But definitely close enough that if he does something, you can R-E-W and really just, like, make that work. Because, yeah, she's keeping bot lane, yeah?
We just win this.
So, yeah,
you
do just end the game, likely.
And all I do is just wait for,
Yeah, don't stand on top of Twitch, right? Because Hecarim will kind of ult.
Give me Twitch. No,
like
no,
that you can't end. That's okay. That's okay.
Give you this.
Yeah. That's
Ari
okay.
has no R's.
That's open Nexus. That's like a gold mine for Twitch to be able to stealth in and end the game. So don't worry. That's good.
We had Baron buff.
In this case, I actually would go for Mikael's instead because you are versing Ashe. It's the same item, so don't worry about that. I'm just mostly saying it ahead of time. Because yeah, this way you can get rid of an Ashe arrow, because right, this guy doesn't have cleanse, as we kind of said earlier. Usually you want to take cleanse versus Ashe, since she can't just arrow you and kill, like, pick you off, but otherwise you have Mikael's to counter that, which is fantastic. Good job keeping cool, though. Obviously, like, right, you type a little bit. If you need to vent a little bit and type, that's okay. As long as it doesn't, like, affect your gameplay, that's the main thing. Like, obviously, it's always good to, you know, keep cool and not type, but like I said, I think I'm more realistic in that sense. It's okay if you just want to, like, if you want to say a few things, even if they're not very nice things. Because, frankly, the Twitch wasn't being very nice either. Because he can blame you, but also he could blame himself and say, actually, you know what, I should have made a different play, so... Like I said, as long as it doesn't affect your gameplay long term, that's what matters to me in terms of, like, you getting mad at your teammates. It's okay. You can not like them as long as you cooperate with them, and you still win this game. Yeah, definitely watching for Ashe arrows for Mikael's. That is the main reason why you have it. It's very applicable, because Ashe arrow is very, very strong. And could kill your Twitch instantly. So generally, you're going to want to play wherever Twitch is going, you're going to kind of follow, obviously. But you probably going to want to play around the bottom side of the map here. Just because they do have a bot lane inhib and one of your Nexus turrets are gone. So in the event that they allow you split push bot lane again, then that could be an issue and she could potentially threaten the end game.
And she did just back.
Yeah. I mean, really, two of them are dead. I'm shocked that these two aren't just going mid lane, but frankly, if they're not going mid lane, you can't really make that play. But really, this would be a moment for all of you guys to go down mid lane, ordinarily, if everyone was playing optimally, and then just kind of end the game. They may even still be trying to right now, actually, so just, yeah, keep an eye out. Yeah, this should be the end of the game here.
No, Lowy, you don't get to play.
Nice, yeah, that's the game. Definitely an odd one. Mostly because of the several disconnects we had, so we didn't get to see a decent chunk of the game.
Right. Oh, upsetting. And my client is blue. I bet this is the AFK thing.
To answer a quick question in chat in the meantime, I would take the ability haste in the runes over the 9 ability power. I think taking like a second off on all your basic abilities and many seconds off on your ultimate will be way more consistently useful and helpful to you, or potentially save your life more so than 9 ability power will be. That's my take. He stacks ability haste as a general main strategy. I think it's by far the most important thing you can do on him, so take the 8 ability haste over the 9 ability power. Yeah, definitely an odd game. Like I said, from the bits and pieces we missed, it's definitely hard to come to a pretty complete conclusion on that, but I like the early macro for Rift Herald. I like that eventually you kind of identified your win con and you said, okay, you know what, we got a player on this Twitch, kind of hovering him. But generally that was a game where, honestly, we probably didn't have to do a whole lot, because they were playing quite well. Your teammates were playing quite well. And so they kind of just, like, won it, more or less, without any of our inputs. And those games will definitely happen. It's okay, you don't 1v9 carry every single game, but...
Yeah. 9 out of 10 times, if I'm doing well, my team's not doing well. I'm so sad about that. Ugh. But I did want to play around the Katarina before you had me go over back to Twitch. Oh, I'm not going to be able to go to the thing. Because Katarina was fed early on, and since Twitch wouldn't stop fucking typing and tilting people,
yeah,
okay, it was just, nah, I'm staying away from Twitch real quick, let him get a little bit more levels, and no jumper items. Thank you. And then he got a Ruinen's Hurricane?
Yeah, I mean, really, as soon as he got Bork, he became much stronger, and then he got, like, what, like another component item, and then he started just killing people, and then he got super fed, and he just kind of won the game.
Are you serious?
Oh, no.
Please! Yes, I understand there was a problem. I would like to ban, please. I understand.
No.
I'm so sorry. Because no one's home. There's zero reason for this to be happening. Normally we have like 18 items on the router.
Damn you, farmer internet! Damn you! Actually, got the Zeri ban off. Look at that.
Oh, let's go.
Thank you, farmer internet.
The riot gods have blessed me for a ban.
Holy shit, and another top and mid that you just can't gank. That's kind of unbelievable.
I could have picked.
Because I'm really looking forward to a game where like they have a very vulnerable mid laner that we can roam on a lot, because mid's obviously the much easier lane to roam on than top lane. But yeah, like a lot of these games, you're getting these junglers you don't synergize amazing with, and you're getting like top and mids that counter you, and you just can't gank them at all. It's just so crazy. Like this is such unlucky drafts, and like I've had sessions like this before where like every game it's like we play like 4 or 5 matches, and like every single one is like super unlucky in terms of like the draft, because a lot of champions like just counter Rakan pretty well. So here's the song for you. There you go. A lot of champions counter Rakan really well, so even if they're not trying to explicitly counterpick you, or even if they haven't seen you yet, your champ just kind of gets countered by them. Yep. That's a Taric matchup, though. Wow.
There was a time where I just got super depressed playing Rakan, and I just couldn't play him anymore.
Everyone goes through that. Yeah, don't even worry.
Oh.
But it sucks. You're playing in like a lot of very safe laning phases with a lot of like not amazing like lane synergies.
Mm-hmm.
So your lanes just end up being like doing nothing but farming and scaling because you just can't engage because your synergies aren't that good. And then you can't roam to mid or top because you get counterpicked in mid and top, and then your jungler's probably not excelling, so you don't play around them either. That's crazy. These have been crazy unlucky drafts, which unfortunately does limit what you're like capable of doing. Because I'm not going to talk about like roaming heavily in a game where if you roam, it's like your ADC is going to die, or you just can't successfully do roams. When would you go Guardian Runes? Never. Literally never.
Yeah, there's a time to go Guardian Rune when you want to troll. It'd be bad.
You're earning brownie points with me, that's for sure.
The only time I ever went Guardian was literally the first time I played Rakan, and it was before Glacial was the slowdown for a CC. It was, hey, you auto somebody, they slow down.
Yeah.
And even then I was like, no, I like that because I am the highest AD at level 1. I auto you, you get slowed. I have autos now, and I can have teammates follow up. It was great.
Yeah, for that gentleman. We'll link the Guardian video talking about why it's bad if you're curious. But yeah, definitely don't ever run Guardian.
Well, I got a spam text. Your Netflix subscription is dying today. Please refill it.
A good rule of thumb that can be helpful to you can be not starting your ability immediately level 1. Just because, right, like, sometimes you don't necessarily want to engage level 1, and W starting isn't very useful. So good to hold the ability, just even a bit further out. Yeah, sit and Tribush. They will likely circle around. You don't really want to approach them. You want them to face check you, right? Since you have the advantage here. The problem is that if they just go for it. Oh. But where's their jungler? Well, you can walk in now. Ah, he's late.
Their allowing should still be here.
I think she probably reset because she's TPing to top lane.
That's like, if I ever invade through Tribush, I usually do ward this bush here. I don't know who did this ward. Please tell me. Zoe, what a good warder.
So definitely the Taric matchup is not one that you see very commonly, but it's definitely one of them I think is definitely more skill-based. Although I definitely think that a good Rakan definitely beats out a good Taric. But I think
W behind his E.
That's right. If he uses E late to try and like respond, you can usually E away before the stun goes out. Yeah,
Hi, Jen, how you doing?
That's just 250 radius nonsense. Because obviously you don't want to go too deep because then you get attacked more. So you're trying to like balance hitting him but not going too deep, and then it just misses because the 250 radius is very uncomfortably small sometimes.
And he gets to have 5 more movement speed than me because movement speed is king in this game.
You definitely still immobilize him, but this will be a lane where you want to go for short trades, right? Nice E. It's pretty close, but nice E. Because Taric really extends to these like elongated fights, so what you want to be doing is like W auto queuing and then Eing away before Taric can stun you, and then start refreshing his healing and healing a bunch.
Oh, Jin went fleet. Okay. Jin, you're so insecure about your Taric not healing you, you go fleet.
Be careful not to stand too close to bushes, because he will try to like stun and then like walk out of the bush as it's gonna like stun you. So if you stand too close, you can definitely take like a solid bit of damage.
I want it.
Those minions usually aren't worth overextending for, because there'll be another wave, and you're not seeing that 3 out of 3 relic shield stack, so it's not like you really need to last a minion right away. It's not really worth taking like 100 damage for it. It is worth taking a bit of damage for a siege minion, because obviously those don't come every single wave.
Yeah.
But not really the melees. It's okay if you hold off on those. But yeah, unfortunately, because you keep getting like bad ADC synergies, or at the very least, like you got Twitch, which was a good ADC synergy last game. But then of course Twitch, which is not like an early game ADC synergy for the most part. Usually it's more focused on the mid to late, or at least like earlier parts of the game after he gets Bork.
Yeah.
Which
I
can
lagged
take
a
a
bit
while.
there.
Yeah, it showed a little bit on the on the screen share. Oh wow, look at that heal.
I should not have flashed.
Yeah, the flash won't cancel his pin powered auto attack here. As long as he doesn't have fourth shot, you can contribute. Be careful, but you can help. Wait for his fourth shot first, because otherwise he might kill you. Oh, nice shield, but he's probably still gonna die because he's just running out with no HP.
Come on, Kaisa. Come on, Kaisa.
Oh, wait, she actually lives.
Let's go.
Not
Kaisa.
bad, not bad.
I'm gonna do something very bad. Don't do this, chat. I'm buying a refillable potion.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of refillables. I think generally your Q heal is so high nowadays that you don't really need refills anymore. But
Yeah.
is it the worst thing in the world? No, you could still get good value on it. It's not like griefing, but I just find that consistently you don't really need it. But you honestly, you had awkward gold is like the main thing, right? You didn't have enough for Lucidities or for like Ruby Crystal and Boots. It was an awkward gold back. Those ones don't feel good. If you go for Shirley's, obviously you can back and get Boots and Fairy Charm, and that can be a good option. And obviously, if you have 600 gold as well, you can get Boots and Cloth Armor if you're opting in for Radiant instead. Generally, I recommend one of those two over the refills, which you could have gone for there. Like I said, maybe you could get some good refill value, but I don't find you need it for the most part. I do like throw him towards mid lane here, but obviously, like, because it's Ahri, it's just not possible. Her Charm can cancel W, her W movement speed will dodge your W, her R will cancel, like, any sort of engage. It's just impossible to gank her, unfortunately. Like I said,
it just comes down to, did Zoe land a root or sleep?
Pretty much. But even at this point in the game, because Zoe doesn't have that much damage. Also, Tarek's not in there. We saw him in the river there for a brief second.
Yeah. Why are you walking up, please?
That's okay. Just head back down towards bot lane. Yeah, this is a very, very unlucky draft. Most people I do coaching with don't get this unlucky with the drafts. This is pretty bad.
And we got buffed AD Sivana too, but we need a tank because we got Timo.
Yeah, just not good synergies and your versing counters pretty consistently. Just does not bode well for you being able to like contribute meaningfully to your matches. Because this champion is enormously draft-based. If you get like unlucky in like the draft, or you just like draft poorly as Rakan, easily you become a useless champion very, very quickly.
No, I saw him up here. What did I see up there then? Shy, I'm pretty sure that's not worded. Huh. I dodged that.
Might be able to engage on Tarek here.
He's not walking backwards. That's upsetting me.
Ooh, that was close.
Sarah,
Careful,
can you
careful,
just burn
careful.
for me?
1-for-1's not bad. Unfortunately, the Ignite ended up taking the kill, which is pretty unlucky. An earlier Ignite would do the trick onto the Tarek there.
I would have let my Kaisa get it.
But definitely, yeah, you will find these common issues of if you attempt to go for these max range Ws. Like I said, I know I'm like a broken record. I keep saying this, but it really is.
Because
like,
I keep doing it.
Yeah, it's yeah. If you go for them, they really just don't work a lot of the time. The best way to use Rakan's W is just as perfectly centered on them as possible, because then they can't dodge it. And that's especially the case on mobile champions or champions who don't have dash but have increased movement speed for whatever reason. You need to make sure it's like point blank in the middle of them. Because yeah, if you're trying to use it to like predict their movement, Rakan's W just isn't designed in a way that allows him to do that. A thing like Thresh Hook or Pike Hook even, you don't know the direction they're exactly aiming. Maybe get an idea, You can't know exactly, but Rakan's W, the first frame you press the ability, the radius appears on the ground, right? That's unlucky.
I shouldn't have flashed. Ugh.
That's true. Also, if you had used your Q before the stopwatch, you could have delayed for the Q heal, and that might have been able to save you, maybe. Probably wishful thinking, but that's a good rule of thumb as well, to combo with the stopwatch. Yeah, so the best way to use Rakan's W always is just, yeah, centered on them as much as possible, as close to them as possible. That's definitely the best way to do it. Because if you try to use it to predict people, because, yeah, you show the exact circle you're aiming for the moment you press your ability, they will immediately just dodge it, because they know exactly the radius you're aiming for, and they also know exactly how big the radius is. Like, for Alistar's Q, for example, not only does he have a 50% bigger knockup radius than Rakan's W, but you'll notice that Alistar doesn't have a circle that appears around him when he uses the ability. You have to kind of judge how big the knockup radius is, which is usually bigger than what you think it is, because the radius is actually quite big. But for Rakan's sake, not only is the radius quite small, but also it tells them exactly the size of it, exactly where he's aiming it. Those things allow him to not be able to use his W to predict opponents, and you have to use it point blank, and it limits you that way, which is disappointing. But that's just kind of the way it is.
Yeah.
So instead of doing it like a traditional skill shot, where you need to try and... Very nice, very, very nice. Got Ignite. Very nice.
2, 1.
Ah,
The
damn.
movement speed.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
It was really good movement there, though, dodging the Terra key and then using the second E to EW onto the Jhin. That was quite nice. And it was a good Ignite there to reduce the Terra killing as well, but yeah, he's just too quick with the Storm Razor movement speed, just bails out of the fight.
Storm Razor got nerfed recently.
Also, you can sell that broken stopwatch whenever. Also, this was a thing like a minute and a half ago, but I was already talking about something else. You went in debt for the cloth armor, which is probably not worth it. But afterwards, you only had like 15 gold in debt, which means you wait there for like 12 gold, and then you can like leave base without losing the 50 gold. But that's like you wait there for like 5 or 6 seconds, and then you get enough gold to like leave base without losing 50 gold on a 300 gold item. Always make sure you're not going in debt for things that like aren't worth it or just are really cheap. Just you don't get good value there.
Okay.
Yeah, one of these games will get roamable lanes.
Somewhere along there.
Yeah, just extremely unlucky drafts, which feels quite bad because, like, yeah. Because roaming is usually, in my opinion, the biggest thing that every sport needs to work on. Most Enchanter players don't roam ever. Most Engagers just focus on mechanics because their champions tend to be more mechanic-focused. Macro is usually the most important thing you can understand as a support. If you know where and when to be, that is, like, or when to be and where, like, that's the most important thing. Because having an extra person there, even if you're only contributing a 1-second knockup, just means everything. But yeah, there's just been, like, there's nowhere to be in these games but bot lane. Because you can't roam mid, you can't roam top, and your jungler usually doesn't perform that well, or doesn't synergize with you either. Like, this has been comically unlucky, which is disappointing. Very nice. Nice ult. Good CC chain. Nice, nice, nice. Nice job, nice job.
Hey, I can just walk away, I can just walk away, I can just walk away.
Nice. Don't go back in. Nice. Good stuff.
The level of, yes, do it!
I see the radius appear, and I'm like, nah, yeah. The intrusive thoughts do tend to win on this champion sometimes. That was good. The only thing I would really mention, a couple things. One, as the knockup wears off on Jhin, you want to ult immediately. Like, you want to perfectly CC train that. There was a brief moment where he wasn't knocked up, but he didn't get charmed by you quite yet. I wouldn't go in depth for the Ruby Crystal either. I would just grab a control ward and be on your way.
Oh, but I could go in depth for Corrupting Potion. It gives mana back.
But as the knockup ended, you didn't charm quite yet the moment the knockup ended, and so Jin could have flashed immediately. And because then you wouldn't have had your W, you might not have been able to translate that charm so easily after the knockup, because if he had flashed immediately towards his turret, your ult would not have been able to like do anything in that case. So make sure to like perfectly CC train that. And also, the rest of the engage was fantastic actually. You translated it beautifully into charming the Ivern and the Taric as well. The only other thing was, once your second W came back up, you used it on Ari, who has her ult available to dodge it. So it's like, it's not going to work anyways. She didn't actually end up using her ult dash to try and counter it, funny enough. Oh, I can't believe that didn't stun you. But even then, it wasn't exactly...
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Wow.
May I have the jungler that constantly ganks instead of being constantly ganked? So, I am playing extremely poor, and like legitimately it is my fault. But I'm always going to cry that the enemy jungler is camping bot lane, and I'm getting no help. It's literally because we're pushing up, and I'm just out of position.
Also, make sure to grab Sweeper here, and I would honestly wait 20 gold for Ruby Crystal. Because I think she's just going to die anyway. Yeah, you can grab Ruby Crystal here. Yeah, you can go.
Three clouds.
Yeah, your junglers have been quite unlucky today, for sure. The drafts in general, and your junglers have been pretty unlucky. Yep, good call on the ult. Nice. Wait. Did he just... No, that was your flash. That was your flash.
Yeah, that was my flash. Nice. Because I didn't wait on my W, I said, fuck it, I need Kai'Sa to... do more.
It's good to secure it, but obviously in that scenario, because you're so much faster than he is after popping the R, wait as long as possible before using the W to try and get his flash, to try to get within range to be able to use the W, because there you had to force your own flash just to get the charm off, and not even like the charm knockup, because you didn't wait as long as you probably should have. So if you're a little more patient on those, you can definitely get his summoner spells and then still kill him without even having to use your summoner spells, which is very, very good. So a lot of those like consistent practices are like, they're really like difficult, because this champion is very impulsive. Like, you see a group of people you want to engage and you just want to like go in RW. It takes a lot of restraint and a lot of patience to not just RW at everything, to do like manual combos, to do drag combos, to wait patiently for them to use their sums and then W afterwards. Right? It takes a lot of restraint trying to like dodge abilities to like cancel your stuff and be patient with the engagers. But it's very, very important, because you can get kills where otherwise you wouldn't, while also getting their massive cooldowns like flash, which that's game changing. Because if you had waited there and say you got Jin's flash and you W'd him afterwards, then he still died, then in that case you have flash and he doesn't, and you can just farm him on repeat for the next like 5 minutes. Because now Kai'Sa's starting to get a bit more damage, right? And now you have your ultimates. So now your engages are a lot better, and they're a lot quicker in terms of like you guys bursting really fast where Taric can't really keep up. Taric's healing peaks at level 4 and starts slowly getting worse throughout the rest of the game. Solid in the mid game, and then falls off pretty heavily by the late game. So now as you're kind of approaching the mid game here, you definitely have a bit more of an edge on Taric than you did in the early game for these all-in fights. Obviously still making sure you're not face fighting Taric as much as you can, trying to kite him around and using Ignite to block some of that healing, but definitely your burst is quite high, which allows you to mostly bypass Taric's stuff. The ult you can just disengage pretty easily, or just burst him down before that's even possible.
And since his abilities get CDR based on...
Gorgeous, gorgeous. Ult that. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Don't face fight E back. Okay, now you go back in. Nice job, nice job.
No, I heal you.
That was good. Definitely looking for a bit of a sooner E back, so the Terra can't auto-attack as much, then you don't lose as much HP, and then he doesn't get as much healing. But after you E back, like I said, which we probably should have done a little bit sooner, but after Eing back, don't want to go too far away. You still want to be within range to kind of threaten a W on the Jhin, but not close enough that Taric is auto-attacking you. So there's like that fine line. Also, you don't really want to like eat tons of auto-attacks for free, but if you're eating auto-attacks in place of Kai'Sa, then that is worth it, because you do have some tankier stats over her. So really good mechanics, really awesome W, and then really awesome, beautiful chain CC on the WR there. That was like gorgeous. But just a little sooner on the disengage, and then a little closer after disengaging to try and tank stuff for your Kai'Sa. Be a little closer for like the W afterwards.
We saw Tarek around here.
Yeah. If she lands this bubble, no, she hit a scuttle crab.
Oh,
Don't do that.
no.
Don't do that.
No. That didn't hit Tarek. Come on, the other one hit a long time ago.
So you'll know if that dragon's coming up soon. Don't place down any more wards on this top side. Want to place down wards on the side of the map that has the objective spawning. In this case, it's dragon. If they're both up, like Baron and dragon at the same time, well, are you in position to get Baron? Do you have a lead? Can you like secure that? If you can't, then set up vision for dragon and then trade dragon for Baron. In this case, because it's just dragon, set up vision for that. Well, Baron's technically up in a minute, but dragon's here first, and because it's a 20-minute Baron, it's likely not super possible. I wouldn't do this either. You have no one here to follow it up. Looks juicy, and awesome angle, but just no one there to follow up.
I do hate some skins. I thought she was Kaisa.
Wow, that hit him. Wow, I didn't realize. Yeah, good call on the W out.
She went over the wall. You were over here with your flash. I didn't realize.
She did leave, which is unlucky. But I would also say, right, that's another situation where you're kind of ulting without having your W even off cooldown. And so just R without your W, not useful. Because usually you can't close the gap to actually land the charm, and even if you do, you're probably going to die right before you hit it, or right after you hit it. It's a good rule of thumb to never engage, or never use your ult engage without your W being active, or like off cooldown. You need to have your W. Otherwise your ult just doesn't do anything. You can't close the gap, you can't CC for any meaningful amount of time.
Any tenacity just gets rid of my R anyways.
It's true. That can be a problem.
Well, that's something else why I was really wanting my Rakan R to be 1.5 at level 1 and just be 0.5 plus each time.
Try to wait on your ult if you can.
I didn't mean to hit that.
That's okay. That's okay. Try to play this patiently. Ping the ability for your teammates so they know. A little too close. Don't be too close. You don't want to get charmed or Ivern queued, right? That would spell out your death.
Oh.
In fact, this game I probably should have encouraged you to go more so for Merc Tread's Radiant, more so than just Radiant and Lucidities, because they have a lot of CC. If you play really well, it doesn't really matter. You don't need it. Wow, she's still nice. Don't follow it up, but that's a good steal. It's quite good.
From there.
Every now and again, good to look at your teammates' scores. Make sure, like, you can identify win cons who'd be playing around.
I don't have words. This is awful.
It's good. You can take a reset. No big deal.
It should be right here.
Nice job.
Wow.
That was good. Right, even though that went perfectly fine, remember to CC train that a little better, right? Yeah. As the knockup ends, charm begins, right?
Taking that. I'm being selfish. I'm taking that. My Zoe's bot lane. My Kaisa could have used it. That shields. I don't like
Could be a good redemption game, honestly. There's a decent bit of AoE stuff. I mean, there always is with Rakan anyways.
Yeah. Oh. Somebody please come bot so that way this doesn't get lost.
Yeah, you can't do anything about that.
Ooh. Nope, I walked that way.
Nice, good movement. You can't help her, just leave. Yeah, careful. It's time to reset. You can't do anything with this low of HP. Not that you will anyways, because you're already down people. Like, especially if you're behind, you need to make sure you have, like, a numbers advantage, or, like, a very distinct reason for engaging. Unfortunately, they're just overextending. So while I like the idea, because you are engaging on the Jhin, and you actually end up forcing the Terracar long-term, which, like, that's nice. But realistically, once again, you had 2 teammates that were dead. So you only have upwards of 2 teammates following you up. And that was, like, Teemo and Shyvana. And they are not exactly super useful champions. They also don't really have, like, any sort of, like, AoE to really combo that. And yeah, this Teemo's build is pretty something else, alright? Because even if that was like a 4-man ult on everyone that was there, you still had 0 teammate follow-up, so it's not possible.
Yeah. Why are you in there? Goodbye, my friend.
Yeah, you got an ult. You can't contribute here.
I'm gonna go buy a pink.
Y'all tends to have a much shorter cooldown than Terex. So at the very least, you might be able to find a situation where your ult's up right now and his isn't. At least if the engage happens relatively soon. Otherwise, then it'll go back to, like, whichever.
Yeah. I want it, but no one can go.
Ari, nice charm mid-E there. Nice job, nice job. Hit the blast gun if you can, right? It's only out.
Oh.
That was good. Only thing that was a bit iffy was the flash a little bit. I like the flash W to translate the charm you got on the Ari into another 2-man. Like I said, you have really good mechanics, and it shows in these situations. But obviously the flash didn't go over the wall, which would have been more optimal, because it was very, very close. Your charm, like, was just about to run out, but you thankfully got it. But it was quite close.
I definitely test my luck way too much.
So at this point, probably sell the control word, or sell the refills and get control words.
Yeah. I've been told that I am coin flip heavy. I just coin flip fights way too much. I trust into the team doing more damage and me being capable of keeping team alive.
I think that's true for the most part. I do think you have a pretty aggressive playstyle, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because you're right, it does breed a high-risk, high-reward playstyle. But unfortunately for a lot of the game, before a substantial lead is established, Rakan is definitely quite weak. He's a champion who needs level 6 to do anything, and a lot of the time you are like kind of coin flipping these fights, they are in the early game, when your champion is quite weak. And of course then, typically because of these coin flips in the early game, you kind of fall a little bit far behind, and then when you do coin flip fights later, when you are a bit stronger, your team's just far behind, you don't have the follow-up for it. Well, that's good, that's good. Nice job. Nice CC chain, beautiful, beautiful. Love to see that, very nice. Keep in mind, you have no ult. You're up a person, you have no ult. It means your contributions are very, very minimal without your ultimate in teamfights, right? Typically, you are pretty much reserved for peeling without your ultimate. Because if you're Wing raw at max range into their team, the likelihood of you getting CC'd, or them using any mobility spell, or even just like flashing it and then killing you, is very, very high. Okay, back off, let's Terracar, back off. Nice job. Nice W, good job. Unfortunately, the damage is very, very high, but it was a good W.
I still hate that change for Alawi. I'm glad she's stronger now because she's still not overpowered. Oh, she went Duskblade. What a punk. But I do dislike that Alawi's pull her what is it, her E?
Yeah.
If you're too low on health, her E can kill you. I just dislike that.
Yeah, it's definitely an odd scenario because usually it doesn't happen because it takes the same HP that you have and puts it on the vessel. But definitely, yeah, if they target Kaisa instead of Kaisa's vessel, then the vessel can definitely kill later. Just an odd interaction.
Mm.
Well, shockingly, the game's actually not over yet. I think they could have actually sent it there, but...
Wait, what hit? She hit a minion and I'm blind?
The Zoe? I believe so.
Yeah. I thought she landed it on one of them. Kaisa, why?
Good call on the R. Nice CC. She's not exactly shooting when the dude's CC, but that'll be an issue.
There we go.
Oh, nice job, nice job.
She greeted for the Ari.
Yeah, I like the early R there for the movement speed to get within range to help the Kaisa. I like that a lot. That's very good practice to like R like a second before you actually need to use your E. To not only wait out that half-second delay between using W and flash after using R, but then to also just close that gap faster with the extra movement speed. It's very nice. Good mechanics. The mechanics are very clearly not your issue.
It's just making the proper plays and stopping my nature of jumping in.
Yes, that's pretty much exactly on the money. Yes. Because usually I feel like the league boils down to 4 major categories, or like pillars of gameplay. There's like, you've like mechanics, and you have like macro play, and then you have like just decision making and then understanding of the overall game, and the champions, and the match, and the like the situation you're in. And then you have your attitude, which shockingly is a lot of people struggle with their attitude in this game. Because League's frustrating, to be fair. But for me, I think it's mostly an understanding thing. Just understanding when to back off, when you're strong, when you're not, when to not go in, when to go in.
Yeah. Because I 100%. What's that? You want to go fight? I don't care if we're 5 levels behind. We're fighting.
And Rakan definitely leans into that, which is also a problem. Because he just enables that, like, that intrusive thought of, oh, what if I just go right now? They're right there. I'm on top of them. You know, like, he definitely enables that intrusive thought. Which is why you need to, like, be enormously responsible when you play this champion. Yeah, crazy amount of CC. Nice redemption, though. And they all walk out of it. Well.
I didn't even get charged on. It was literally just. It was just his E and his QR.
Yeah, we really still haven't had like a game where the draft hasn't been so shitty that enables you to actually like roam. Because yeah, like I was saying, like all these games are so like not roam heavy because of just how unlucky the draft is all the time in all these games. So we really haven't had a game where we really get to like talk about early macro and focus mostly on macro. Because we definitely talk a decent bit about like mid-game macro and like, hey, we should identify our win con and then play around this person or that person. But definitely not a lot of early game macro, which is usually very, very important in terms of being proactive and carrying games as support. So I hope we get a game that actually enables you macro-wise in the early game. But yeah, from these games, and you kind of nailed it on the head, which is, I mean, great self-awareness and self-reflection on your part. Because I think the biggest thing, it's not your mechanics. Most Rakan players that I coach, it's not a mechanics issue, because Rakan is such a flashy mechanical champion that they almost always just focus on mechanics. Your mechanics are good. It's not your mechanics. It's mostly just the decision-making. You need to stop yourself from doing things that you know aren't a good idea, even if you have the mechanics to like contribute the most amount possible in this scenario. The champion is limited in what he can do in the early parts of the game, and just in general without his teammates. So it's mostly just about like improving decision making, improving patience. That's mostly the biggest thing here. Because yeah, mechanics are good. Like I said, we'll touch a bit more on macro. Hopefully we can get some more games where your macro kind of shines. Hopefully we'll get a few more games like now where we don't have these extremely unlucky drafts. But mostly I think that's it. As per usual with Rakan players that I coach, definitely not a mechanics thing. It's mostly a patience decision-making thing. Maybe with some minor touch-ups to mechanics, right?
Yeah.
But usually it's like a decision-making thing and or a macro-based thing. That's usually what it is.
Oh.
So come on, draft. Come on, draft. Let's get a non-shitty draft. Come on.
Like, I 100% overextend at early levels, so I understand why my jungler doesn't always gank. But I complain, it's been gank bot since season 7.
Yeah, it's been a lot of jungler bot lane focus. And like that definitely came to fruition a lot more recently when the ADC hyper carry meta was a thing. It really was just whatever jungler came bot lane. And it was awful.
And now I'm just like, well, I know they're never coming, so I'm just gonna trust that I can help my ADC 2v3.
Yeah, that's right. But unfortunately, Rakan's just not really like much of a 2v3 champion. Like, if your ADC is stupidly far ahead and they make a lot of stupid mistakes, then it is possible, but generally that is not a very possible thing to 2v3. Especially pre-6, that's just not possible. You just don't have that kind of, like, capabilities. Yeah. Post-6, potentially, if they make mistakes still, but you're still down a person, which is still very difficult.
Chrono, there's the Morgana man on the enemy team.
Yeah, maybe we'll see, maybe we'll see like, an engager. Shyvana top. My goodness.
Hopefully they TP Ignite and they come to bot lane. Ooh, Nefari. Nefari, I'm a jungler, but we're gonna be mid lane assassin. Don't give us a squishy mage. Don't do it. Yeah.
Just give us something with CC that we can gank. That's what we're looking for. Like, if we get an Ahri who can land charms, we can land W, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for a mid laner that is CC to set us up for roaming. There, that works. We can work with that. That's good. Consistent CC, we can follow up on that.
I do wish I'd get a little bit more quality of life on Rakan with his E and be allowed to E to, like, Tibbers or Yorick's R or Ivern's buddy.
To pets, yeah.
Because you can give them shields with, like, Janna or Annie, but I can't give them a shield.
Yeah.
Alistar.
That could be a pretty fun one. I really enjoy playing against Alistar, personally.
But, absolutely, going back to a conversation a long time ago, I would get super depressed playing Rakan, just because of the matchups I was going against and how no one would want to just be slightly closer to me for my E. And it was before his E buff, too. And I immediately, all right, I'm depressed. I'm playing Yuumi, and I'm sitting on somebody, and all I'm doing is giving you a shield and never leaving someone's side.
Yeah. And the unfortunate reality is, yeah, people just don't really know how to lane with Rakan properly. They think that a lot of synergies with Rakan are good when they're bad. They don't know how to enable him. They don't know how to play around him. A lot of the time, he really needs his ADC to enable him, and not the other way around. But yet people treat him like a blitzcrank, but he's not a blitzcrank. It's a lot of misconceptions in regards to the champion, which makes it very difficult in the solo queue because, yeah, your ADCs will not draft around you, they will not play around you, and then you will get counterpicked by things when they're not even trying to, which is frustrating.
Oh, do you ever have an issue seeing my mouse? I completely forgot that my mouse is set up to be negative values, so that way I can see it on my screen better. But whenever I'm streaming, it doesn't show up very well.
Well, no, we see it.
Okay.
I think it looks quite cool.
Like, I like how it color changes, and for me, like, when I'm on this screen, when I'm on the client itself, it's not black on my client, it's white.
Oh, so is that right? Oh, very cool.
So I can see it really easy. One problem I had super early on is that I would lose track of my mouse on the screen. And I would make it as big as possible, but then even if I didn't lose track, it would cover something I would want to see better, like a minion or if there's a ward there or something like that. And I wasn't too sure if I was going to click on the ward, a minion, or a champion. So I moved my cursor back down, but now I can properly see where my cursor is because it actually just highlights on my screen better. Keep the game awesome. Report. Purposely trolling. I did the thing I shouldn't do. You gotta stop doing that.
Yeah, and like I said, does it really matter in most situations? No, not really. Like, theoretically, this could be a lane where you walk up and auto-Q auto Alistar, and you don't really want to engage on him directly, but if you can find a way to engage on his ADC without getting super close to Alistar, if his positioning's bad, then you can definitely take a short trade with his ADC, and then he can't gap close and land the knock-up. But yeah, definitely a lot of lanes you just do not want to engage level 1.
Funny. I saw the ward. Give me the money. Oh, I'm so upset. I remember what I wanted to talk about previously.
Yeah.
I play locked screen. It's easier for me. I can see things better, and it doesn't give me the stress of being unlocked and having to touch the side of my screen.
Yep. So there's a reason why I haven't brought it up specifically. And that's because I don't think you need to play unlock screen to be successful. I think unlock screen typically aids you in being more successful more consistently because it gives you better map awareness. But so long as you are getting all the information that you need to have in order to make good decisions and win games, that's what matters to me. You can be unorthodox. I'm okay with that. I don't think you need to be conventional to be successful. So as long as you are understanding, or like as long as you're like you have good map awareness and you're seeing what's going on around you, you have good understanding of what decisions you need to be making in relation to like things going on around you, that's what matters to me. Which is why I haven't said anything yet, because I'm like, I don't think you need to play unlock to be successful. Even though I think typically it does help you be more successful. If it's not within your comfort zone, it's okay.
Yeah. Unlock screen does give you the advantage of being able to see a little bit more.
Absolutely. But also, like, nothing that you can't already see on your mini-map, of course, right? For the most part.
Yes. And then the biggest advantage, and this is for chat's sake, I can see if Vex uses flash or TP with unlock screen.
Good W there. Obviously, I was a little sketched out because I was a max range and it almost missed, and if she dodged it, and you would have gotten permaslowed, and you would have been feeling pretty bad.
Oh yeah, I fully believed she was gonna keep walking up because she saw how low Kaisa is. So they got a kill on Rakan. I didn't see if they flashed. No one's telling me they flashed.
And definitely in lanes where you don't take like a ton of damage early on and you can engage, I don't think it's always the best idea to go for Q second. You really can just go for WE and then you can take quick engages and then E out.
Yeah.
I think in lanes where you don't really want to engage, you can definitely just go for Q second, assuming that you've taken a decent bit of poke damage.
Which is the exact reason why I did it for Kaisa.
Fair enough.
Let's go.
Just taking a little bit of damage. Nothing crazy. If they're below like 2/3 HP, then I think you could definitely go Q second and start healing up. But mostly saying you can go for WE, and that's better for like early fights if you were looking to be B fighting, if you had like a strong laning phase synergy, or if your jungler was coming down.
Please. Oh, I should have did. There are way too many times where I'm predicting people to backstep.
Yeah, and like for his Q, that's fine to like predict their movement, but like yeah, for W you can't do that. And also there's another good rule of thumb. If you're ever walking backwards, don't cast your Q, because the range is so low that if you're walking backwards, likely it's just not going to hit. Yeah, nice, good trade.
Oh, yo, Rakan, why are you so bad? Thank God you're not on my team. How do you execute? I understand purposely executing. What? Give me this so I save it for my ABC.
And definitely in general versus Alistar, this goes really any AoE CC as well. Good to not stand right on top of your ADC, because a lot of the time they're waiting for you to use E on your ADC, and then you're grouped up, and then they'll hit you both with AoE CC.
E.
So a lot of the time it's better to try and like wait it out. So if Alistar wants to engage, right, good to wait out his knock-up, and then you use E off of your ADC who's already been knocked up, and then W onto their ADC to stop it. Or like stop the follow-up.
That's the other quality of life I love that they did for Zombie Ward,
Yeah.
or what is it? It's not Zombie Ward. Yeah, it is Zombie Ward.
That was an awesome interaction where like you swept it like barely last second. Nice EW.
And it just gave me the pot for it.
Yeah, super nice. He's gonna get knocked away. Yeah.
Yep, Hecarim went too early. I'm gonna win, but I don't have mana. Aha, you got hit.
It's okay. You are a bit and quickly you are approaching the amount of money that you would need to recall and get Lucidity Boots off of Futures Market, which is a massive power spike for you. So after this wave, getting 1 melee and 1 siege, you'll probably reset and grab those.
Fine.
He's kind of behind you a little bit.
Hi, Alistair. How you doing? Oh. Hit me, not him. I said me, hit me. So.
Okay, nice. Take a reset. That's okay. You're completely and you have enough money for Lucidities.
Alistair, look, I'm so juicy. Come mess with me. Hello, Neferi. How you doing? You don't get to mess with me. What do I need? 1? Haha.
Nice. Annie's level 6. See if you can try going mid. She has her ult, she has her CC, which you have to upgrade at level 6 to 1.5 seconds. You can very easily follow up with your W and Ignite. Does she have Ignite? Go to check now. She does.
She has Ignite?
So she's gonna panic use that, because that's part of her combo. She's not thinking that you have Ignite too. So you want to hold off your Ignite. Well, that's pretty
really
unlucky.
didn't think you'd
Yeah,
be
that's bizarre.
I thought for sure they would be there.
Wait for her to leave. There you go.
I wonder if she would.
Yeah, good control word. Does your Annie have... No, she doesn't. She has Ignite.
Annie. 15%.
Well, that's okay. Back down to bot you go. You could theoretically hold the wave, but she'll probably wreck you. Probably not.
Well, she's all mana based right now, so that's nice.
No.
Oh, that's weird. Are you backing, really? Upsetting.
You can honestly walk back towards mid. I know you're walking through a ward here. Oh, did it disappear? Oh, it did, actually. Yeah, walk back towards mid lane here. Try to gank mid again. And then maybe see after you kill her, if possible, or make her recall. Then if you can go towards Rift Herald. This is good. This is good. Watch out for turret. Nice job.
Oh!
Very nice. Good roam. Very nice.
I'm pissed I took it because of Ignite.
That's okay.
Legit, Zipper scared the shit out of me.
I think that was in general a bit early from both you and Hecarim. I think it was better to let Annie walk up and get the stun first. So then there's no flash funny business. But thankfully, she flashed from Hecarim's E, not your W, so there was no big deal.
I also tried to press R there. I R'd.
That's okay.
I R'd and I was gonna E to him, and when my R didn't happen, I was like, I don't understand. Why did I press R? What's going on?
That's okay. Good roam. Good roam. That's what we're looking for. And whenever Annie has ult, you can go mid lane. You can probably make something work. Because keep in mind, right, Alistar is very limited as an engaged champion in bot lane, right? Usually we talk about a lot of roaming in relation to versing enchanter lanes, because they can't punish your ADC very hard for your roams. Because they can't match the power of your roams, because you probably have more CC than they do early on. And also they can't really force anything, because once again, that aforementioned lack of CC. Yeah, go. Yeah, she goes.
Upsetting, I'm trash.
Oh, wow, he's still going. You can probably get the W off of him, though. Oh, man.
Don't die. Ash, you're gonna die. Please keep coming. Please. Ash,
Yeah.
no.
So there,
Look,
unfortunately, the Ashe used Ghost, and then she was able to kind of walk out of your W when she used it at max range, right? That's just kind of the way it is.
A ward in that bush? What do you mean?
But definitely, there was a moment there in the lane where Ashe walked up to turret within range of W, and that was the moment where you had to go.
I did not have the capability of stopping that R.
Yeah, if you jumped in, you would have died there, and I'm pretty sure she still would have died as well. Yeah, a lot of lanes with Rakan, like you're not looking to engage. Also, I'd go for Ruby Crystal here, probably. Just without going in debt. There's a lot of lanes with Rakan where you're not looking to engage, but there are some where you are looking to engage, and because your W range is so low, a lot of the time you're playing footsies, where they're barely outside your W range, you're trying to inch in within range, then you walk towards them, they walk away from you. And then you walk back and they walk towards you, and you're kind of playing this little footsies game, where you're trying to throw them off and barely land those Ws. But in that case, Ashe just kind of walked right up to you and auto-attack. Keep in mind, if they ever walk up and auto-attack you, almost always that means they are within range of your W. Almost always. Oh, good thing you're here, because you're Renekton. Oh, here we go.
Renekton, I know you can break shields, but, goodbye, my friend. Let's go.
Yeah, good stuff. Good
Yo,
roam.
that,
Good roam.
That's her R. That's her R. Make you jump. She didn't make you jump.
Nice.
Okay. Ice is fine. She is equal level to Ashe. Bad farm, but that's my fault.
I honestly wouldn't say that's your fault. I think that's mostly on her. Definitely not your fault that she's farming bad. The one thing that does kind of like fall on you in this lane was like that late engage on the Ashe. I think if you had gone in when she walked up to that turret when Hecarim kind of pinged to go in, then I think she would have just died. But besides that, I think that's like the one thing that's more so on you. Okay.
Honk. Hecarim, are you okay?
Very odd fight.
I'm gonna be stupid because I know she's here. They're moving the dragon. They ain't gonna be over here.
And good thing to ask yourself when you're using Sweeper is, does their support even have any wards?
Yeah.
Because I don't know if Alistar even has his quest complete yet. He probably does, but...
Annie, I'm still in farm. Thank you very much for your support.
But also, not only does their support have wards, which looks like he just got his ward quest unlocked, because he has the one ward, I think. Oh no, 700. Maybe he actually already completed that a while ago. But either way, has Alistar been that deep into your jungle for the Sweeper there to actually do anything? Because he kind of poked his head into this tri-bush, and maybe a little bit towards the blue at most, but nothing further than that where you were sweeping. Because Sweeper does have quite a long cooldown. It's good not to, like, waste it on areas where this ward can.
Yeah. And I didn't really pay attention to the Fury having Oracle.
Yeah. I wouldn't go in debt for that either. I would honestly grab a no magic and be on my way. There's no major objectives up, so you don't really feel that bad about not having control words.
Oh,
Also, keep in mind, she does not have Tibbers right now, so you probably can't gank and make a play around Annie. You need to make sure your teammates have their cooldowns up for you to be able to, like, kill them.
Yeah. Come on, let me scare you away with this. Yeah, you run away. I was trying to click about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, Alistair, how are you doing? You got this warded? I hit the wrong menu.
Go.
Why?
Nice. No, it still worked. Nice job. Nice stopwatch. Stall for the E. Nice job. I don't think it's...
She didn't keep going.
I almost said don't W back in. Another good rule of thumb is Wing in without your E being up is usually quite dangerous, especially if you're like that low and such.
I wasn't in bush then.
That's
no,
okay.
Back up. Her R can go through minions. Her R can go through minions.
It's okay. Sell the broken stopwatch, grab a control word here. If possible. Nice job. And definitely that's worth the debt, the Aegis. That's a strong enough item. Gives you that 10 ability haste you're looking for. That's good. Definitely with that engage would have been better if you engaged a little sooner. As soon as Hecarim kind of popped his E and was running towards Ashe, that's like the green light. And so at that point, that's when I would start alting. Don't go in first. You don't have to use flash in that scenario, but you wait for Hecarim to run in first, and then after he gets headbutted or pulverized away by Alistar, then you E to him after that CC ends, and then you translate that charm on Alistar after Eing to your Hecarim onto the Ashe.
Okay.
Right? It's about waiting out those CC abilities and then translating that charm movement speed into the backline. Well, so yeah, you can engage on her if there's no one here. Oh, okay, and walk away. All good. Because she was a little overextended there. You probably could have engaged again, although you don't really know where their team is, but Alistar wasn't readily there. That might have been possible to get a good amount of HP, but probably not Kale since you had no ult and Kai'Sa had no ult, but... And this is a very easy lull to fall into, where you kind of just, like, sit with your ADC in the mid-game.
Just ARAM.
Exactly. I try to discourage this. Instead, it's usually better to fall around your jungler and try to make plays. Rakan excels at picking up people in side lanes, because usually the lanes are long, they're overextended, and Rakan is ours, and then he can just wait for their flash and then W towards them. It's beautiful.
Alright,
well, apparently you got an assist, so that's nice.
And that happened only because of my E on her.
Yep.
So Alistar is here.
Yeah,
well, so is Neferi, apparently. Walk faster, walk faster, walk faster, walk faster.
Yeah, good preemptive R. Nice job. E. Wait for her Vex. Nice job. Probably time to start running. You got no cooldowns.
Come on, kill him. Good job. Nope. Didn't get a live. That still feared me. Damn.
No.
I was hoping... Oh, he has Phase Rush. I thought he had Conqueror. I need to stop thinking they go standard runs.
I mean, honestly, that was pretty close regardless. But still, probably good to cut the losses. Like, maybe there could have been a world where, like, just barely you could have turned that around, but you needed to have, like, another point in W or something. You need to have a lower cooldown. Your W just wasn't up in time to be able to contribute to that.
Miss the start of the party.
Yeah.
That's okay. Because, like, learning to, like, cut your losses can be a really difficult thing.
I definitely was hoping that he had Conqueror, so that way he'd get the healing from Triumph. There's the... Well, you just walk that way.
I mean, honestly, that's a very good reason for jumping back in. I think that's good.
I need to start literally just looking at the runes my teammates have before anything else.
Because you're right. In relation to him having Triumph, that would have been a turn, actually. That is completely correct.
Thank you, Alistar. I'm so glad that you just stood there. Politely.
Wait for your ult. Wait for your ult. Don't help that. Don't.
Goodbye.
Nice. Cut the losses. Very good. Because, yeah, there's no he's getting out of that, I don't think.
Oh, come on, Ash. You know you want to fight. You know
so
you
Annie
fight.
has ult.
She's just not moving.
But she's not moving, yeah. So if she doesn't walk up, you can't go in. But honestly, I'm very happy we got a game that was focusing on your macro play today, or like right now.
Oh, I was hoping.
Nah, aiming for Annie. That's okay. That happens.
I really want to just flash.
Nice knockup. We're over this wall in case there's somebody here.
You guys are not as fast as me. This is mine. Hey.
So this is a habit we should start getting rid of. You do this semi-frequently where during your engages, after you charm somebody, you flash to get the additional charm on someone. It's just not worth it. The charm doesn't do enough. It doesn't, like, drag them far back. There's no additional CC. The 1 second of CC is not enough to keep them still, especially since the people you're charming are not only a flash distance away, but also the extra distance away from you actually running towards them with that increased movement speed from charming someone else.
Yeah. I was also hoping Kai'Sa was going to press R. Annie. Okay, Ekram's mine, not the enemy's.
Yeah, good to wait for him to use his engage first before you use your W. Just then that doesn't happen. Also, you have Radiant. You probably want to take a reset here before Baron spawns. Yeah, you're you have no ult. That's okay. This is a good time to reset. Yeah, that's okay. But definitely, like your mechanics are really, really good. But that's like the one mechanical thing that we should definitely hone. Is just get rid of that, like that feeling of like wanting to flash during your ult to just get a 1 second charm on someone. It's just not worth it. If the charm was stronger, that could definitely be an option. Or if you have W up, that's obviously a very good option to R and then flash towards somebody, right? To then like offset any sort of mobilities, and you can like R and then flash and then drag two people together and then do like the manual combo. Like that's completely acceptable. But just R'ing just for the charm with no knock-up follow-up when it's already so far away from your teammates typically is just not worth it. And you're definitely using a really hefty cooldown to try and like try something that just doesn't work because the CC's not long enough.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing?
You can W him, I think. Oh. Good call.
Oh, I made that. I thought for sure that wasn't going to be close enough. Hey, yeah, hey.
Wait for Hecarim. Also, wait for any Hecarim's ults, right? You need ally follow-up to make this work. Also, I'd ward over this wall. Nice job.
Shyvana, you could have totally... What? I can't get over that wall.
That's okay.
Nope. Damn.
That was generally a pretty effective engage. I would still try to use the R before the knock-up, because in that case you did land the knock-up on one guy and then you charm like 4 people in total with the Vex. But because they're such melee fighters and they're so close quarters, honestly you probably could have charmed and knocked up like 3 of them. I mean, granted, I'll be honest, would that have made the difference in terms of swaying that fight? No, it probably wouldn't have. But generally just a good rule of thumb, just to have a more effective engagers, because in another situation, that could actually mean the difference between winning and losing that fight, having that additional CC on those people. I wouldn't go in debt for Fairy Charm, no.
I'm gonna do it for Control Ward, though. Just because none of my team is warding. They all have 10. Come on.
Well, it's not so much just because your teammates aren't placing downwards. It's more so because this is their Dragon Soul, and you want to get as much advantage as possible in terms of vision to get them off of it. In this case, it's actually acceptable to do it, to go in depth for the wards. Normally, not so much, but this is a very important objective, seeing as it is their soul. Good job always pinging wards, by the way. Most players don't do that. It's a nice small edge. I like that.
Oh, yeah. The moment it got introduced, I was just like, oh, free gold? I'll take free gold.
Yeah. And timers are immensely useful.
That hit well inside of Kai'Sa's W.
Unfortunately, you do have a split pushing top laner, right? So, right, some careful vision here. Careful vision. Oh, big ult. Nice job, nice job.
I need to get on Hecarim! Hi, how you doing? I hope I took all of that. Alright, goodbye!
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh no!
Oh no. Oh no. The back salt.
And she dies on her own.
Really good ult there, by the way. That was a really good engage. Nice job.
Aww.
Like, unfortunately, it didn't go well because your team's kind of behind, and even if you land a really good ult as Rakan, if your team's behind, you just don't really get to, like, do a whole lot, right? But that was really, really good.
Yeah.
So even if that didn't, like, go well overall, we want to, like, celebrate that. Those were good mechanics. That was quite nice.
I was trying to do my job of saving someone. And unfortunately, Vex got an R reset.
The only thing would be is that you are peeling for the Kai'Sa, and the Kai'Sa is not very fed. So,
yeah.
So this would be more so referring back to what we talked about earlier in terms of identifying win condition and playing around them. Obviously, you were kind of looking for like a big ult, but then after the big ult, you kind of like went back to like peel for the Kai'Sa, which I mean is probably the acceptable thing. But if there was an option to peel for the Annie instead, that would definitely would have been the better one. Or even just to like be around Annie, it would be the play there.
Yeah, and then my goal was to get back onto Hecarim.
Yeah.
In the fight itself.
Yeah. And that totally works too. But then if you're playing around Hecarim after you're engaging, you're waiting on your cooldowns, that means you're sitting within like melee range of their team typically, because that's where Hecarim's going to be. So it's kind of hard to play around him after you're engaged, because then you'll be sitting within a dangerous zone. Because Annie would back off and play safer, you can kind of peel for her instead. But not so much to Hecarim, because he's not really peelable, because he's just really deep in there.
Yeah. Shy, you literally saw us walk away from death. Exactly, we literally saw that.
Yeah, I wish Annie had stun up. That could have been a good opportunity to like R, E to charm the Alistar and then W on to the Ashe. But even then, because Annie's stun wasn't up, it's not feasible.
Oh, I badly timed that.
I mean, I'll correct you on that one. I don't think you badly timed that. I just think that, like, it's unlucky. Like, sometimes the ability just works like that. You're using your W pretty much point blank, and he just so happens to cast you the exact moment you cast W. That's not you mistiming anything. That's just, like, unlucky timing. It's very, like, there's no way to, like, predict each other on that, at that range. Yeah, I don't think the Shyvana pick is very useful.
I get AD Shyvana got buffed. Oh, what am I doing in chat? Keep a dab, that's what I'm doing. I was holding tab. I get that Shyvana got an AD buff, but that doesn't mean you have to play it. You can still play tank. You can still play AP.
Or just don't play Shyvana top.
Just don't play Shyvana top. We are lit.
Yeah, you definitely get interesting teammates on a game-to-game basis. But, yeah, definitely, like I said, some more things to work on, especially the biggest thing being that flash.
Yeah.
Like, the flash after charming and using your knockup already, definitely want to make sure that, like, we cut that out and cut out that bad habit. Because no one can ever follow up due to the distance you're traveling, and it never accomplishes anything. Because you need that additional CC to have teammates have enough time to catch up to the distance that you're traveling when you do that. And mostly otherwise, that just, it continues to be more so of a, like, a judgment call thing. Your mechanics are really good, and finally, I was really excited to finally have a game where we got to kind of see your macro take place in the early game for roaming. You had some really solid macro, right? Like some really intuitive pathing. Like you were like 0-1-4 or 1-0-4, I think at one point, weren't you? Or like 1-0-3. Like you were doing really good in the early game. You had some really solid macro. It's just your Shyvana died 9 times, endlessly split push, and Kai'Sa fell really far behind. But really, you played the early game very, very well. You were able to kind of show your good macro ability, which is awesome, because we've been kind of waiting to see that, and finally in a game today. And finally, there was a draft that kind of allowed us to see that macro take place. You have good macro as well. Like, I thought you had some really good intuitive decision-making in regards to macro play. I think the last...
It just came down to, can my Annie continue to perform well? Can my Hecarim continue? Can my Shyvana stop inting? Oh, I should have reported it. It's fine.
He wouldn't get banned anyways. He wasn't griefing. He's just not very good.
Very true. Well, I mean, he did have a negative attitude. I could have got a chat banned.
But definitely, mechanics are not your issue. Other than, like I said, the still, like, the flashing with the charm thing, we need to cut that out for sure. And otherwise, your macro doesn't really seem to be a huge issue either. I think this seems okay. I think it's mostly just an understanding decision making. I think that's literally like 95% of this.
Yeah. Every time I press R, I land on somebody and I know that person should be dead. I want to continue that.
Yeah.
And I need to stop doing that. Hey, I got a Draven.
That's good. That's good. Maybe we can finally get like an aggressive early landing phase in here as well.
Magic and true damage.
I haven't asked this yet. Do you ever pivot and play Rakan, or not Rakan, in situations where Rakan is a bad choice? Or do you only play Rakan?
I haven't really pivoted. It's just if I get like tilted, I'll play a Mumu, or if I get super tilted, I'll play Yuumi.
Sure.
There's like if our jungle doesn't go AP or our top doesn't go AP, I might pick Shaco support or I might go Vex support. Where's Vex? Ooh.
Right.
And it just comes down to, do we need the AP? 9 times out of 10 though, I'm just gonna. That's in the fairy. I'm just gonna play Rakan. If I start losing a lot, I'm gonna lose trust in my ability on playing Rakan, so I will just dip out and play a Mumu.
Sure.
Swain, Silas. I haven't played Renata in forever. Pike, Pantheon. I will rarely play Nautilus or Braum. Where's Braum? Oh, I can unfavorite you as a support because you're actually a support now. I want to play Grave support. I legitimately, I do have off-meta picks like Graves and Talon.
Right.
I really do try not to play those when I'm after gold elo because they are bad picks and they're very selfish because I just want to take the kills and carry late game.
Yeah.
Or mid game, but
yeah, though those picks definitely don't scale very well with rank. The higher rank you get, the less effective they're going to be. So
yeah.
mostly I was just curious to see what you were going to do in terms of like drafting, like if you usually just play Rakan, or if you were only playing it because we were doing this coaching session, or such and such.
No, I'm normally a Rakan player.
Gotcha.
It's
a good time to be a Rakan player. Like I said, he's in a spot where he can survive many laning phase bad matchups, but like I said, in terms of like engaging them in the early game, or even like in the mid to late game, like engaging throughout the entire game in bad matchups is still very difficult. Doesn't really matter as much for, like I said, the more skill floor enchanted Rakan player, but for proactive Rakan players, it can still be a pretty big issue. And this is fantastic, because not only do you have a Draven for a strong laning phase synergy, allowing you to actually play the laning phase for once, unlike all these Kaisas you've been playing with, but now you also have a primary engage in the form of Malphite. Like, you've had like a Zac, and you've had like a Hecarim, but you'll notice those champions do actually have a little bit of displacement. Like Zac, his ult will knock people slightly away, which actually does not work very well with your ult. And Hecarim Fear also knocks them away, which does not work very, very well. Because then you can't group them up more intuitively, they kind of move away, maybe you can still get a few of them, but not all of them. But Malphite is perfect. He R's, you R-E-W, whatever he aims for, and it's beautiful. Looks like you're versing another Pantheon, though, which that's the only issue. Is you have a really strong lane because you have Draven, but also they have a really strong early game Pantheon to be able to counter that. That's the only issue. Plus, if you full all in, Ashe obviously has her perma slow if you're trying to run away, so you need to be sure you're like all in and killing them and not having to retreat.
Sir Cap to Echoer.
We've been going against so many Ashes today.
Yeah, we have seen quite a few Ashes.
Yes. So, real quick with chat, I completely was selfish, and I was like, hey, Feather, can I just do 2 sessions on a day, and can we stream it to try to get more information out there for everyone? So I did the selfish thing, and I bought two coachings back to back, so that way we could do an entire day of stream.
Yeah, so we're doing 5 hours worth.
My brain was telling me to keep walking.
And especially if there's like 10 minutes left, we'll just play another game, because I know you had like a couple of disconnects. So we'll try to make sure we squeeze in all the time.
Seeing the tanks, seeing the assassins that are going to happen, I probably should have went Aftershock just to give a little bit of extra tankiness.
That's honestly, right now, until Glacial gets nerfed, I would probably just stick with Glacial.
Oh, yeah, it hasn't been nerfed?
Yeah. No, not yet. It's getting nerfed on Wednesday. So 2 more days. Today and tomorrow, and then, yeah, rip Glacial.
So Glacial's nerf is going to be the slow amount, right?
Yeah, it's going down to 20% base. The AP ratio is technically getting doubled, but I did extensive testing to see if I could like salvage Glacial, and nothing. I tried like the most AP heavy builds, and you still lost at most 3% slow, and that's at full build. So
yeah.
Like, and that means for most of the game you're sitting at around a 20-25% slow, which is like so pitiful. It just doesn't actually do anything. Like, you'd be shocked how much that difference means when it's already kind of on the lower side with 30%.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, this is kind of an odd lane.
Raven, I don't want to hit that, thank you.
Because you don't want to engage level 1. They'll be stronger than you level 1. But if he does that, then you just kill him. Ignite him. Yep. Flash, Raven, come on. Flash. Beautiful. Nice job. That's beautiful. If she keeps chasing you, you can W back in just when you're close to Draven.
Hey.
See this melee minion of yours? When she goes for this, you might be able to try and walk him in W. Or even like this caster. Watch the health of your minions, because that's when you know she's going to walk him in out. Nice job, nice job. Oh, he's going for it. Oh, there's their jungler.
I really wanted him to live to get another attack on Ash.
Honestly, it was quite close. Unfortunately, jungle, which, yeah.
What are you doing? You missed! What are you doing? I should have just ran immediately to mid.
If it makes you feel better, you wouldn't have been there in time anyways.
I don't have Ignite.
Yeah, she's gonna reset.
Not gonna go in.
Yeah. What did Draven happen to buy? 2 longswords.
Too long.
Was
He's
hoping for a
go...
serrated dirk.
Yeah. Fine.
So definitely now that you have some mobility, and Draven has his E and movement speed to be able to follow up your engages, now you're just looking for any engage, really. Remember, you don't want to engage through Pantheon, because you can interrupt your W if you're aiming for the Ashe behind the Pantheon. So either waiting out his stun and then going afterwards, whether that just means on Pantheon or on Ashe, or trying to find those opportunities to engage without Pantheon getting to interrupt your W.
Oh, I didn't step out. No, right? I didn't do that.
So you want to watch the health of your minions. That's when she's going to walk up and use auto attacks, right? So watch these melee. See when they get low, she stops herself. When she stops, that's your time to W. We haven't really had a chance to talk about any like typical engage strategies in lane yet, because you haven't had a lane yet today where you were it would
to do so.
exactly. It's been all sit back, scale lanes, can't roam, can't engage in lane. It's been very awful, very unlucky games in terms of draft, but finally we got one. So a lot of it's about watching the health of your minions, and then when she stops herself with that animation to get that last hit, that's when you press W. Obviously in relation to your ADC being relatively close, because once again you have no displacement, your CC doesn't last that long. But Draven can thankfully follow up pretty decently. That was close.
Heckham's doing such a good job ganking. Draven.
It's okay.
You rage typing.
His goldfish ran away, so okay. Yeah, just soak some solo experience in the meantime. All good. What does mid look like? Maybe you can get a roam here. There's Neferi. She said we'll be 6 relatively soon here.
Oh.
Oh. You know the funny part about that is
He ran right through me.
Yeah, well no, he actually misclicked on you with his E. He meant to run like into the bush and then go for the Z, but he accidentally clicked on you because he didn't realize you were in the bush, and that stopped his E movement speed.
Draven's back.
Yeah, he's kind of back. There you go. So you could probably head down towards bot lane now. Zed can probably die for... Oh, wow. Is she just going to go?
Oh my god. Dude.
That sucks.
So close to 6.
Unfortunately, it seems a bit of the experience that we leached off of her, or off of him, kind of made the difference in not helping him get 6. It kind of sucks, but...
Are they really? Yeah, they're gonna do it. Oh, I should just walk down here.
That's right, yeah. Good judgment call.
I'm not going in, Ivern. You don't do shit.
Yeah, keep an eye on him, because Ed might be rotating as well. But, yeah, this is possible. This is possible.
Give me that flash.
Nice. So that was actually possible to get that flash without using flash there. So if you walked slightly, just ever so slightly behind your teammate that was right beside you, you could have E far side forward and then W'd along like that wall, and then you could have barely been within range to get her and then get that flash. But that's so nitpicky that, like, frankly, that's like not a real criticism, but it is possible.
It's just more information, because like I rarely remember. I need to hit that. I missed it. I need to hit this. I rarely remember that I can walk here and then E and be on the other side here.
Yeah. Yeah. In the few lanes you're actually allowed to engage, or like you should be engaging, it's a very crucial mechanic to always be watching. Playing like right beside your ADC or just barely behind them gives them this false sense of security that you're not going to engage in them, and then suddenly you fling yourself right in front of Draven, and then you W on top of them, and that throws them off really badly. And if you have a good follow-up from your ADC, such as Draven, then in that case, you can actually just surprise kill them a lot of the time, which is fantastic.
I literally ping Pantheon was there, dude. Let's go.
Oh, actually
Good
lives.
outplay.
Very nice. Probably time for you to leave, too. You can't do anything mid lane because your Zed's too low. And Ivern can't help you kill anyone. I would just reset right now. You can't kill this guy either, I don't think. Yeah.
Nah, they're gonna. That's too much damage. Please.
Oh,
Right.
no.
Thank
oh,
you.
okay. That was another DC.
Oh. Ivern, you know you have. You know she's going there. Oh my god, you're... I'm so glad that your windows are clean. You'll be able to see the sun anytime you want. Oh.
You're almost level 6 here. When you get 6, you can probably force a fight. Because, right, Pantheon's ult is not useful, like, in combat like that. The same with yours is.
Oh, Heckram's beating up Zed. Oh, Ash, you don't have
Nice,
flash.
nice. Alt that. Nice job, nice job. Nice, good translation. Nice.
So now
Try to run, try to run. It's okay.
Knight him. W. Nope, you're dead. Why are you dead, my guy? Stay out of the minions, you punk.
I like that you tried to kill him with the W as opposed to running, because I think you would have died even if you W'd away, likely.
Yeah.
That was good, though. Nice W on the Ashe. I don't know if I would have gone for the raw W. I think I might have just, like, ulted because she was along, like, that awkward spot in the wall, but that was quite nice. Also, yeah, I'd go for the Ruby Crystal here, probably. Yeah. Nice. Just because you're versing a lot of AD champions right now. Like,
Yeah,
all of them
so
are
the
AD,
extra
more or
health.
less. Exactly.
So the extra health is going to be good.
Yeah, that's right.
I absolutely wanted the W to the Ashe, only because I knew her Ghost and Flash were down. Because I stole her Flash in the first engage up here, when I tried to chase them. And then she didn't have Ghost because we died to her with Ghost right on Draven. But I still do agree. I do need to...
Nice, good W.
These fucking things take too much damage. Good kill. No!
Nice W. It's okay, he shouldn't die. I don't think Pantheon has enough damage. It's okay. Yeesh.
It's my fault. I didn't have wards.
Yeah, the vision dropped there.
I needed to stay in bush for him. But
That's
he
okay,
got
'cause
stacks, so that's good.
Yeah, that's definitely worth it. I think he killed him first. I hope. Nice. Good last hit.
I have R for the next engage. Dragon Slaying
Yeah,
Pantheon.
you're going to want to conserve your mana here. If you don't want to reset, that's okay. But definitely conserve the mana. Right? Always good to keep those benchmarks in your head as to what you need to engage, right? Right now you need 220 mana to do an REW combo. That does not include Q. Yeah, worth it to go in debt for. I would grab a sweeper now, though. Generally a good rule of thumb if you're running zombie ward to get sweeper once you have your tier 2 boots, or even like tier 1 boots versus enchanters.
Yeah. It's normally my first back. So I've changed the build path I did because I'm totally the one who says get Dark Seal, get Mandate. You know what? You're mine. Goodbye, burn.
Nice.
Not Mandate. Get Dark Seal. Get what is the Dark Seal upgrade? I already forgot.
Magi's?
Magi's. That's I wanted that. Hey Heckram, can I have one? No? Okay. Get Magi's, get the extra AP to buff that 95%. 95? Did that get buffed?
Yeah, it used to be 90%, and then they nerfed it down to 85% on the durability patch. And the patch after, right, the follow-up to the durability, they realized they nerfed it too much, and then they compensated it back to 95%. So 5% higher than it was previously. But also, you can get a lot of ability power, but frankly, it's not going to make you, like, tanky. You need actual, like, armor and magic resist to, like, be tanky. The passive shield's nice and does act as effective HP, but it's not going to be as useful as armor and MR.
Aw, he didn't jump.
But obviously, yeah, I don't like the concept of Dark Seal Magi's. I find it to be too risky, and the gold investment early on Dark Seal, I don't find it to be worth it when you can just solidly invest in a tier 2 boots, or tier 1 boots. I think that's typically much better. But obviously, like, if your entire team's winning, I say this semi-frequently on stream, but I'm like, if you are... Nice EW, gorgeous. E back before you die, though. Nice job. Like, you could build, like, press the attack on Rakan, like, something that's, like, pretty useless, and just get really good teammates and play mechanically well, and you'll still win games. Same goes for Magi's, really.
Yeah, I did that in a play. I messed up I want him to jump. Sorry, Mao, I can't go in with my health. I did that in a game. I mistakenly went PTA because I had my Pantheon build. So I just first item Nashor's Tooth to make sure I can get the PTA proc, and then I just played around my teammates like normal.
Yeah. Typically on these recalls, you do want to place down that ward that you got from your quest as it's completing. As long as you place it down within range of you recalling, you can place it down without actually canceling your recall as well.
Why? You had that warded. I don't understand. Oh, you didn't go Essence Reaver. You went Trinity Force. Okay. Well, movement speed is overpowered.
So this is probably about a good time in the match, right? As like the mid game is kind of solidly approaching here to like take a look at your team and identify a win condition.
I mean, it should be our Zed and Draven. I don't know why I did this. I knew what was in here. I did exactly what Pantheon did. Well, defend it then, Draven. I missed. Took you so long to be charmed. What in the heck? Good shit.
Nice.
I walked through him like 3 different times. I'm guessing his E blocked my charm.
No, it's just he looks visually a lot bigger with his E active to match like the power of like him blocking all damage, and then your charm range is 50 and very visually not proportionate to what it looks like. Because it was designed with a 200 charm range in mind, so it was visually designed with a 200 charm range in mind as well.
And they never did fix that.
No, they never did. So it's still 50. And so it visually is designed to be 200. It is 50, and Pantheon then gets visually bigger with that E. So it definitely looks awful, but unfortunately it's checking out properly.
Draven, he's gonna eat you. How close am I?
Yeah, just cut him off. It's okay. He does die. Yeah, nice job.
Go.
Also, that could have been another scenario where after eating the Draven the first time, if you walked slightly behind him again, and then E far-sided forwards, you could have landed that EW that way as well. Not that it really matters, once again, because he died anyways, but those small optimizations can sometimes mean the difference between killing them and not killing them. And especially in landing phase, like the far side on the E gives you a lot more capabilities to be able to engage on people when your engage can typically be very easily countered.
Yeah.
But this is good because we've already gotten like so many games in today that we kind of already have like identified properly like what the major things to improve on are, and like what, and like, right, we've already talked about this in terms of like, hey, this is almost all just about like decision making and understanding when you're strong, when they're strong, when to not engage, when to engage in relation to your surroundings, and thinking about all those factors. With some minor factors here and there, like a bit of vision, bit of like the mechanics in terms of like, oh yeah, you know, don't like R and then flash for charm.
Oh, that's ours. I wanted it. I didn't deserve it.
Yeah, this is a wipe.
Yeah, there's zero way for me to protect you from his R.
That's okay. He's dead. Nice, nice, nice.
Let's go. I agree with that call. We need Ivern.
Yeah. Yeah, Draven's got really high damage. This should be pretty easy. Got that siege if you can.
I would like this, please.
Nice.
Thank you.
It's not Baron, but you get a nice rift here.
Alright, stand here. You can't do anything about it. I want to hit that. Aww.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Don't do that. You're diving into an area where you have no vision when you're really low on mana. If you press W, you had no mana for your E there. You would have died.
No, they let me go. Kind of want to be selfish and just get Knight's Vow for Draven.
Yeah, honestly, he's pretty far ahead. That's a solid choice. Alternatively, Mikhail's would also be a really good choice this game to counter the Ash Arrow. Then again, surely hasn't landed any major Ash Arrows, and yeah, thank you, I was going to point out too, he already has Cleanse, so for him it's not a big deal. Obviously still useful for people like Zed or Ivern, but not as needed because he has that. Mostly just saying that it's still an option despite the fact that he has Cleanse.
I wanted to flash R him. Ow. Thank you for donating gold to my Draven. It's very polite of you. I will continue to be happy with your patronage. Oh, I want to go in so bad, and I know it's a bad idea. Oh, I'm coming. No,
No, zombie ward, no.
That was not her. I don't die. No, damn it. When I saw her R active, I thought she was diving, and it wasn't. It was her minion. Oh.
Even if she was diving with the ult there, that's another one of those, like, exercise patience, and let's think about who's there to follow up. Even if you landed, like, a perfect ult and hit everyone, right? You only really had the Ivern there, right? And Ivern does not really deal that much damage. More than what people think, but definitely not enough to the point where you and him can kill, like you probably wouldn't win 2v2, let alone 2v3 like that situation was.
You could kill him. Just don't fall prey to his shield damage. Oh no, Ashley's there. What a punk. Fire. Oh, it's not fire.
But honestly, this is great. Like, as the stream has kind of gone on, there have been less and less things for me to, like, to say and talk about, and that's because you're, like, even, like, within, like, these 4 hours, you've, like, steadily been improving and cutting out some of the bad things already, which is really fantastic. The fact that I'm getting quieter over time is a really good thing and a testament to you improving very quickly after I'm, like, saying things, which is amazing.
And then I just got to make sure that I continue to follow them.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. And that's the biggest thing is, like, after this, it's remembering to keep doing them without me being here to be like, oh, don't flash for the charm, and you know, like barking at you.
Oh, good kill, Zed. Please kill Ash. Do it. Kill Ash. Damn. What's that song? I Have High Hopes?
I wish your Malphite was doing less split pushing, more grouping.
That
So close.
touch.
So
there
close.
goes.
So close.
Draven just doesn't care. Let's go, Draven!
Nice. Yeah, unfortunately, you got 50 charm range. Shit happens. I won't fault you for that. It's a really close judgment call.
I hate that so much. I got her flash though. I got her ignite. I got her ultimate, but that don't mean shit.
And see, in that situation there, that was a completely good flash. Right? It's okay to flash for the charm as long as you're flashing for the charm to then lead into the knockup afterwards on a priority target. That's completely okay. It's just the flash without the W being available. That's the issue. But in that situation, you flashed, right? And then her flash popped afterwards. Still, optimally, you would rather, like, just R and run towards them and then hopefully get their flash and then W after them and save your flash. But that honestly still works, too, because you were able to kill them. It wasn't exactly, like, super duper clean. It wasn't like you jumped on them and then Draven one-shot them or anything, but it's still good.
So bad we want to fight more. Zed, you are just testing your luck. Oh, let's go.
Very nice.
Oh, no Fury exists. Where am I? Where's Draven? Draven's backing. Well, Draven, I'm gonna kill myself. Oh! Yeah, she's not there. Fury, I saw you. Go here, thank you.
Nice, nice, nice. Remember, kite with him. Kite with him. Just make sure in case he's running away, then you can W. Very nice, very nice.
Let's
nice
go,
job.
Draven got gold.
Nice job. What do the objectives look like here? Pretty far off everything. Just making sure.
Just gonna keep, We'll do it. Okay. Alright, Draven, come be worthy of my, support. How you doing? That was a very good, Ash arrow, except that, I'm running away. Oh. Hey, Ash, ooh, bye.
Nice, nice. Very clean.
I'm
good
gonna
engage,
be greedy! Aw, he really is running away. Hey, I have that one.
Yeah.
It's this one. Haha!
Very nice engage. Well done.
That would have been great if I got knocked up there. Jump into death. Be the Rakan main they want you to be.
Nice, nice. Remember, conserve your mana here. You're casting a lot. Don't have a lot of mana regen with this build.
Let's go.
Very nice.
What a tank.
Very, very nice.
What a tank. No mana, so I will just press E on you.
In general, this is overstaying. You guys have already, like, killed them, and you got the inhib, and they have respawned with full HP, and they've bought items, and you have not. That's generally overstaying, so it's good that nothing happened there.
Fuel. Uh, 152 on... I want blue buff. Like there was a kindred in the game for some reason. Can we?
Yeah, Ivern should not be down there.
Can we not? Who TP'd there?
That's Malphite. Just go hover him. Go hover him, just in case. He'll likely just ult away because he's way too tanky. But just in case. You don't want to go in, but you just want to hover him just in case something goes wrong. Nice. Go for Draven.
E! Ha 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 ha.
Nice job. Nice job. Very nice. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Go. And move faster this way. Goodbye, Ash. It was nice knowing you.
Actually, I don't know.
Heckram came back to make sure. I guess I just catch a wave up here to stop the wave from pushing this far. Oh, nope, never mind. It's already got past me. Word expires in 12. Stop. Dragons in 28. I should ward there. And that has a ward on it. Is that my pink ward? That is my pink ward. Straven, look what I got for you. It's a juicy scuttle crab. I have a Discord server I'm normally in with a bunch of friends and everything.
Right.
We named it the Taunted Scuttler, which is an amazing freaking tavern name.
That is true.
I would like out. I would like out. Wow. Wait, you're still alive? You monster. Thank you for your patroness. There's a word.
Okay.
No.
So now that the fight is over, right? This once again feeds into the thing we're trying to like really focus on, right?
Stop over, committing over here.
Yeah, right. The mechanical part of it wasn't really the problem, although it sucks your W got canceled. But it's not even really the issue. The issue is that you're engaging with just Malphite. There have been times this game where you're only going in when it's just you and Ivern or just you and Malphite, and even though they deal more damage than you think, you don't have enough damage to actually like burst down people with just like you guys. So you're engaging there, and the engage number actually looks pretty good in terms of the amount of people you're tagging. But mostly the idea is that you just don't have the actual damage. You need to make sure you're engaging in relation to your win cons, not in relation to just the number of people that you're like hitting. You could land a 5-man ult, but if it's just you and Ivern, it doesn't matter. If you land like a 2 or 3-man ult, but Draven's there, then those 2-3 people are gonna die, and that's fantastic. So they are good mechanics for the most part, right? But mostly just need to do good mechanics in relation to good decision making. Because it wasn't a super wise decision to engage away from your win cons when Dragon was up relatively soon.
Oh, that's my Zed. Hi, how you doing? I'm sorry, I touched you? Please get charmed next time. Holy crap. I went out.
Good DW. Wow, she went in on that. That's psychotic.
Okay, I have a passive shield of 70? 200?
Nice. So a lot of the time, you're ulting before Malphite ults. Could be good practice to wait for Malphite to ult first. Rakan is one of, if not the best secondary engage in the entire game, but can really struggle as a primary engage due to like the delays and the low range, and it's not unstoppable and such and such. So better to let Malphite go first, and you just get to R and then E off of him, and then get very clean engages. Or alternatively, honestly, because if you're diving their backline, your ADC plays front to back, they wouldn't really be able to follow up. Maybe it's almost better to start using your abilities to peel, right? Not typically always the best decision. Usually you're looking for bigger ults, especially with most team comps, but in this situation, it's an adaptation of what the win con is this game, which is Draven. Draven deals a bunch of damage, but Draven can't deal damage to their backline if you dive that far, which you definitely can, but he can't.
Yeah.
So ulting people in groups that are close to Draven, or just ulting Nefiri off of Draven will be your play here.
Yeah. One there, I need to get one up here. Okay, Zed.
He's making a play.
Hello, Pantheon. Zed, can you W? Nope.
Okay, time to disengage. It's all good.
Oh, that fear.
Yeah, that's brutal. Hopefully they don't just end the game right now. Don't think they do. I think actually Hecarim dies now. Yeah.
Overcommitted.
Yeah, kind of an iffy play from the Zed. I like that you're trying to hover him, but I think sooner you need to realize that, okay, no, this guy is just dead. I can't help him, and then just back off.
Yeah.
Sooner you need to cut the losses.
Jeez. I would like to do stuff, thank you.
No, hold on. This is savable. It's savable. Oh, no.
I don't need to. Mid cannon, haha, thank you.
Yeah, it sucks.
Damn.
You played really well that game. I think, like, you definitely should have won that. That was just like a silly play from Zed's part. To be fair, just because Zed makes a bad play does not mean the game needs to end. Like, definitely, like, Ivern, Malphite, really, like we were there as well, right? Like, we should have backed off sooner, and then that could have helped us not get caught out, and then the game would not have ended just because Zed died, because Draven was so bad at that point.
Yep.
But that was mostly Zed's fault.
We saw Pantheon, we saw the Fury. He didn't keep a W over the wall to get out after a yard.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, for that game, more of the same stuff, right? Learning to, like, cut losses, make those, like, really close judgment calls, right? Honing our decision-making in terms of whether or not things are the correct moves. Definitely several times we're engaging when we shouldn't be. We're not playing in relation to our win con, which, yes, we do need to play around the win con. But also just, like, even if you're, like, say, like, even if you had Draven, it's like you and Draven, you're engaging on 4 people. Can you beat 4 people? So it's not only just playing around your win con, it's also, like, deciding which fights are worth taking in relation to your win con. And especially knowing that they are not worth fighting without the win con, and acknowledging that and seeing that before you go in. Especially since it's so easy to do that, because you see 4 people, you're like, oh my gosh, I gotta go in, and then, but if no one's there to deal damage, your win con's not there, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
But really, like, all the other, like, small little things in relation to, like, some of, like, the mechanical stuff, some, like, the vision stuff, like, you didn't do, like, that charm thing a single time that game. Like, that's amazing. Like, that's incredible progress so quickly. Just, like, cut that out instantly. Like, that's awesome.
Misfortune. I get to charm people, knock them up, and keep them inside Misfortune's R.
That's right.
Oh.
Definitely a pretty rough lane pre-6. It's not like it's amazing, but post-6, obviously, it's got really awesome synergy.
Yeah. The new 2v2 or 2-all the arena mode. My friend plays Misfortune, and we've won probably 4 out of 5 games with Misfortune Rakan.
Nice. Yeah, so that mode's like designed for like ADC sports, at least on paper.
I have another friend who wants to run Mordekaiser Kha'Zix. So the moment you hit 6, or someone, Kha'Zix gets isolation damage.
Oh right. Oh, yeah, that's pretty clever. Pretty clever.
And then if you're lucky enough to get 2 Rs with Mordekaiser, now it's like, boom! Oh, I didn't kill you. Here, let's go ahead and make sure Kha'Zix still gets more isolation damage. Ezreal.
Senna, all right.
So much range. I don't want to deal with that.
She does have a lot of range, but usually she tries to go for like auto Q pokes, and she locks herself into these lengthy animations because her auto attack animation is longer than most champions, but she gets that movement speed to compensate. So as long as you can catch her during that animation, she's just totally toast. She does have more auto attack range than usual, which can make it a bit trickier, but it's definitely possible. And if you land your W, she is one of like the squishiest champions in this game. She just dies, assuming you have any decent follow-up. At level 6, after you ult, she's got no immediate CC to be able to stop your engage. She has the W, which is delayed, and that's at best what she can do. You kind of R and you run her down, Misfortune ult, she just dies. Pre-6, I still think it's pretty good, assuming Misfortune is there to follow up. Post-6, you absolutely annihilate her.
Ezreal's just going to be annoying with his arcane shift.
That's right. Ezreal, annoying as usual. Because you probably don't want to fight level 1, because you're a pretty weak level 1 champion due to not having the mobility to jump out after jumping in. Plus, Ezreal's a rather strong level 1 champion, and any auto-attack focused champions level 1 tend to be stronger choices, and Senna is obviously an auto-attack focused champion. So they will definitely beat you at level 1. This is mostly a play for 6 kind of lane. Most Rakan lanes are, unless you have like those really great synergies. Yeah. Misfortune's a pretty good synergy, but still in relation to just getting level 6 and doing that.
I did not take knockup Misfortune.
Honestly, Q is probably the better choice here, because engaging level 1 would be a bad move, as we were kind of describing. Q start is fine, but I would still wait until you enter lane before starting an ability in case you... Like, for example here, you guys are kind of pathing for an invade, but you've already started Q. So now even if you were to find someone AFK in this bush, you wouldn't have your W anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think they're fully grasping the idea that you don't have your W here. It's probably ping that. Yeah.
We do have Vex here, so that's cool. Okay.
And also keep in mind in this lane, right, you don't want to throw your Q immediately. As soon as they realize you didn't start W, you lose pressure, which is funny, because if you start W and actually use it, you also lose. But they will respect you a lot more if the threat of your W exists.
Yeah, it's just like Blitzcrank Q.
Exactly. So, just don't use your Q right away until you get poked down a little bit, then you can use it. Oh, it's a remake. Huh.
I wonder if it was their Graves.
Alright, well. Let's try that one more time.
If only that would give like 5 LP. I do wish that would give a little bit of LP, just because you spent the time waiting in queue, waiting for it to load, you get into game.
Yeah, you spend a solid like 5 minutes. So 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
I deserve at least 5 LP, maybe even 1. I think I talked to you about what? Words are hard and difficult. I think I talked in chat to you about how I wish LP gains would be how well you did that game. So if you are
like performance based
MVP, yeah. If you're MVP, you get 10 plus the win being another 10, so you get 20 and stuff like that. If you lost, it's minus 10.
Yeah. In a perfect world, I completely agree. It's like, hey, if I perform really well and my teammates suck, and that's why I lost, losing half the amount would be a world of difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's in practice, it's a lot trickier. Because then people can just play for KDA, and then suddenly that becomes a massive issue.
So, for Lime, real quick, I don't believe they should do a -5 for AFK remakes. I think they should still be a 0, and then the person who did AFK should still get the penalty that they normally do. I just think it's sad that the team who had everything prepared, didn't have any internet issues, they don't get anything for it. Are you still doing Destiny?
I did see Boards' comment. Didn't want to cut you off. Probably not today. No.
Aw.
I'm hoping queue times will start getting longer now that like the beginning of the season is kind of like worn out and people are starting to stop playing as much. And we can hopefully have longer queues, get more Destiny. Because with 10-15 minute queues, we can probably get a solid bit of Destiny done, like in a day. Yeah, I agree with like Bokudo and RBG on this one. As I was kind of already saying, it would turn League into a KDA based game. It would be like I don't know how they would design it, because obviously, like, if they could design it in a way wwhere, like, they could get rid of those issues, or that it wasn't KDA based, then that'd be great. But it's like, it's so hard to, like, judge those things.
Golden diamonds, boy. Woo!
Because it would, yeah, 100% agree. Because it would come down to what op.gg does to give you a little bit of statistics on what you're doing well. But it still comes down to, well, I didn't get any assists in this game, but I was the reason why our Kazakhs was able to just kill everything and not die because they kept using all the CC on me. That's in the movement. Go away. I don't want you. Go away. Ah!
Well. Who knows? That might be Mumu Jungle because that's a Jax ban. There's a Morgana ban. Usually most support players, if there's a Morgana ban, it's going to be for a support player. So it could not be a Mumu, but definitely an annoying champion in general. This from the chat. Any tips for winning with a mega feeding lane? Play around your non-mega feeding lanes. Play around your win condition, identify them, make plays around them. Hopefully they can carry. Doesn't matter if your ADC's 0-5 if you have like a 3-0 Riven and then you play around that Riven and she carries. Identify your win con, play around him. Oh no, it looks like it actually is going to be Mumu support. The Samira ban, or maybe they switched.
Plot twist, it's Warwick support. The last time I played, well, no, that's wrong, because I did play Warwick support with his Warwick.
Oh, like his old R?
Yeah, his old R. Point and click, stay here. ADC, get him.
Beautiful.
And then his old W, ADC, I'm going to sit in this bush and do nothing. Here's attack speed, kill them.
Old League champions are so comical to me. Like some of their designs are so grossly outdated. It just feels like, how did this ever exist?
Freaking old Tarek. I point and click E, you're stunned. Congrats. Yeah. old Poppy. I point and click R, the enemy support. Now none of you can hit me, and I'm going to just smash their faces in.
It's pretty bizarre, yeah.
What else is there? Gragas had an older kit too. I don't remember it.
Yeah, he got like some sort of like mid scope where like his Q did like full damage right away. So he was about like this like AP burst champion where he played him as like an AP mage mid lane and you press like QR and one shot somebody. Is basically the gist. You press like, because his his old E didn't stun, it only slowed. So it was all about like Q instant burst and then R'ing and just one shotting somebody, and that was literally it. Nowadays it's more like, oh, you want your Q to like sit there and cook on the ground, and then you like R people into like the fully cooked Q for like a massive slow and massive damage, but like so much easier before.
But I started season 3, and then I didn't start playing ranked until season 5. So like the first champion I ever played was Wukong, and he was fun. I played him mid. He was cool. Yeah. Then I transferred to Warwick, and I went into the jungle, and I was like, this is great. I can level 2, kill the dragon. I just need 5 potions. I want it.
Nice job. He'll flash here. You won't be able to kill him. But that's okay. Very good. Nice job. Unfortunately, our Kazakhs walked out of the bush, but thankfully the Mumu didn't react in time, so that still worked.
And then,
once again, I know we've already been putting emphasis on this, but we really want to put emphasis on being patient and thinking about our engages before we do them. We're making them around our win con. Are my teammates there to follow up in general? Are we waiting out CC abilities? A lot about just being patient, thinking about what we're doing. Yeah. If you think twice before making a judgment call, it's much more likely it's going to be a successful one. Remember to cut losses as well. We're like almost mostly focusing on this. We've cut out all like the little kinks throughout the day. This is just the big boy now. So we can focus on like this big one. When we cut out the big stuff, then this is like the biggest thing. I think this is the main thing kind of like holding you back from winning majority of your games. Other than your awful teammates. I mean, I don't know what the heck's been going on. And also the unlucky drafts, but those are out of your hands. So within your hands, within what you could do differently, this is like the biggest thing. Because for Rakan, that means everything. A bad judgment call means you jump in and you die. And you die, that means you lose an objective. That objective loses you the game. So having a good judgment call means everything on this champion. Being patient, thinking about what you're doing, thinking twice before you engage. Very, very necessary. Now, because they're running a cheese support, they're running a Mumu here, they're definitely stronger than you in the early game, right? You have a strong synergy with Misfortune, but only in relation to you both having level 6. So this is going to be a lot of you guys sitting back. But you're going to get level 2 first here, so you can probably go in right now while they're level 1. But they're going to level 2 soon, so be careful.
I walk away. Thank you for your ignite, Moo.
Yep, good ignite.
Bye, Moo.
Oh my gosh, Misfortune didn't stream at all.
Who exhausted? She exhausted.
I wish I had said that a little bit sooner about the level 2 power spike. I think going in a tad bit sooner as soon as you got level 2. Like preemptively walking up, and then as the minion dies, then you engage. And then jumping out before they get their level 2. So then Moo can't like deal as much damage to you.
That hit? What? Should have W'd and never gave Misfortune more time. I was fearful about the auto from Renata. I would like my cannon now. Well played, good first blood. Brain said Samara was Misfortune and that Q was gonna bounce. Thank you, Amumu. Your patroness is always welcome. You're still over here. Come here, Amumu. Do it. Do it.
So remember versus Samira, right? You don't want to W past her because she'll E3 you and dodge your W. And you don't want to W at her if you're in an all-in fight unless she uses her E first. If you're chasing her down, don't go past her. If you're fighting, wait for her to E first because then you can actually land your thing. Because if you try to use it before she uses her E, she'll dash right through it and then you will be useless because that's how you're useful, is landing that knockout.
I missed.
Good flash. Good flash.
Oh, my E ran out. I do want to go in, yes.
Keep in mind, why would they be sitting with this low of HP, right? If it's too good to be true, it probably is. There's probably a jungler still here. Your jungler's coming too, but just they could be in like a bush where your jungler can't follow up quite yet. Nice. Don't W that. Nice. Oh, nice. I was pretty close to missing that, right? Remember to use those. Remember to use those centered W's on top of them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Still work, but nice job. Nice job.
What are you doing, Cosmix? Dragon?
Yeah, should be a free dragon. That's massive. It's very, very massive.
Misfortune, I don't care. I want to kill dragon. We have no level 6 on Cosmic.
You have mid prio and their bot lane's like dead. This is definitely the right play. Yeah, you can start recalling now. Nice. Got those Lucidities, looking very good. Nice job.
Let's go. Did I get one? No? Okay. Hey, you're 6. How nice. Let's kill,
Yep. Good roam. Good hover roam towards mid. Very nice. This is very possible. Because, yeah, Mouse ult is very, very strong here.
Kha'Zix will finish that here shortly. Please, no word in this bush.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's fine. I got flash.
Boo. Boo. Wish your Malzahar ulted that immediately, but that's okay.
RMF,
Does Malzahar have flash?
Yes.
Oh man, Mouse. Flash R, buddy. Oh! Ew! What the fuck? Disgusting. What the hell?
Thank you, Amumu. I'm so glad you donated your mana and your rune for 5 seconds. Fine. I should have saved the other one.
This is looking pretty good.
Hi, Mumu. Nope. No, thank you.
Nice. Good dodge. Good dodge. Good reminder, even though your team's winning, right? This is still, like, pretty even bot lane because you don't really have any of the money onto you. It's onto your jungler. So you're still waiting for 6. Still being careful because they are stronger than you in this early part of the lane when it moves like pre-6 and you're pre-6.
Oh, they still did get a. They still got a Ziggs after I left.
Yeah, they did.
There, I'd like to be.
Yeah. Rift Herald's up pretty soon. You could rotate up to Rift right now. Depends where their jungler's going, because your jungler is going down towards the bottom side. Misfortune's going towards mid.
Okay, going an assassin item, tank, magic. Yeah, okay, I'll do this again.
I would wait. Yeah, I'd wait the 20 gold at this point. Good call on that.
Oh. Yeah, no, I would have like if you didn't tell me about the -5,
Yeah.
I would have just saved it.
I'm pretty sure it's -3. I think that was a bit of an early leave, but but either way, very nice. Yeah, nice small optimization at least that you can use today and tomorrow before Glacial gets nerfed.
Are you coming?
Yeah, I think he's on his way. Keep in mind, you do want to make this relatively quick, because they are going to shove and eventually try to punish her Misfortune, and she is fast, but immobile, still. No dashes or anything.
That's worded. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kha'Zix.
And now that they have vision on you, right, they know you're up here. Now you want to keep a close eye on bot lane, because they're starting to shove really quick. Misfortune may need you back sooner than later now that they know you're there. And there's the jungler.
Okay, she's fine.
But she is out, which is great, because it means you just get Rift here. That also means just, like, leave now at this point. Because now there's going to be no one to contest this Rift Herald, and you just go back down to bot lane.
Oh, you could have pressed R. Like, you could have pressed R.
Just, yeah, wait. Maybe...
You can press R.
Oh my gosh, he's just not doing it.
Have R. Just do it. Oh my god.
I think that would have been more of a, like, reset and then go back to bot lane kind of a thing. More so than trying to go through mid lane, because then you kind of feel like you want to try and get the gank off and such. And then, of course, she ended up dying. She ended up going 1-for-1, which that's still quite good, but...
Yes, Misfortune. I agree, that is a good call.
It's okay, you'll be 6 soon. Champion status unlocked.
I don't want a ward, I don't want a ward. Let me use you, thank you. Oh, how you doing?
Yep, I like the word.
Oh, I want that. And Misfortune just gives it away.
Yeah, it was a nice W to sneak in there. After dubbing over the wall and using the Blast Cone, I actually would have Blast Cone towards mid lane to try and flank the Ziggs to see if that's possible. Because I think you guys do have enough damage. He just needs to be within range, and if you were to flank the Ziggs, then that would be very possible. Keep in mind, you're low on mana. You do have enough for an R, E, and W with 2 10 mana.
Thank you, Misfortune.
So obviously,
okay, mouse. Okay, mouse. Okay, mouse. Do it. Press R. I'm stupid. Oh, no, I don't die.
Stopwatch. Nice stopwatch. Good job.
Wow.
Yeah, good to keep the mana in mind, right? Because as I was saying, like, in the bush before you, like, just went in, I was like, hey, right, you need 2 10 mana for the R, E, W, and you had 205, and you kind of went. And actually, in that situation, you didn't actually end up using R, E, W, and you used kind of R and Flash, so you didn't really have the problem. But I don't think Flash was the play there. I think just waiting, like, 1 or 2 more seconds to get, like, enough mana for an R, then E far side off Misfortune, then W onto the Ziggs is probably going to be more than fine. Ziggs' W does have a cast time, and he has to walk onto it, so really, you should have more than enough time just, like, R, E, W onto Ziggs in that position. Shouldn't need your flash.
Yeah, to me, the misfortune stepped out of the bush to start going at him. So I immediately panicked and was like, no, I need to be able to do something.
Yeah. Honestly,
okay?
you have a pretty decent judgment call on that. Unfortunately, she did leave the bush a little too soon. I think you still could have waited like just a moment longer for the extra mana, and it still could have worked. You could have held the flash, but ultimately the play still worked out well.
You are 2 levels low. I know you're at an advantage right now. Oh, okay, misfortune. Hello, not so friendly friends. Why are you not friendly if you're not... Why are you not friendly when you're friend-shaped? Don't clear out my ward. That's just rude. I jumped, but it's fine. Nah, your Q doesn't do shit. Hi, how you doing? Hello, Ulrich. I dislike you too. You wanna press R? You wanna press R? You wanna be a good boy? You wanna be a good boy? Press R. Oh, misfortune. What are you? You are literally under tower. How are you dying?
That is a decent point. I'm kind of shocked she died there when you were off to the side. While I like the idea, in practice, don't think you have enough CC to be able to kill them with the turret there.
I was hoping.
But in practice, it's a good idea. The idea is that like there's no more minions, and so you can kind of like CC them underneath turret to potentially kill them. That's the correct concept. But in that scenario, they just weren't low enough, nor is your CC long enough to really be able to make that work. But it's still like that can be useful in certain situations. Just in this one, yeah, not quite. By the way, this game is still very decisively in your team's favor. I imagine this should be over relatively soon.
We saw Ward here, so Ward's there. You're back now too. Misfortune. Alright. Yes,
This guy is very upset. To be honest, you could play poorly the rest of the game, and this game is still kind of over. You'll win this game regardless.
No.
Not to say you're playing poorly, of course, because I don't believe you are. I think he's kind of getting hit by move skill shots and dying when he shouldn't be. Granted, you did roam, and we probably should have got back to lane a little bit sooner, so he wouldn't have gotten dove. But really, that was like the one thing, and even then, in a reasonable scenario. Nice ult.
No.
That was close. He had heal and didn't use it? Is that right?
Toxic.
Is that what I think it is? He didn't use heal on you? That's an ace.
Legitimately. Please see if your toaster's waterproof. Oh my god, that's so toxic. Come on. I need to go straight to dragon. Can we do this right after, please?
Yeah, well, it depends on what your jungler's call is. Ultimately, even if you think it's the right call, if your teammates aren't on board with it, you can't do it because you're a support and don't have the damage.
Yeah. That's one thing I'm sad about for the AD nerfs. Rakan level 6 could solo Rift Herald at level 6, but now it's level 8 because of the AD nerfs.
You probably still could theoretically kill Rift Herald on your own by just hitting the back and stalling with your Q heal. You probably still could, honestly. It would just take a very long time, and someone's bound to show up, and your ADC's bound to die if you do it on your own.
Or don't use your R, because you don't have it.
Yeah.
I understand.
Close on the W. Keep in mind, I think they're fighting. Hold on, go look. Try to ward this bush if you can as well. This is a really important bush here for this fight. Would have been a good control ward, and you can ward over the wall normally, but that's okay. Misfortune almost has ult, but not quite, so wait on that cooldown if you're trying to make a play here with her.
2, 1.
Nice. Impressive flash of the Warwick ult, by the way.
Wow.
Impressive flash.
That's Zigzar. I'm gonna back.
Yeah. Also, don't forget to like grab siege minions as well, because your shield quest is not quite finished. More so than with Shirelles, it's very important to get your quest down in a reasonable amount of time when going for Radiant, because you get an extra 75 HP from the Mythic passive, which combos really well with the 150 extra HP you get from actually finishing the item. So an extra 225 HP is really helpful in a tank build. So good to have it done in a reasonable amount of time, by focusing those siege minions, of course.
Riven, how are you? 4-2? Kha'Zix the win condition.
I mean, everyone in your team is enormously fed. There's no shot you lose this game. The Rakan is definitely a win more champion. Whenever his teammates make any sort of plays, Rakan amplifies their plays, and so if they're super fed and their plays are always good, then Rakan turns those good plays into ultra good plays. More so than most other champions do, because he just contributes CC and locks them down with high mobility. Which helps really well with like these really fed mobile fighters.
Yeah. We need to be bought, Misfortune. I want that tower.
Also, this is something that I have written down that I don't think I brought up yet. Is ward management. See how, like, these three wards you have are, like, basically right beside each other and, like, very, like, congruent in, like, the vision they're giving? Like, nice.
I'm like, out, thank you. Let's go, Riven.
Probably would not have W'd back in, just because without your ult, it can be really difficult to W in like that, especially when you're so low and have no E available.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Because it's still one fight regardless.
Need a flash
oh,
out.
wait, maybe it's not.
He accidentally autoed. That's not a good use of your... Okay.
That's okay. I still think you guys win this game pretty easily.
Barons and 30, I don't need to worry about that. You're gonna be greedy, right? Can't come up here because you really want this blue buff. Aww. 40. Go here. Here. Dead on this side. Misfortune decided to become bot instead of mid.
Yep, good. Try to hold this way for Malsar here.
Thank you. I appreciate your patronage.
Careful not to spam spells too much out of combat, yeah? You don't have a lot of mana. In fact, you have no mana regen with this build at all. So, good to be careful. Because your W costs quite a bit just to use willy-nilly. And then E typically has quite a long cooldown, so you don't really want to use that out of combat for the most part either, because you need that to be able to go in so you can jump out afterwards. It's good just to hold the spells.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, if you guys just all group here with, like, Misfortune and you and, like, Riven, there's no way you guys lose this.
I know there's no word. Or, you know, don't press R, it's fine.
No, there it is.
I couldn't move. I should have W'd.
Riven just messed up her con. Oh, never mind. She's killed everyone.
No, Riven, let's go. It doesn't matter if you get CC'd. You're still allowed to do stuff for some reason.
That was good.
Let's go.
Yeah, really not a whole lot to say with this game. I think that was a good flank on the Aatrox. I'm shocked she didn't ult sooner or do much. But not really a whole lot to say. I think you're playing well this game, and also it's obviously like easier to like not make as many mistakes when you're playing Rakan with like a really winning team, because like I said, he's a champion that makes plays in relationship to his allies. So if his allies are winning and playing well, then yeah, usually it's just kind of easier. Because really, I would have assumed the Misfortune would have vaulted as well, and I probably would have vaulted the Mumu and Aatrox just as you did. I don't think there's anything super wrong with that.
Aatrox, or I'm glad you're being threatening, but you're being threatened as well. Hello, how are you doing?
Nice. Good CC, man. Nice job.
How you doing? I noticed you like to dash backwards and stuff, so I'm just gonna walk this way and be a nuisance. Oh, hi Ziggs, how you doing? I'm gonna die to Ziggs because I'm toxic. Let's go.
I'm shocked we like never ever see surrenders.
I definitely try to say no to all FFs, unless I'm super tilted.
Fair enough.
But so
I mean,
I have
it's a good habit.
Right. So I have 3 levels of tilt. I'm tilted at the enemy champ, so I'm going to play better because I want to kill that champ immediately. I'm so tilted at a teammate that I'm going to play around someone else. And then I just have the standard, you know, this game sucks. I don't mind if we don't win this. I want to be over here, though. I want to press this button. Yeah, you stay back. Thank you, Oh!
Amazing.
Oh, the jungler? It was. Ooh, mine. Dragon is in 3. Oh, it's Elder. When did we get all the soul? I'm coming. I'm here. Misfortune, please.
Nice, nice.
I must go help the,
That is the world's deepest Malzahar.
I'd like to get out now. I would like to leave now.
An earlier E out to Misfortune over the Raptor wall would have been really good there to get yourself out. Otherwise, very good.
I keep falling into the, if I just give him enough shielding, he'll live and be able to turn this.
I mean, not always wrong. Sometimes you can have enough healing shielding to be able to save people, but usually it's not your focus. Usually it's like your QBL is ridiculous over the course of like a minute using it many times, but like just once in a fight, it's not going to be like super impactful. Now there's your E-Shield. Your E-Shield's almost always just used for mobility to empower your engage, more so than actually the shielding. The shielding falls off. Just because, yeah, like, raw damage will be much higher than your raw healing and shielding at this point in the game.
Guys.
What? They start walking away from him?
They both believed that he was going to die to a redemption. Oh, poor Riven.
Nice.
Misfortune will have a minion wave, I go down instead. Hello, Ziggs, how are you? That's a very impressive, ow. Is there anything up for us? Elders in 1.
Yeah. You'll pretty much reset here and you'll just get a refresh on your wards.
I'm gonna be greedy. It's mine! It's mine!
Yeah, I'd probably just grab 2 control wards here. Very, very important to maximize like the vision you have here for Elder, because this is like the game-winning objective. And yeah, you probably just got like a Ruby Crystal and be on your way. And they're left a tad bit too soon. You got the 50 gold penalty. Doesn't really matter because you're already winning this game so hard that, like, I don't think anything's really going to stop your team at this point, but...
I want that gold. Yeah. Okay,
don't get vision there. Right, this is very, very important you get vision in relation to this Elder Dragon. This is the, like, game-winning objective.
Yeah.
Don't need vision up there if you're, like, going to go downwards to Elder Dragon here.
Kha'Zix, I can't keep that up. Hi, how you doing? Bye!
I was really hoping he'd go with you.
Yeah!
So your teammates are so far ahead that, frankly, that ended up being just fine. But in most other scenarios, that was the same kind of, like, you ulted without your W being available, and you kind of, like, R just for the flash without the W. And those are the kind of things we want to typically avoid.
Yeah.
In this scenario, because you have a very mobile Riven who's also very fed, thankfully, your CC and your Glacial afterwards was able to stall for her to wrap around and kill them, so it actually ended up being okay. But obviously, like, right, in relation to, like, more even games, that would be, like, not a good thing.
Yeah.
But still, very nice. That was a good performance. And that game we saw a lot more patience, which was fantastic. Right? Obviously, it's, once again, it's easier to have that patience and to have better judgment calls, because if you're just go, 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 all-inning all the time, and then your teammates are winning, that typically is the best judgment call. But nonetheless, you made good judgment calls this game. And that's a big improvement, because that is, like, by far the biggest thing. Like I said, like, we handled a lot of, like, really small things. But, like, the biggest thing for sure is literally just, like, thinking more before you go in. Exercising patience, thinking about, like if you should actually go in, like... That's mostly what we're looking for here. It's not mechanics, it's not a macro thing. Both your mechanics are really good. Your macro is also very solid as well. This is mostly just an understanding of, like, when champions are strong. When should I engage? When shouldn't I engage? Who's my win con? I should play around my win con. That's mostly what this is. Because everything else you have is quite good. It's just that.
For this game, it was just anyone who could be there for it.
Exactly.
Misfortune did do a lot of damage, but Riven and Kha'Zix was just able to finish everything.
Yeah, exactly. In a game like this where everyone's winning, you can literally just go in and then everyone's your win con because your entire team's winning. So therefore, you just kind of, like, you go in and you just kill everyone, and then game's just over.
So
but ordinarily, if this game was much more even, right? You'd want to have, like, you want to hold your W for your ult here. Like, what I would have done is, like, maybe if you want to charm the Warwick there and then try to translate that charm into, like, 2 or 3 of these people over here instead of doing the whole, like, raw W and then R'ing afterwards without W and then just raw flashing. Like I said, because Riven's so fed and your entire team's so fed, it doesn't really matter anyways, but if the game was more even, that could have went more poorly. You could have gotten killed a lot easier. Your teammates wouldn't have been able to follow that up, and then that could have been worse just overall.
Yeah. I wish I could just lock the camera in one place. I saw this, so I immediately E-W to knock him up, get the extra damage, and then I R'd right here to continue on. So I didn't need the R here at all. I could have backed up if, because I am literally the only one. He's not moving at all at the moment. He's waiting for isolation. Riven finally came over.
Biggest thing would be just charming the Warwick for the extra movement speed, and then, like I said, translating that to the rest of their team, and then getting a big knock-up on 2 or 3 of these guys in the back line. Because then Kha'Zix could, like, jump in more carefully as well. Be like, oh, they're all CC'd, I'm going to jump in and help kill them. Because, yeah, he really didn't do anything either. Yeah, this should definitely be, like, a charm and run with the movement speed, more so than just an EW.
ER over to here.
Yeah. Yeah, I would,
charm,
exactly.
Move here to W, get a 3 here.
Yeah, because that's a pretty easy 3-man drag.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, we were definitely able to figure out, like, what the thing is that's, like, kind of holding you back, and, like, what's kind of the weaker area that we need to focus on. And it's just, like, the game understanding. Yeah. More game sense, decision making, patience, judgment calls, right? Thinking a little more before we engage, identifying win conditions and playing around them. That's, like, by far the biggest thing.
Okay.
Which, like, that's a good thing to know, because if that's, like, the problem, then you can just kind of slow down the gameplay and just think. Like, if you ever have, like, down moments in a game where you're like, nothing's really happening, gives you lots to think about. Okay, who's my win con? How do we win this game? If we're losing, we're behind, right? Who do I need to play around to win this game? Do they have any big bounties? Can I flash engage on these people? Rakan's a champion who definitely can struggle when playing from behind, so if you can learn to kind of play from behind a little bit, considering his early game is so weak that you can typically be playing from behind in the mid game because you were kind of weaker for the early game, which puts you behind a little bit, and that can help a lot. And so having those better decision-making skills to be able to come back from those deficits helps a lot. Otherwise, yeah, we touched a little bit on, like, honestly, I think your macro is good. We touched a little bit on, like, some of the mechanics, like the flashing R thing that we just referred to in the team fight, and we touched a bit on vision at the start as well, which obviously, like, that's important too, because it also helps with your macro, because you were just kind of making, like, really bold pathing decisions, and then you were kind of getting punished by that really badly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think that's mostly about it, honestly. It all kind of funnels into, like, that one area, which is great, because it means you're excelling in, like, many other areas beyond your current rank, which is awesome.
Yeah.
It's just, like, if you can hone your decision making, then suddenly your good macro and your good mechanics can take over, and you can actually start carrying games, as long as you know when to engage and who to be playing around, and whether or not it is a good engage to take or not. If you can make those judgment calls, then you will excel, because you are typically in the right place at the right time, but you're not engaging at the right times.
I'm either too slow or I'm too fast.
Yeah, exactly. So as long as you can hone when you're engaging, because you are in the right place at the right time typically, and you have really, really good mechanics. So as long as you're taking the right time to engage, then you will just, like, win these team fights for your team, and you can win games. That's, like, the biggest thing by a long shot. There's like a bunch of little things we covered over the course of the day, but that's, like, the biggest thing.
Okay.
Patience. Patience, patience.
Let's go. I think outside of, like, it's definitely going to take me a bit to break the habit of jumping in with already casting R, charming someone, and being like, all right, I need to continue this charm.
Yeah.
I have to break that, and I know that's going to take a bit. And then the other thing I got to break is my habit of upping Q right now.
Yeah, definitely break that as well. That'll help a lot. WEQ always. But really, that's about it, honestly. I mean, like, that's a pretty big thing, and that, like, and the problem, like, it's not like, I'm like, oh, do this, and you're like, oh, of course, I should do this. It's like, you need to go against muscle memory, right? The Q maxing is a really good example of that. You were maxing Q second, and you have to fight your muscle memory to change that, right? If you feel like, okay, I'm gonna, like, I just charmed a guy, I want to charm these other people now, then your muscle memory tells you, I gotta flash and charm, I gotta go. And so you need to fight your intuition, because your intuition right now is based on these things that I don't think are enormously effective in some cases. So you have to fight that, like, that second nature. You have to fight that intuition. You need to be really, really patient. And that's a really difficult thing to do, because you have to fight against what feels natural to do the better thing overall. But that takes time and practice. So definitely, like, be patient with yourself. Because, yeah, it takes a lot of patience to practice patience. Because it's very, very easy for it to go bad. Very easy for you to, like, slip up. From time to time, I'll even slip up, and I'll be like, shit, I did a defensive flash. I shouldn't have done that. Or, oh, why'd I do this? That was really stupid. Right? It takes time to, like, get new habits developed. So give yourself time for that, as long as you recognize this. And also, like, obviously, like, I've been recording this entire thing, so, like, I'll upload this to YouTube and then send it privately to you.
Go make sure everyone gets to see it on YouTube. That's great.
You want it to be public? I can upload it to public on YouTube.
This way it gives, not only does it show that you're giving extra coaching on just hitting the proper area, so that way you have I would have a reminder on it, but it also gives everyone else, like, hey, yo, I do that. I need to fix that.
Sounds good.
So I need to just real quick talk about runes on other champions, because Glacial is my favorite with Rakan. I have gone Aftershock whenever I felt like I needed to be really tanky because of too many assassins.
Gotcha.
Brom, would you still go Guardian and Locket into a heavy damage team?
Yeah, pretty much. Braum is naturally a defensive tank, so you do happen to go for Locket over Evan Shroud. Even though his ult theoretically applies to Evan Shroud pretty easily, and so does his passive, he's definitely a champion who focuses on defense, so you do tend to go for the defensive options. Even if they're overall, I think, slightly weaker than the offensive options, I think because he overall is a defensive champion, he synergizes better with the defensive options personally. That's usually why I say, like, oh, you're playing like Thresh? Well, why go for Locket? Because your champion wants to, like, lock down people and pick them off. Same with, like, Blitzcrank. So but Braum is a defensive champion that lacks a lot of like consistent offensive capabilities. So for him, the defensive Guardian, the defensive Locket, I think is the most consistent and acceptable, even though typically Guardian is pretty bad. He just doesn't really have many other options, and it does synergize well with the defensive playstyle, so it works.
And then, what other champions am I actually going to play when they play? I really hate playing Leona. She's just so good, and I don't like it. I know I'm going to be forced to play it. I have a small tournament coming up that's for local.
Oh, very nice.
The ELO range is gold to diamond, and this is before they included emerald, so that's going to be fun. I know I'm going to get forced into Leona with my team. I know I'm going to get forced into Alistar, or I might get a Rakan if it doesn't get banned, because we do use our accounts there.
Yeah.
And it comes down to you have to be over level 300.
Yeah.
So you have a less of a chance of getting a Smurf, and then you have to, and then it's just normal tournament setup.
Gotcha.
My cat Luna is over here going crazy. The cat Luna. Oh. Hike is still going to be Halo Blades for me. I'm not going to change that.
Yeah.
Thresh, I would go Glacial as well, just because his Q, his E.
Yeah, it's still overall stronger. In the mid to late game, the 15% damage reduction is also very, very strong.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously with Thresh, once the nerfs happen, you don't go that either. He also has a really, really high synergy with Aftershock. And versus some champions, it's just better to go for like Flay and then Q, and not like Hook and then Flay. And with that strategy in mind, where you're flaying first and there's a higher delay before your big CC comes out, Aftershock I do find to be better. It's more consistent, I feel. And he'll pivot over to Aftershock once the glacial nerfs come out anyways.
And then with my playstyle, I should probably be picking up Aftershock for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. You have a very like proactive, aggressive playstyle. Aftershock would suit you beautifully. Easy pivot over. Yeah.
Set supports not as fun or good right now. Oh, Maokai, Ziggs, Xerath, Yumi. You feel that first to strike is still going to be good on him. Even if I build tanky with Maokai, I take first strike to get that extra gold to try to get my my Radiant or my what is Evershroud? Even Shroud?
Right. I don't like the idea of going first strike on Maokai. The biggest reason is the only way you will ever hit them first, because your engage range is so low and you're a melee champion, is via your saplings. But your saplings have gotten their damage just completely gutted over the course of many Maokai support nerfs. So the amount of damage you're actually getting on first strike to get extra gold is extremely minuscule. So the amount of gold you're getting is actually very, very small, and you'll never be able to land like a W auto Q combo to get a bit more gold, because that means you'd have to walk right up to them. And they're probably going to hit you at least once before that point, with putting the thing on cooldown. So I would not run that. I think he has really high synergy with Aftershock, because he W's in and knocks them like in front of him. Like usually he like W's, walks behind them, and then Q's them towards his allies. But that usually means like they need to walk through Maokai to get to like their turret or towards safety, and that means they would always be likely able to hit him. So that's when Aftershock comes in. Plus you get Aftershock damage, a little bit of extra value there. I definitely recommend Aftershock for Maokai support. He's definitely more of like an Alistar, really short range engaged champion, more so than like a first strike AP mage pokey like he used to be. That was definitely a thing at one point in time, and at that point in time I would say first strike would be completely acceptable. But at this point, I think the damage has been nerfed so hard on the saplings, and he's so much just like an Alistar, that I would just try to stick to those strengths and just take Aftershock and be an Alistar.
I'll probably run the same rune page as for Rakan as well, then, just to have that ready up and everything. Do you feel that Yumi or Xerath could still properly? Well, Xerath can. Xerath's first strike is just the best because of his range.
Yeah, so. Xerath can definitely use that. He's got extremely high range, so he's always gonna be the one to hit them first. Usually, I think that's completely acceptable on Xerath. If not Comet, obviously, but I think first strike is completely acceptable to run too if you wanted to.
And then Yumi, I don't like Summon Airy just because I'm normally hitting my Q first to get that heal. And instead of shielding a teammate, it just sends it off to the enemy.
Yeah, that's true.
So if I'm just going to constantly have it gone from an auto attack, or a Q, I might as well get the extra gold.
Potentially. I could see first strike maybe like working versus like some like melee champions, like you're versing Braum or Terraker or Alistar, and you can just poke them pretty safely. But you're not always gonna be able to land your Qs, and Airy does give you really high synergy because you do get to like W on top of people and give them Airy, which is awesome, and then also stacks with your E shields. You can like double down on like the strength you're already giving them, which is nice. It's better to opt in for more utility than damage, because Yuumi is definitely more of just a utility nowadays, more so than damage.
Okay. I miss Omni Rune so bad. That was my go-to rune for Rakan, just for the funny nature of it.
Also, apparently Yuumi W does not proc area anymore, but it would still synergize with the E. But maybe, like I said, into some melees, you could do First Strike if you really feel like it. I don't think it would be the best option, but you still could. But versus most enchanters, I would still just kind of go for like the pretty standard airy, I think.
Still have my change, but I still have my Melio runes. I don't think I do. I think I got rid of them. Ajax Vex, Nami. This is kind of the same rune page I would use for Melio, but I do change this out for Summoner, Spell, and Cookie, because to me, Cookie's really good with them. I get my mana back. I'm able to shield my teammates a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything super wrong with that. I could definitely see Cookie's just not being super useful. I think in the early game he can have some mana issues if you use W too much. But in the mid to late game, I think all of his mana issues get completely just cleared up, just because he gets so much mana regen that you stack that you don't really need any more mana anymore. You could go for Futures Market as long as you're not overusing it, right? You always get really good value from Futures Market. I think that would probably, honestly, consistently be better than Cookies. Otherwise, you said this go for this for Melee. What's your Nami page? Just
My Nami page is Ultimate Hunter and Taste of Blood.
Okay.
So with my Nami, so I don't play Nami normally just because of her W. I talked about this a long time ago.
Right.
Since her W, the more AP you get, the bounce does more damage or more healing instead of the reverse. When you first start with Nami's W, and this is for chat as well. If I cast W on myself, it's going to be a standard amount of healing, and then it's going to bounce to an enemy. And it's going to do less damage than if I cast it on an enemy. So if I cast it on an enemy first, it'll do the standard amount of damage, and then it bounces, and it'll heal less than it would normally do if I cast it on myself. There's a certain AP scaling on it that after you hit like...
It's like 200, I think, or something.
Yeah, 200, and you'll be able to just cast it on yourself to heal. It'll bounce and do a lot more damage. It does even more than it should, and then it'll bounce a third time and get even more healing. So ultimately, if you're losing a fight, you bounce on an ally first. If you're winning a fight, you bounce on an enemy first. That way damage gets put out more instead.
Yeah. So instead of diminishing, it gets increased per, is the idea. But I will also say, you're not getting so much ability power on support that is like really that much to think about. Like, if you're playing full AP Nami and you had like 600 ability power, yes, that is a very, very important thing then, because then it's going to increase by like 20% per bounce, and that becomes very important if on like the third bounce. But because you're only playing support and you're not getting that much ability power, it doesn't really matter that much. It's just nice to have the bounces not do as much. But like, really for you, I mean, if it's only like a minus 2 or 3% per bounce, I mean, that's winning. But you're not going to get that much ability power to make it crazy useful that you're like, you have to think about it, but it's still nice to emphasize healing or damage over the other.
Because the original build path I would do is I would, after my support item, I would pick up Dark Seal into Medjai's, immediately Rabadon's, and then the moment I started building a mandate, it would be enough AP to give a positive bonus to my bounces.
It definitely would be.
It does take a bit. This is to get to this point, and of course, this was back when Imp was 2300, not 3000. It would be mid game at this time, so it would be 15-20 minutes in if we did well in the bot lane. And this is counting for me not stealing kills, just because of the amount of AP you get from a fully stacked Magi's early on is insane.
It is, but obviously the issue becomes it's very hard to stack up Dark Seal on support if you're not taking kills. That's 10 assists, or like maybe like 8 assists and 1 kill. That takes a long time. If you're up 10 kills, you can probably build anything and win, is the idea. That's why I don't usually like Medjai's too much. I just find it to be not a great gold investment. If you're rushing it right away because you want to get stacks faster, then if you do happen to die, then all of your money basically just went to waste.
True. 100%.
So it's a very, very heavy risk for a reward that is quite high, but definitely not needed. If you're already winning, you're already winning. You'll win with anything. Well, so yeah, Rabadon's is very, very expensive. I don't recommend doing this. Like, you could do this for fun, but I wouldn't do this in ranked. Or at the very... No, I just can't see this really being a thing. I definitely, at the very least, get Imperial Mandate first. Because, like, it's way too expensive to get Rabadons.
I think it's this Imperial, and this Imperial Mandate is just from 2v2v2. That's 3,000.
Yeah. Costs are a little off because it's on the alternate game mode, but yeah, I would not go for Rabadons. You just don't have that kind of money from a support budget. Like Medjai's is even pushing it because it's just like this really high risk, high reward item. You're a really squishy champion. If any assassin walks into you, you'll kind of just die, and then you lose all your Medjai stacks, and you've basically wasted 1,600 gold. Like, that's already like bad enough.
Yeah.
Obviously, she kind of gets Imperial Mandate very like stapley in all of her builds, so that's okay. But definitely don't go Rabadons. Like, it is a neat interaction that you would have your bounces then get increased instead of decreased per bounce, but it's not enough that you're willing to like spend 50% more on one item.
Yeah.
Because really, like, you'll get so much more value from just going for like something like Redemption. Like, it's like 50% cheaper, and you get a game-winning effect for a much reduced price. You still get good stats. You get that extra heal and shield power to help out with the W healing and such, without it costing an arm and a leg. Like, obviously, I know I'm like Feather Daddy the fun killer by saying don't build Rabadons and Nami, but like, it's just, I think, the best option to not do so.
Yeah.
It's fun in a normal game. A full AP Nami build where you get really fun bounces could be fun, but for ranked, obviously, I just can't see it being a thing because the support budget is just too low to make Rabadons ever work. Even though, yes, the AP ratios would be fun to play with.
Because that is something that I do is I try to steal first blood for that 300 so I can immediately recall after the wave and go get Darksteel ASAP.
Right.
When I've played it, I've luckily been fortunate enough that none of my ADCs, my jungler, or my mid laner get upset that I steal the first kill.
Right.
But
well, because usually it's better on a mid laner because if they get first blood and they get Darksteel, well, they can usually translate that into a winning lane. But obviously, bot lane being just as innately defensive as it is, especially if you're playing a champion like Nami, who's definitely not making crazy plays and like killing people in lane all the time. It's just you can't really translate it nearly as easily as a mid laner can with their higher damage and less defensive lane.
Is there any AP supports you play? Because like I do play Zyra Morgana. I haven't played Morgana.
No, I don't really play any. I like Morgana. If Morgana became meta, I would gladly play Morgana to punish bad engager players. I would gladly play Morgana. I like Morgana actually, but she's just never very good. They keep her really bad because she's a very irritating champion. I think they just leave her bad intentionally, I swear.
The Black Shield of no, I don't win.
I mean, Black Shield is like design cancer. I can't believe the ability exists, but anyway. If you're looking for a recommendation for a mage, it would be Lux. I think she's hands down the best mage sport in the entire game, easily. I think most other mage sports don't even come close to how strong Lux is. With just like Ludens, you will 100-0 most squishy champions with your like QRE combo. It's not fair how much damage she deals. Plus, then she has two 2-second roots on her Q as well.
Yep, that's one reason why I started picking up Vex support is so that way I have a fear. I do a good amount of burst damage. It's nothing insane like a Lux, but I usually pick Vex whenever the enemy picks Lux if we need a mage.
Could be good. I mean, alternatively, right, if they pick Lux and a mobile mage, you could also pick like a Blitzcrank and try to punish that. Could be pretty good. Rakan gets that range and can engage and Lux super easily, but Blitzcrank with his high range Q can usually make that work, and then she just kind of dies. But really, that'd be... Yeah, it'd probably be it.
Ooh. Like, the only other stuff, like, I play a lot of weird stuff support. I'll play Master Yi support. I don't really care.
Okay.
It's for fun, and I am always trying to find a good, cheesy support that no one expects. I'll play Viego support. It's like, oh, by the way, Viego's not the jungler. How are you doing? But, like, Rakan's going to be number one. That's main, 100%.
Yeah. I
just really want to find something when I don't want to pick Rakan, and I can just play something that's super off meta and very strange. It just throws people off. And there's just not too many champions where I can do that successfully.
It's hard. Like, because, not every champion works well, pivot, like, flexing into the support role. Some of them do, but at this point, you've seen this so many times, things like Pantheon support or even, like, set support that like it no longer becomes unorthodox and people start knowing what to do versus it. Like even though Pantheon support is not an actual support, I would know how to verse Pantheon support. Can't say the same thing for, you know, like Lee Sin support or something, you know.
J4 support. Here's some enchantment with my E increases actually.
Exactly.
I did have a really good game with Sejuani support, and I had a Nyla, so my E was always proccing on somebody from her attacks and my attacks. But we didn't do anything amazing until level 6, level 7.
Right.
And we were able to get our ultimates to CC them down.
But yeah, ultimately, I'm not exactly the most sage-wise person when it comes to talking about cheese supports, because I definitely don't like them personally, and I don't like versing them. So I don't tend to dabble. But I'm sure you'll find something that you find enjoyable as an unorthodox support pick.
Yeah, Sheikah's already one of those picks. That should be everything that I can ask for. Like, outside of just, hey, Heimer, I hate this champ, please die, what do I do? And it's just simple stuff. Stay away from the turrets, focus the ADC, keep your ADC alive, call for a jungler to come down and actually gank.
Yeah.
Stay outside of his, dodge his E if he's trying to stun you inside his turrets. What cheese supports do you dislike the most?
Do I dislike?
Yeah. Like Heimer was, I remember Heimer being really bad.
Yeah, I did not like Heimerdinger. That was like a pretty dark age for me. I really did not like Heimer. Most mages are very unfun, I find. But also, most mages aren't very good in higher elo, so I don't have to worry about that. But yeah, it was probably Heimerdinger. I also despised the set support meta many, many years ago. Must have been like season like 11 or 10 or something, but everyone was playing set support with Hex Flash. They're flashing level 1, forcing fights, and Hex Flashing from bushes. That was like the most cancerous shit I've ever experienced in my entire life.
Hex Flash with Glacial Augment, that's the only reason why I started playing set a lot, is because of that cheese for support. And,
yeah.
Whenever I had to get second pick, and at the time I was playing top, so I played Darius, and I just transferred set from support to tops like he was supposed to be. And I did really well with him for a little while, but like, I'm not good at farming. I'm never going to be good at farming. I need to be in the support role or the jungler role. And I can't time jungle games well enough, so I'm good. I'm just a support. How do you feel about Ashe support?
Ashe support?
It's so... If you have a cooldown, you get to play with R, you just need teammates to carry, and you just need to have a tank somewhere.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, without a doubt, her E and her R are very good support abilities, and they actually reverted the W base damage nerf that she got previously to nerf her support role.
So
the thing for me is still, like, she gets really hard countered by any engager, and her ult cooldown got increased by 20 seconds at level 1. For me, that's the biggest thing, is, like, you're just trying to stack ability haste and throw out ults repeatedly, and they nerfed that. Like, by level 11, it's only minus 10 seconds instead, but that hurts, because you don't get a lot of experience on support. You really never achieve level 16, so I think it's still good. Like, I think you could really punish enchanters with it. If you use it as a counter pick into enchanters, it could be really good, but if you blind pick it, and they pick, like, Nautilus or Blitzcrank, you could be in major trouble.
Yeah.
So I'd say it's probably a really good enchanter counter. I wouldn't really say much more than that. But yeah, it's good. It's not amazing. It's not meta defining, but it is viable. It is good. You could still play it. Yeah.
Let's go. Well, that's basically over 5 hours, just because we hit the 23-minute mark with questions. But like, yeah, that's everything. My problem is I need to do slightly better words when able. Don't overextend because you landed a charm on someone. I kind of wish I played other champions just to see if I'm still doing the wrong macro play. Because if I play Pike, my first back, I try to roam mid with Q level 1, E level 2.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's pretty acceptable.
If I play Pantheon, my first back, I go top lane and try to get a cheese W on top lane.
Yeah. Top lane's a bit of an investment in roaming. Mid lane's usually the one to go to, because you can very much more easily pivot down towards bot lane and not lose as much experience, and your ADC doesn't spend as much time away from you, potentially dying to their support. But Yeah, it's still acceptable to roam on first back, roam, get to your own boots, roam mid lane, try to kill them. If not, go bot lane. That's completely acceptable. It's pretty standard stuff, actually, hover roaming towards mid lane like that.
Okay.
But yeah, no, honestly, your macro was good. Like I said, it was mostly like a touch on like.
My headset died. Let's go. This is good timing.
So you can't hear me right now.
Let me change this over to my screen. I'm gonna mute my mic so we don't get extra feedback.
Okay. So you can't hear me right now.
I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me now. Okay. Yeah. By far the biggest thing is literally just like honing your knowledge of the game as to know what to like when to make these decisions. A lot of the problems today was just like decision making problems, where it's like you think it's a good move and it's not, and then you kind of die. You've really good mechanics, and you know where to be. So as long as you can choose when to engage properly, that will carry your good mechanics and your good macro will carry that like the rest of the way. But you just need to like get rid of this roadblock of like making bad engages in terms of like when you're engaging. That's the biggest thing. Because a lot of the time you're not engaging in regards to your win con, or you're engaging too soon, or you see a big number and you go in, right? That's mostly it. It's mostly just practicing patience and restraint.
Okay.
That's really like what it is mostly. Obviously, there's a little bit of mechanics. Hey, don't like flash after like charming someone. Hey, don't use R after using W. Try to make sure you're using them together. And obviously there was like a big thing on vision earlier, which you cleared up and your vision got a lot better immediately. It's just like those little tips and tricks that really help. Because yeah, really like a lot of the small things you fixed up immediately. And we didn't have any more problems with like the same things over time. It's just a decision making thing. And unfortunately that's kind of like a hard thing to like teach. But like I will encourage you to like just think twice before you engage. If you're going to engage, you want to engage, don't, and then think about it a second time.
Yeah.
If you just stop and you say you have to force yourself to say yes, let's do this twice, you'll cut out a lot of the really irrational engages that you tend to make.
Yeah.
So yeah, just think twice before you go for these engages. Make sure your win con's there with you, and that will help like immensely. Because if you're not jumping in and dying for your teammates are there or your win con's there, then yeah, you can kind of jump in with your good mechanics, and then you can win these fights for your team and then get these objectives and win the game. Because yeah, it's just like you're engaging at the wrong times. You're not being patient enough is generally the big thing. So as long as you can exercise that restraint, that patience on the champion, that's really what matters. And knowing when to cut your losses is another big one that's kind of similar to like decision making, right? Sometimes your teammates are just dead and you just got to leave them to die. Several times today there'd be times where you would just die because you're trying to save them, but you can't really save them, so then you would die too, and that's just an extra 300 gold for them, and that's not good. So
yeah, I agree with that. I 100% gotta stop. Like, I so badly just want to jump in and be like, yes, you're saved, let's go. Now I'm gonna E out to you and you're not close enough anymore. Oh no.
It's just patience and restraint. Small bit of mechanics, small bit of ward management as well. Don't spam all your wards in one spot. Try to keep them for objectives. Don't want to cut your losses, but mostly patience, restraint. That's going to help you a ton.
Yeah.
As long as you can do that, that's everything. Because then, like I said, everything else in every other area, you're doing really, really well. Probably playing above your skill level. So you just need to focus on like that patience to make sure you're not engaging at bad times, and then you will start winning a lot more of your games.
Yeah.
Yeah, think twice before you do anything. That's what matters. If it's too good to be true, it probably is. And is my win con here with me for this engage?
Yeah, that's the other thing is if I mistake my win con as a Zed, and then I'm like, oh, he wants to bait ping this and go in. Okay, cool. And he is a win con. It's just he's about to make a bad play. I still need to stay away.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Champions that have good AoEs to kind of follow up on your engage tend to be more of a win con than single target people. Like Zed or other assassins that only have single target abilities definitely are kind of issues, right? Like they can't follow up super well. They might be able to kill one guy, and that's great if you want to assassinate one guy with your ult, but a lot of the time you are going for big AoE ults, that's typically the best thing to do in a lot of scenarios, is going for like big AoE ults. But of course, big AoE ults being followed up by single target teammates aren't going to really lead to great results. So if it's like you have a Twitch who's not doing very well, but you have a fed Zed, well, it actually could still be better to play for the Twitch who's not doing so well, as long as he has an item or two, because he'll be the one that can more easily follow up and synergize better with you. So definitely win con in relation to your synergy with them, in relation to how they can follow up to your engage. Do they have AoEs or not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically everything.
Yeah.
Oh.
Patience and restraint, and I think you can climb pretty easily. Got really good mechanics.
This was super fun. I had a lot of fun. I got to learn a lot as well.
Likewise.
Literally, the chat gets to learn extra stuff as well. Instead of just explaining up what you're going to do on higher elo, we get to see the lower elo stuff where higher elo stuff is going to work, but you have other people who might not be thinking about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a lot of fun. I appreciate you doing this with me. I think this is a lot of fun. I'll upload it publicly to YouTube as per your wishes. And it's more or less it, honestly. Like I said, like most the takeaways for improvement are very condensed into like one section, which that's not usual. Most people struggle in several categories of League, and they are kind of struggling at like majorly in a lot of different areas. But for you, it's just the one thing, which is very concise and very clean as a nice takeaway at the end. So that's bonus. That's nice. Most people struggle in like all areas, different things, and there's little things everywhere, but they're big enough that I need to say them. Yeah. But no, you're like I said, you're really good across the board. It's just like this one thing that's kind of holding you back. So as long as you can like clean that up a little bit, yeah.
Yep.
A lot of climbing, very easily for you.
Cool.
Nice job.
Right.
Nice job.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that'll probably be it.
Yep.
I will
jump
catch
off to find food, figure out like pizza or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Get yourself some food.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody. It was super fun.
Yeah.
I do hope to see someone else be like, yo, I want to do on streams coaching. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, this definitely like broke the stigma of me not wanting to do it on stream. So if more people want to do it on stream, I'm kind of more open to that now after this experience. So
it's all about breaking the meta. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm gonna jump.
My pleasure. Take care, my friend. And he's gone. All right.